bossy, baby. I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pour up some rock, stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. 4 a.m. and I came from my face, yeah. Pour me up some more of bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pour up some rock, stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time, that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this, set it off like, set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up.
2022 in Busan, South Korea. Now it is finally time for the Rumble stage where the 6 best teams from groups will fight for a ticket to the knockout stage across the next 5 days. Here we see G2 making their way into the arena as they're going to go up against T1, who we see here as well, stepping into the convention center. The new venue for the Rumble stage out there in Busan, South Korea. Hello, everybody. I am Dash, and I'm joined today by Chronicler and Emily Rand. Emily, it's always good to see you. Chronicler in the flesh.
He's escaped.
I'm here.
From
Oh my
analyst
goodness.
jail.
It's
He's not trapped in the desk anymore.
It's a lagless Chronicler. It's going to be so nice.
I was there, and now I'm here, and I can actually talk to you. I can see all of you.
I'm
Amazing.
super pumped to have you here with us. I'm super pumped to be getting into the Rumble stage, but of course, in order to do so, we have to reflect and take a look at how things broke down in the group stages just a couple of days ago. We're going to take a look at the final group stage standings from the two of you. What are your quick thoughts here?
Not a lot of surprises,
Yeah.
which I think we were all hoping for. Unfortunately, when you look at the top of those standings, G2 undefeated, RNG undefeated, T1 undefeated, and I'd argue second places is just the same. A little bit more losses, but everyone that you expected to make it was actually able to get through. The only one, of course, that Saigon Buffalo DFM.
Yeah, and those, like, not so coincidentally, were, in my opinion, the most entertaining games we had from the group stage. Otherwise, there was a severe lack of parity, let's just say.
A lot of things going to chalk or to expectation. Of course, as you mentioned, the three undefeated teams up there as kind of the pool ones coming into the Rumble stage. No surprise there. A lot of history, though, as well, that exists not only between those teams, but with those teams and this tournament, specifically MSI.
Yeah, we have 3 previous MSI winners. They all happen to be undefeated at this tournament thus far. So, I mean, that's a really cool storyline already to set up going into Rumble stage.
Won't be the case for long, though, as, of course, a number of those teams are going to go up against each other today. But a quick refresher, as T1, RNG, and G2 are 3 of the 4 teams that have historically hoisted this MSI trophy. The only other team to do so, EDG, all the way back in 2015. Obviously, can't have 2 LPL teams here.
And the way that it went, with T1, pretty early in spring, we had a big notion that they might be really good, that they might make it to MSI. But when it comes to G2, when it comes to RNG, seeing the teams make it, out of seemingly nowhere, was really, really cool.
But if we jump down from these kind of top echelon of teams to the next pack, Emily, I'm looking at the VCS. The VCS is back!
They are, and they're so fun. I miss them so much. Honestly, it's really sad because I think once COVID hit, that was actually mid-rise for the VCS when you saw them starting to perform on an international stage starting in 2017 with Gigabyte Marines, now GAM Esports. And now, I mean, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Saigon Buffalo because they are the 2nd seed from the VCS. GAM Esports is currently attending the Southeast Asian Games. They actually played earlier this morning. So, yeah, I mean, Saigon were, in my opinion, the most fun team to watch in the group stage.
And it's hard because they came back after such a long time. So seeing them actually live up to the high expectations that we had for them and immediately double kill Carrie and Gumushi, it hurt me. I'm not going to lie, but it was really exciting at the same time.
Well, and like talking to the VCS English crew, in the doc they kind of prepped, they were like, yeah, you will not think anything has changed since the last time you saw VCS. They're still just as scrappy, and SGB of those teams is the bloodiest. So it was just so much fun to see them come out and have the showing they did.
That's great. That's exactly what we want out of the VCS, right? That is regional identity at this point, and it's very cool to continue to see teams live up to that regional identity. From the Saigon Buffaloes, we are going to jump over to the North American squad in Evil Geniuses. A 4-4 group stage, losing all of their matchups to G2 and winning all of their matchups against Order. In some senses, makes it feel like it's a tough team to evaluate, Chronicler, because of that. But by the same token, I think there's just going to be a whole bunch of questions about what honestly did they take away from that group stage experience to bring into this 6-team pool?
Because while it was on one hand, to me and to everyone, pretty clear that EG wasn't actually able to consistently match, I think we did see clear improvements. I think Jojo Pion was slowly able to handle the pressure a lot better. And if Danny and Vulcan can get rid of some of those bot lane snafus, they're probably going to be in a good spot.
I have some bad news for you because that also characterized their playoff run a little bit. But I think the big thing with this EG team to remember is that they didn't have the strongest showing in the regular season either, right? It was really only in playoffs where talking to them, they were like, we were able to look at our mistakes in the season. We were finally able to translate what we'd been seeing in scrims to stage. And then additionally have good draft prep going into their teams. So now, because I don't think their draft prep was nearly as good, let's just say.
Looking at you, game 1 versus G2.
Yeah, we're going to see how they learn from those losses.
Yeah.
Hey, that Nivea pick was sick from G2.
It was amazing to see. I was obviously at home in North America, and as soon as that pick got locked in, I was like, this one's done. Go next, right? So we'll see what they've learned, because you're right. That was a big characteristic of their run, particularly their uptick in playoffs in North America, was their ability to adjust, from week to week, game to game, and so we'll see if they can do just that. That leaves us with PSG as the final team here that's made it into the Rumble stage.
And unfortunately, there's always going to be a worse team. And the expectations is that it is PSG. This was already kind of hinted with the struggle that they've had domestically, whereas they've always been so incredibly strong in every single facet within their own region. And a lot of it does come down to my opinion, Bay and Juhan. Bay has had not the best LCK career, was in LCK, got replaced by Gori, sent down the challengers, got replaced by Fiesta. And I do think that what we've seen from him this tournament thus far has been improvement, but improvement is not enough for Rumble.
I mean, it's a tough spot. They're filling big shoes there over on PSG Talent. A mainstay of the international stage as a team, but with a couple new faces, we're going to have to see if they can pull something amazing out here in the Rumble stage. Speaking of amazing, we've seen a lot of amazing plays throughout that first stage of MSI 2022. Let's go have a look back at the outstanding highlights from the group stage.
But the response from Inspired was good, mainly because you're getting so much gold on Titani. A bit of trading now in the mid lane.
Caps does have Ignite here. Jojo already burned the TP. Vulcan here in time to save his mid laner. Sun card comes out. Abyssal Voyage. Caps flashes forward with the Ignite ticking. Caps takes it. The tower will not shoot. The tongue will not lash. Here is Inspired just in time. Caps still trying to dodge away. He gets to the other side. Vulcan flash, tongue lash. Give him a licking in the bushes. Inspired continues to chase.
Oh my god! Caps just broke Jojo's ankles.
Don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home.
Their ultimates, except for on the bank.
They know he's there. They know he's alone. He jumped in. Dragon's out. He's got 3,009 to the wall. PSG, can you answer? Long-range Moonlight Vigil. PSG pounce. Bear it down. Farfetch next to Bolo. You have to feel he'll fall. Holy Phoenix, no escape. Starscream, the last man standing, but not for much longer. PSG with the X.
Get out the way, we coming through.
Again from Carrier is fantastic. And T1 used this Baron to force a team fight Saigon Buffalo didn't want to take.
Not sure what's going on here. Baker with red buff just says, I've got exhaust as well because I have unsealed spellbook, and yeah, I think I'll just take the kill.
Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gonna play when the game on the line?
Have the flash test. We don't got time for this.
Captain Sleepy does have his onions back up though. A lot of damage with Caps. Gonna steal the Lily ulti, get a counter sleep, and it's not enough. Caps finally, finally gonna go down as it does. You are kidding me, Caps. You are absolutely absurd, ridiculous, insane, sightless play. Caps is still alive as Inspired finally gets the shutdown.
How you gonna play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my
Give
way.
him enough time for the stages to wear up and get the kill. Obviously, they give Shahu time to walk forward and kill you anyways, so it was always going to be a trade, but a dragon fight has started. Third dragon available here for RNG. Jojo again in trouble. He's going to go down to Gala, and now Gala's going to keep on going. Bing with the wraparound, but KI over the top, and that's 2 kills for Waves. The dragon is one of them. Gala going to pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's going to get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
Oh, Gala popping off on the Kai'Sa. One of the signature picks for him here.
Start meditating, yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation.
BJ, he's got that proto rocket belt, looking at coming from the side, but Harp is able to tag him so well. He's pulled in to Froggy as Emmy's getting low, but Steel is in the back line. He takes out Froggy, and now a huge re-engage does come in from Taki and BJ. They create the front line as now Shogun and Hasman are going wild in the backside of this fight. That is going to be the end of that as the triple comes in for the Kai'Sa.
This should be it. The dead timers are so long in Saigon Buffalo. They were struggling for such a long time, but they find the window.
Saigon Buffalo pick up their 4th victory, and they move on to the Rumble stage.
Yeah.
Some incredible plays coming out of the group stage. Hopefully, many more to come in the Rumble stage. We had 36 total games played, though, in that group stage. And so really, I want to dive into the conversation of champions and meta. We're going to throw up onto the screen the 5 champions with the highest presence throughout the group stage. Talk about a few and maybe a couple others. Chronicler, what jumps out to you here? What do you want to talk about?
It's Gwen. Lucian is also there, but Lucian's just going to be banned.
He's
so
just OP.
we have to talk about Lucian because he's clearly incredibly strong. But we've only seen him in bot lane. And the problem with Gwen is that Gwen has been strong before. You know, she, after the E nerfs and the range cut, she kind of disappeared for a little bit. But she is back as a flex pick, single-handedly raising the amount of immunes being set on the broadcast.
Gwen is immune.
Dangerously high levels. And the combination of this pick being relatively hard to punish. We've seen some things like the Jax, but you do have to play to that a lot because it is still a relatively volatile matchup. And she's now flexible to mid, apparently, so you can just pick her early, and then even if you do get counterpicked, if the enemy expends draft resources, you just pivot her away.
Flex picks are so massive in pro play, right? And I love the apparently addendum that you put there because I think there's also probably a number of teams that are now going, oh, yeah, apparently. And a lot of international competition becomes about that adaptation. When one team proves that a pick is viable in a specific spot, everybody else now has to consider that viability, whether or not they should play it themselves, whether or not they should look to ban it, take it away, things like that. But obviously, Gwen going to be a high priority pick here throughout the Rumble stage. Emily, you've looked at 2 champions, though, that aren't necessarily in that top 5 of presence.
Yeah, so fun fact, before the entire tournament started, Chronicler and I and a few other analysts kind of picked, like, ooh, who are might we see based on buffs on the patch? And Tristana, I'm going to shout out her first, just because we're going to see Shogun pop off on her here, but we have Shogun, we have Gala is a known Tristana player, and also Danny. So I am wondering if we're going to continue to see Tristana kind of make her way into the bot lane meta, mainly just because we do have so many 80 carries here still left in the Rumble stage that just really like this pick. I know, Dash, you've seen Danny pop off on it famously. We've seen the Gala pentakill that kind of everyone knew him for from last year. And then Shogun, the Saigon Buffalo 80 carry, another like super young person at this tournament doing really well on that pick. The second pick that I'm going to talk about is actually the Zoe, which isn't something, again, that we've seen like super, super high prio on, but it was interesting to me because initially I highlighted this pick. We have a lot of mid laners that really like picking it. I wasn't sure how it was going to work on ping because the way you play with Zoe is you really want to play around fog, right? You absolutely need to hit your skill shots. But we've seen some really fantastic Zoe plays out of the group stage thus far. So one thing that's really curious to me about this pick specifically is that now with the teams being a little bit more even in skill, let's just say, I am wondering if teams are going to continue with the Zoe because we do have so many players that enjoy that pick. We have teams like T1 that are really great at playing with fog, at playing with poke. But the slightly higher ping actually does make a difference with a champion like this. So I'm very curious to see how her presence evolves in this tournament.
Zoe, the jump roping menace. I'm curious, though, because you mentioned with the teams perhaps being a bit closer in skill level, do you feel like that makes Zoe a more valuable pick if able to be executed on, or does it become a less valuable pick because of kind of the parity between teams?
I would say the former. If players feel comfortable enough still on the slightly higher ping that they're like, you know what, we can still execute this really well, then it's about, again, how is your team playing around fog? How are you setting up around neutral objectives so you're really getting the most out of Zoe's strength and being able to pick people off?
Well, we'll have our answers soon enough as we have our first day of Rumble stage action taking place in just a bit. We've got 6 games ahead of us. My questions are, well, I'm going to ask the question. I already know the answer. What is the matchup that is the most stand out to you?
That's a hard
tough,
one.
Right?
It really threw me for a loop here.
Saigon versus T1, right? No. G2 T1, we're kicking it off with an absolute banger. Not to overlook the second matchup of the day where EG is going to get tested against RNG, but I think you look no further than that first matchup of the day.
G2's got a hard day ahead of them.
They do.
Even with all that played. I think both those best of ones are also going to give us a much better idea of the relative power levels because, again, it's so hard to judge right now, and I can't wait.
They're all undefeated, right? So yeah, you're just waiting to see that first matchup to kind of see who will ultimately take it. Outside of that, though, of course, it is a full day of games, and I think that's where we start to ask questions about where do those surprises come in the best-of-1 format. Yes, we've got some undefeated teams, but they can't all remain that way, and eventually we're going to start seeing some of those top teams maybe stumble a little bit. We're going to kick things off with a bang, though, as longtime rivals G2 Esports and T1 face off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
SK Telecom, they are best team in the world.
G2's redemption is nice, but SKT going through the crucible of the Mid-Season Invitational to lock it down as the best team in the world.
It's finally here. One of the greatest rivalries in League of Legends is about to play out on the international stage.
G2 Esports eliminates SK Telecom.
Although this year's G2 is very different from 2019, two key pieces still remain the same. Ever since being awakened by dropping down to the lower bracket in the spring playoffs, G2 have been devastating teams. Since then, they've not dropped a single game.
G2 claim their ninth title.
And this may seem impressive until you realize that T1 hasn't dropped a single series this entire year.
And that is going to be the ace into the hands of T1.
T1 have reclaimed the throne in the LCK and are now setting their sights on the international stage.
Now T1 are looking to end the group stage undefeated.
It feels like after years of waiting, we finally get to see these two titans of the East and the West clash at their full strength.
That's the smite on top of it. First blood Caps, the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
In our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, one of these teams will continue their domination and one will finally taste defeat.
An absolutely titanic matchup to kick things off today. No surprise, though, that the players over there on G2 are coming in with all kinds of fun energy. Broken Blade himself.
What was that?
What is that? What is that?
What are we doing
Are
here?
these guns? They're not close enough to be that? Caps? You gonna? Oh no. No. Is that no to Faker?
Yeah.
He's just like, or no to his
What's going
teammates.
on here?
No idea what's going on here. But before we get into both of these teams today, we have to remember the fact that there's a lot of history that stands between these two organizations on the international stage, all the way back to 2019. I mean, a rematch from 2019 MSI and World Semi-Finals. Very rare that we get to say that an organization has a winning record and has gotten the better of T1 historically, Chronicler.
His face.
Yeah, you know that one.
You can see it now, but his face.
I got to get in those punches
you
while I
gotta
can,
get it
right?
in.
Yeah.
And it, as an LCK fan, of course, you know, it's always going to hurt. But to me, G2's rise after we already saw in 2018 that the LPL was actually able to match the LCK really marked the definitive end of the era of the LCK is the best and they're just going to beat everyone. And no matter who they face, they're always going to be the favorite. And the fact that they're still the same players to a certain extent is just mind-blowing.
Now, obviously, attached to that team record is going to be the individual record that exists between Caps and Faker. Caps with an 8-3 game record against Faker. I'm just exceptionally excited to see these two players go up against each other, both because of the history between them, but also because of the performance that Caps specifically has already put up in the group stage, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, part of that record is also just due to what Chronicle already talked about in terms. I'm so sad people couldn't just see your face fall as you were watching the highlights.
Drained of.
But yeah, I think the thing with Caps versus Faker here is that Faker is such a versatile player, and what he does for his team on the map, kind of spreading his pressure outwards, where the way that Jankos and Caps have been playing in tandem to really like get Caps ahead as kind of like, you know, the phalanx of their attack, and then have him spread his pressure that way, is a really interesting stylistic matchup for me to look at. Like, so it's less about like Caps versus Faker 1v1 and more about what they each do for their teams respectively.
I also love bringing in the rest of the team because, yes, Faker, Caps, those are mainstays. We've seen that matchup so many times. It's about the pieces around them. And specifically, I want to look at the T1 side, Chronicler, because a couple notable, very specific changes to this roster coming into this year, which have resulted in incredible success domestically and so far internationally. Help break it down, though, for us who maybe haven't seen the team from last international competition to now. What were those big changes?
So with Faker and Carriam were always going to be in the roster. Gumiushi was decided pretty early, but the start of the current T1 that we see now was Owner coming in as the main jungler last split in summer in 2022, because he was the one that finally stabilized T1. Like, they had so much issues, if you're not aware. There was roster changes, there was coachings getting let go mid-split. It was just kind of a disaster, and it all culminated in this player who was the only one on this team to not make All-Pro, ended up behind Canyon, which you can't fault anyone for that, but then made Spring Finals. He was the MVP as well. Like,
that feels good right there.
It really hit hard.
It was a great story, and watching his progression from when he started, especially through that Worlds run, was so impressive. And then, you know, being able to come into this season a much better player, I think it was kind of shadows of what we saw Faker do for his junglers previously. Like, T1 has this weird reputation of kind of like, you know, going through junglers a little bit, which is why, like, the story of Owner is just so great to me, because once again, you see Faker and his prowess helping raise another rookie jungler, and Owner was, as you said, such a difference maker for this roster, and his rate of improvement from when he started to now is just so impressive.
That roster change alone would be a huge boon to any team across the world, but we also had another one, and we got to go up to the top lane to really seal the deal here for how good T1 is.
I apologize in advance. I got to gloat a little. I was calling for Zeus ever since he debuted in the LCK. He had an incredible amount of experience with how it looked, but that wasn't actually the case, because again, debut games within the LCK. And as well as T1 did last split, they were kind of hamstrung by Kana being a relatively one-dimensional player. He was really good at what he did, but you had to invest resources into him, and you had to get him specific picks. Whereas Zeus, he can do anything, and he plays like a player that has years of experience.
Yeah, and I think, like, Zeus coming in, Owner coming in, this entire roster is just so fun. Like, previously, I think you look at T1, you're like, there's a lot of pressure in this organization, right? They are the Korean organization. And this team is actually so fun to watch, just like on camera, like goofing off. And additionally, in game, when we talk about how they play, we'll bring up a lot of the fact that they play so well around like early game timers, not just neutral objective timers, because they're actually really willing to like punt dragons for pressure elsewhere, but also just like, where's the cannon wave? When are we diving? When are we backing? All that simple stuff. But the thing that is so fun about this T1 team as well is they will opt into skill checking you. If they feel like it, they'll just go in. And that is like something that I haven't necessarily seen always of T1 teams in the past, and is a really fun facet of this T1 team now.
Oh, I love that you bring that up, because yes, when we recall the T1 dynasty, the era of T1 dominance, so much of it was just about like, this team is so solid and so good at playing the map that you'll never gain the advantages, and then they'll find the team fight. They'll find the one mistake and they'll beat you. This team, though, as you mentioned, we'll just take the 1v1s, and we'll just beat you out the gate.
They actually remind me of old G2. That's what G2 did in 2019. Like, that's the coolest thing.
Ooh, okay, I'm even more excited now. Let's flip on over to the G2 side of things, where Lore was able to catch up with their head coach, Dylan Falco. Check it out.
Dylan, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game today. Let's talk about the group stage first, because you just finished it a couple days ago. How do you reflect on the performance for the teams in that stage? And also, what did you try to implement in the days you had between group stage and the Rumble today?
So obviously our group stage went quite well. I think coming out of that group stage, it was very obvious that there are three teams in this tournament that are doing very, very well. We took the group stage as an opportunity to try a lot of like aggressive drafting, I would say, and just kind of playing free and playing open. Whereas I think this stage is a lot more about trying to boil it down to what we feel like is our best chances to win, and play a bit more, let's just say, like, try hard, because some of the teams in this group are very, very good.
Kind of reflects on what Targamas has been saying on Twitter with the confidence he was showing. This was maybe a warm-up for him. Talking about the bot lane, actually, I think it was a big question mark for G2, being their first international event. I think they performed really well, but what's your take on their improvements so far and what we've seen from them?
I'm so impressed, actually, with Flacket and Targamas' performance so far since we came here to Korea. They've been working so hard and grinding so hard in solo queue and performing so well in both scrims and stage. As a coach, like, I don't know what to expect sometimes when you bring lesser experienced players onto the world stage, and sometimes it can be very hard because you're playing against different strategies and you need to be able to adapt very fast, but they're adapting so fast and playing very well.
I think it was Gumayoshi especially who was impressed with the way Flacket was able to adapt depending on what the team needs. But let's focus on this matchup because I think T1 versus G2 has to be one of the most anticipated matchup here in the Rumble stage. You guys both come undefeated. One won't be by the end of the game, but tell me more about the matchup, how you've been prepping for it, and maybe a couple words on Caps versus Faker because we know he has a positive record against him.
Like G2 versus T1 is one of my favorite matchups of all time. I've never actually got to be a part of it, and now I am, so I'm really excited. I think T1 has to be one of the best teams in the world, for sure. We scrimmed against them quite a bit leading up to this match, and they're very strong. That being said, I think we know a lot about how they like to play. I think they like to play very fast, very aggressive. They really, really like enabling their bot lane, Gumayusi and Keria. So we're aware of that, and we've done a lot of preparation to try and come up with a strategy that we think will work for today.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on this for sure. Dylan, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck against T1 today. And back to you guys in Berlin.
Thank you so much, Laure. We heard straight from Dylan Falco, their chronicler, that they have done the research. They feel like they have figured out this T1 team, or at least have developed the strategies that give them the best opportunity to take them down. From your perspective, how does G2 get it done?
Especially at the end of groups, T1 had a number of errors slowly slip into their play. How much of that was also because they are very fun, but they're also young, so they get bored really quickly. And it kind of showcased with what Keria was doing at times. There have been instances where T1 back in the LCK would play extremely diligent and not really leave any openings with how they cover for lanes. And at MSI, they've been playing fast and loose, as Dylan Falco was saying. I don't think you can do that against G2.
Okay, all right. Maybe we gotta contain it a little bit, reel them all in just a bit. He also talked a little bit about his how impressed he has been, rather, with his bot lane's performance out here on the international stage. And very specifically, I want to dive into the support matchup. Targamas on one side, Keria on the other. But we got to talk about the Pyke pick. Because it has been played by both teams up to this point. We know that it's a favorite of G2.
Yeah.
Do we see it finding that kind of use here in this matchup today?
I mean, I still think G2 are going to be the team that heavily favored this pick over T1. Not that Keria can't play it, because as we're going to see here, he is also a phenomenal Pyke player and really likes, again, a lot of the scrappiness and the power that comes out of that pick. But I do think for teams, G2 are definitely the team that is going to focus on it a lot more. The other interesting thing about this support matchup, specifically around the Pyke pick that I'm going to be looking at, is the fact that Targamas will not only roam mid, but he also roams top a lot more frequently than Keria. So I am curious as to whether Keria would choose to match those roam timers or try to get his bot lane ahead.
Beat me to my question. I was about to say, if the Pyke does go the way of Targamas, you know, and you're in the T1 shoes, do you look to say, hey, now we're going to punish your bot lane, who you've chosen to leave, or we're going to match you, you know, tit for tat on the roam?
T1's cross-map answers are the best out of any team in the LCK. So I'd expect them to.
There you have it. By the way, a new episode of Riff Reaction released this week, recapping MSI 2022. Why are you laughing?
Because it's weird promoting my own stuff.
Well, I'm promoting it for you.
Thank
so
you.
You can share your thoughts on Spotify in this week's poll. Will T1 drop a game in the Rumble stage? 14 seconds to go. Will they? Is it this one?
I don't think it will be this one.
It will not be this one. Okay. Will they drop a game?
I'm in agreement. Yeah, they will drop a game, but I don't think it'll be this one. I think T1 really do want to come out and make like a statement victory here.
All righty. There you have it. We've got nothing left to do but to get there into the stadium. The stage is set for the epic battle between T1 and G2. So without further ado, let the MSI 22 Rumble stage begin.
저희 T1이 우승을 못한 지도 굉장히 오래됐기 때문에 저희의 부활의 신호탄이 될 수 있는 그런 대회라고 생각합니다.
We are the hope of Europe. There's a lot of pressure on our shoulders. We will do the impossible.
연승, 꿀림. 언젠간 끝납니다.
过去，我们曾经从6强对抗赛脱颖而出，这次我们也可以。
纵然移山填海，也要竭尽所能。
6개의 팀, 그들의 각기 다른 6개의 꿈. 서로 쫓고 쫓기는 이들 중에 최후의 승자는 누가 될까요?
T1, it's our win streak that's gonna survive.
한테 19년도에 패배를 많이 당했는데 지금은 저희가 문점도 많이 보완하고 새로운 팀이기 때문에
G2, chúng tôi đã quay trở lại.
不要忘记谁才是 MSI 卫冕冠军。
상하기를 잘 알기 때문에 전 두렵지 않습니다.
我们要让世界知道，就算死也会流血。
전례가 없다는 게 불가능하다는 뜻은 아니에요. We will do the impossible.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here for game number 1 of the Rumble stage. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe. The stage is doing some absolutely amazing things here. It was a little bit of a surprise to us because we had absolutely no idea what was happening, but I'm so excited to get into this, and we're not going to waste any time, Kobe. Let's just jump straight into Champions
It's
League.
10 a.m. and I already want to start dancing with this MSI intro here. But also, we are ready to rumble, Atlas.
We are.
The opening of
We're
the
not allowed
Rumble
to say
stage.
that. Are you not allowed to say that ever?
You're not allowed to sing it.
Ah.
But
I got very scared for you for a moment.
I'm just in fact ready to rumble. No song attached to it at all.
I'm also ready for someone to pick Rumble. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We've started off with a couple of bands here, with LeBlanc being taken away from Caps. Of course, LeBlanc just being taken away in general. The champion is ridiculously strong. Huge win rates so far. As the Caitlyn to be banned away from Gumayushi is perma-banned against him, and basically just him.
The other very common mid laner to get banned out along with LeBlanc has been the Ahri, utilized effectively by both of these mid laners. Of course, the mid laners are going to be a big spotlight. There it is. There's that Ahri we are looking for. But these are two of the mid laners that have used it effectively in their own regions, even when other mid laners of their own regions had not been able to do so. So no surprises there. And we pretty much get blanket bans of very, very common, high win rate, high percentage champions thus far. Wukong has kind of taken over the jungle recently.
G2 wanted this. I reckon G2 100% wanted this because Silas is left up and the Twisted Fate is, of course, going to be locked in for Faker. One of his signature picks. He's been playing it for about the age of League of Legends at this point.
Maybe since the champion came out,
yeah, which was, I think, the beta very, very early. He was a different champion.
We get quick responses, though. So, of course, with the Twisted Fate, all that goes along with that for T1 especially is going to be Faker trying to help out all the younger players on the team, that map-wide presence. But the quick answer here from G2, Kalista picked up. I'm assuming it's going to be bottom lane, could leave the door open for a solo lane. But that with the Diana gives you the possibilities of these big wombo combos, these big knockups and knockbacks for these team fights. Also makes you think, hey, that Yasuo should come through. It's great into Twisted Fate. It's the great pairing with Diana, and G2, they don't have to pick it up in their first 2 picks, so they use the extra on with Kalista because they know there's no way T1 steals away a Yasuo to combine.
Unless Zeus just decides that he feels like doing it at this point in time, but I would hazard to agree with you on that one. The Viego going to be locked in, and that is the cannon. A big Great pick for Zeus. He's been fantastic on this champion. He refuses to build Zhonya's because if you build Zhonya's, then you can't do anything for a couple of seconds. It means less killing, Kobe.
Exactly, and there's a Yasuo that we fully expected, so there's no surprise there. But I got so excited for the Kennen pick because I recently was indoctrinated into the full backstory for Zeus's name, and it comes from his mom, taking play off of his own name, but also his two favorite champions being lightning themed with Kennen and Jace. And we've seen how he smashes with the Jace. He hasn't picked Kennen quite as much, but now we get the full theme actually here at MSI for him. Super excited to see that, and of course does bring that big flank potential. As you said, he always builds purely AP to get the really big ults.
And he side lanes extraordinarily well on the Kennen as well. So don't look at this as being one of those team fight only Kennens, because this can be the 1-3-1 TF style compositions that we have grown used to. But the entire bottom lane is now up in the air for T1. Of course, a very versatile bottom lane as well. As the engaged support, Tahm Kench, going to be banned away from Keria. We actually have to say it like that because Keria does play the champion like an engaged support.
Well, we've had similar things with Core JJ in North America, so I'm well accustomed to it. the Catfish has been benched this time around. Let's see G2 though. As you mentioned,
Gwen coming in.
They also need to round out their bottom lane. They're going to save last pick here for Targamas. I really like that because once we get into the game, we're going to focus on some more of the stories, and the bottom lane is going to be a huge one, especially the two supports for these two teams. But they first lock in the Ornn, which was so big for Broken Blade during playoffs for G2, and gives them just so much team fight. There is one giant stamp of a title across this G2 team, and this is a team fight draft to the name.
And Tristana going to be picked up here for Gumiushi. Just keeping it a little bit more tried and true there towards the bottom side of the map. Not going to be playing his Draven this time around, but now is where the interesting stuff starts. What does Keria have planned for us? Is it going to be his Echo support finally?
Honestly, coming down to two of the biggest pieces here for both these teams. Again, Keria and Targamas focusing on their roam capabilities is going to be huge. But with the Rel Tristana lane, they want to try and actually fight this Kalista plus X. What's it going to be for Targamas?
Probably not Nasus, is my assumption. We'll see what he does go towards. Of course, Leona Nautilus still very, very popular, but not necessarily doing a lot of winning. And Rakan will be very slippery and provide a lot more of that CC. So, this is Yasuo comp. Let's do a knock-up count, shall we?
Do they need more
there's
CC?
Like 7 there, 7 there, there's 11 there, and they've got enough knockups, I think. Kobe, what do you think?
Yeah, I think by my count, it will be infinity knockups for G2 here. Their team fight is going to be a bounce house. This is the bounce house composition. Welcome to the G2 bounce house, T1. Let's see what they can do about it. Honestly, I'm also pretty excited by the lineup here from T1 because they start out with Twisted Fate, so you know that Faker's going to be going to those side lanes early and often. So you want those aggressive side lanes. You point out Zeus does play the Kennen multiple ways here. Can go for the split pushing, have the Twisted Fate come to him, or can also bring in flanks and teleports to try and get that big AoE down. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Gumiushi and Keria, this is the best bottom lane in the world.
Yeah.
So if you get them Rel Tristana and a Twisted Fate from mid lane to go for ganks down there, you can definitely expect some action. I'm really looking forward to it because T1's first game versus the Saigon Buffaloes, they got jumped on by Tristana and they got killed.
I think they took some notes.
Yes.
And thankfully, the tagline for this MSI is about taking notes. And so hopefully they did exactly that. Yeah, segued that one pretty well, I have to say. But we're ready to get into it. I think this is a very stock standard draft to come through from T1. I think we'd expect this throughout this entire year. They haven't done a lot of losing throughout this year, but it's not necessarily something that is crafted to take down G2. G2, however, have gone back to just let's team fight all the time. Let's be scrappy. Let's give Caps that playmaking champion in the mid lane. Caps has been absolutely unbelievable this tournament.
Yes.
This is the first time he's played a champion twice, actually, in the Yasuo being picked up. Over 8 games, 8 unique champions is pretty impressive, in my opinion. But going back to the Yasuo is his first one that he'll double up on. As here we are, onto the rift for game number 1 of the Rumble stage.
Woo! Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm so excited to get it started here at Atlas. The analyst has touched on the Caps versus Faker match record, which was 8-3 in the favor of Caps. But the overall team score of T1 versus G2 is slightly in favor of T1, 11-10 for them. Hello!
Hi, everyone.
We are here. We've made it to MSI. High five. Boom.
We did it. We're not too jet lagged as well, so hopefully we're going to be able to keep ourselves safe throughout this particular
first kill is a ward kill. Extra experience for both solo laners.
Faker is Infinity CS ahead.
He is. He's the richest man on the Summoner's Rift. Honestly, it is kind of big to mention for solo laners, though, because it's a full wave that you get your level 2 quicker. It means you can get your level 2 on the first wave. Doesn't necessarily have this huge cascading effect, but it is quite nice to mention for both solo laners, especially when, we've got like Zeus on his signature champion here, one of the two that he got his name for, so super excited to look at that. He started with the Cull on Kennen. You're playing into a tank, you're playing into the Ornn, so he knows he's going to be able to farm to his heart's content, take advantage of the range advantage there, get the brush control, try and get as much harassment as you can down while farming up nicely.
A bit of an attack here on the bottom side of the map. Targamas immediately going to throw out the exhaust and gets exhausted as well. The flashes coming forward, first blood within the first 2 minutes is Blackett looking to go down as well. Carrier just over 100 health, so he has to back away. But T1, yeah, it's a statement in the first 2 minutes.
Atlas, we call for it in Champ Select as soon as we see the Tristana locked in for Gumayusi. And Carrier, no hesitation there. They jump immediately in onto Targamas and get the kill. It was level 1. We were actually kind of talking in the car ride over. Oh, there's probably going to be a level 2 first blood. They waste no time.
Yeah,
and they get it here for T1 bottom lane. Again, this bottom lane has been absolutely exceptional. Carrier obviously getting the MVP in LCK, but Guma is basically a prodigy AD carry. So right here off of the knockback, Targamas actually goes in and he exhausts, but he immediately realizes the error of his ways and tries to flash out. So going aggressive there in onto Guma. There's no hesitation. The response from the T1 duo lane, they are not going to accept that aggression and immediately take them down.
Yeah, go for the first back as well. Gumayusi Carrier making sure that they spend that money. A couple of long swords picked up here by the Tristana to help push that lane even further into their favor. Jankos in the river, though.
Spawn camping the crab.
Yeah, there we go. Carrier's going to spot it out. Knows that it just went down. Some pings go out to know exactly where Jankos is. But now Targamas with a bit of a roam towards the mid lane here at about 3.5 minutes. Not going to find too much because Caps is pushed in.
And with that Scryer's Bloom from Jankos, he can make a pass through mid, but really his goal here is just to get to top crab, because when you Scryer's Bloom over enemy jungle on first clear like that, he can easily tab up, see the owner has 24 CS, that means he has no crab, his Krugs are also gone, so he's just done a full clear. He has done a full clear, so Jankos knows immediately my next goal after Scryer's Bloom him and taking into account the CS is to go to the top side of the map, which means T1 know that bottom side is left undefended for them, so they can make a hard push there. It's a good call from owner. He canceled his recall, immediately went to push out here with the bottom lane to further extend this Gumayusi Carrier lead.
Yep, bit of a plate gank there towards the bottom side of the map, making sure that they get one of those at least. Weren't really intending on diving or anything like that, but getting them off the wave is certainly going to be valuable. T1 with the control ward down, Jankos in the area, but not able to actually affect anything. He's just going to go home. But double crab for the Diana, fantastic for the early game of this more level 6 base champ.
Yeah, I just love to see those in-the-moment adjustments from junglers, because you're always adapting to the information right as soon as you get it. So you're like, oh, Jankos, boom, he sees the CS, he sees him bottom side, boom, we're going to get crab. And then owner, because he knows Jankos sees this, helps out on the bottom side. They get a plate for their troubles, and he doesn't waste any time.
Flash forward, Carrier just using his Hex Flash. Of course, probably a support's favorite keystone ever. Because
honestly,
they just get to flash from brushes all the time.
And it's even one of my favorites. I think it's a really well-designed summoner spell.
Me too. Me too. And especially when used by some of the more aggressive supports that we have. Carrier, of course, fitting into that bucket quite effectively. Faker's going to teleport back here to the mid lane. He's got his steel caps, just trying to keep himself alive against Caps.
I'm actually super glad you bring up the supports, because supports were going to be one of the lanes that we're going to spotlight in this matchup specifically for Carrier and Targamas. Their mid lane roams have been so critical for both of these teams. you know, they're roams overall, but Keria has literally gone 0 times up to visit Zeus this tournament, which was pretty funny, and all of his roams have been towards mid lane, which was where we're going to focus. So both of them do have those options. With the early lead for the T1 bottom lane, they should be able to push in and get Keria more opportunities, more windows to go for those roams. So as we see the opening of the lane here in mid lane, it's now level 6 is acquired, and Caps can go more aggressive with his ultimate, looking for the pressure onto Faker. Meanwhile, Faker going to be looking at both side lanes, especially the bottom side though, because of the kill pressure there.
Definitely some gank setup sort of everywhere as well. Cannon pretty good at stopping champions, but Ornn not very good at being stopped, so not likely to be a...
He can in fact go unstoppable with the W there.
It's amazing that it's called that, because it is very accurate for what happens. Drake is going to be taken here. T1 starting that one up. They've got a crab as well if they'd like a little bit more. Faker going to nom on some honey fruit. And T1 will not be contested at this particular point in time.
And then, and this is how it should look, you know, given the lineup here for G2, because again, as we said in Champ Select, this is a giant stamp of team fight all over this G2 lineup. This G2 lineup is looking to play off synergies of champions, grouping up so you can get knockups for the Yasuo, so you can get these big combos on multiple members. So they're okay giving up, you know, early Dragon. T1 are definitely going to want to try and stack those. Their bottom lane presence is so strong. Their lead on bottom side is so strong. They should be able to continue stacking them. But G2 are going to be the team looking for those mid-game big team fights to try and break their way back into this game. It has been difficult for teams to do that versus T1, though. When T1 gets these early leads, they've been so effective at playing the map and extending those leads through the mid stages of the game that they kind of leave you with no area to work with and no surprise plays or angles to get those flanks or engages off on them.
Yeah, we call it the suffocation tactic, and T1 definitely very good.
Sounds like an effective tactic.
Yeah, it works quite well, and this is something that, you know, the T1s of the past that were, of course, called SKT at the time, were known for as well, right? Yeah. It was never letting your opposition play the game that they wanted to play. Then they don't get their camps in their jungle, and then they ultimately just lose in the end. But this is that was a story that we talk about in like 2015, 2013, 2016, when SKT were the peak of League of Legends, and we've seen that come back here with this T1 roster, especially this season. They haven't done a lot of losing, as it turns out. As a bit of a stun, they're on to Caps in the mid lane, doesn't find his Tornado. Is possibly thinking about going in there, as Targamas and Jankos do have decent engage ranges, but not going to be able to.
And I think this interaction goes in the favor of T1. We were kind of highlighting the support roams towards mid. You know, G2 obviously want to try and pull off one of these combos, but Keria here with Faker and the dodge of Faker there is able to avoid that giant confrontation that G2 are kind of looking for. Now, Gumayushi, after pushing on bottom side, is able to roam up for himself to try and take over lane clearing duties here in mid lane. And Faker, again, remember, does have his Twisted Fate ultimate available for this Rift Herald, so this could be an explosive Rift Herald. All of T1 are here. G2 should cede this objective because Kallista's in bottom side, so they should make the call, hey, just keep pushing Flakked on bottom side, get some turret plate money in exchange for the Twisted Fate. But we see Twisted Fate roaming down there. Faker with his ultimate could try and protect those plates.
Yeah, in theory, I really like that G2 do give that one up. Of course, top pressure was in favor of Zeus as well, so not a lot going for G2 when it came to taking that one. Yep, one plate going to be traded, of course, trying to equalize that which T1 have already taken for themselves down there. Faker just going to be tidying up this wave, like it's going to be okay for now, especially with Targamas coming down.
I think that's a pretty fair price tag for Rift Herald. It still means that Rift Herald is going to give you more value for T1. But G2 getting one plate and the minion wave shoved in for themselves is at least something for Flakked down there on the bottom side.
Yep, Ona going to be tidying up his jungle now, and so far it's been pretty business as usual, but what that benefits usually in T1 games is T1. Because if things are quiet, that's probably because T1 want them to be in a lot of these instances, and you can see that reflected in the gold for now. But as you mentioned, this is a slow burn early game for G2. They want to start these 5v5s relatively soon, though, because T1 are charging up as well.
And business as usual for both of these two teams up until this game has been just winning. You know, this is the clash of win streaks with G2's LEC lower bracket run, you know, going undefeated since then, and T1 with the undefeated match season. We now have the clash, and one of them is going to have to break here. Meanwhile, bottom side continues to break as Owner does another plate gank with the Rift Trail. It means it's going to finish up on this turret and get that Tristana really rolling, which is so nice on this champion, because then they can rotate Gumayusi up to the other side. You can get more turret plates there with this champion. Explosive shot, so effective at mining early money.
Yeah, just one of those macro 80 carries. We talk about Caitlyn in this way as well. You just put her around and try to get her to kill turrets, but Zeus here towards the top side of the map flashes the second call of the Forge Guard, and he's going to get the stun here onto Broken Blade, but not going to grab the kill. Broken Blade's just going to peace out, trade some ultimates here, but Broken Blade gets the flash, so actually it's a win for him.
I love it. He's just so calm about it, you know? Zeus is having to do all the dodge work up there, but Broken Blade takes his all in, and he gets a summoner spell for his ultimate. Huge, huge win for him in the 1v1. Unfortunately, you know, it's during the lane swap where we just talked about. Bottom lane for T1 was taken, so they're going to swap Gumayusi up there. He's hungry for plates. But that flash being down on Kennen is quite big if G2 are able to get their big wombo combo fight that they want, because Kennen is kind of one of the only big AoEs that T1 have on their side.
Caps, good sidestep there. Going to get away from Ona, who's just going to slink back into the enemy jungle. Targamas in the area alongside Jankos, but you can see T1 just trying to get as much vision down as possible. And yeah, protect Gumayusi is the tactic here. They've got so much vision towards this top side. G2 a little bit slower on the rotation. Will mean a couple of plates go over to Gumayusi. That's 7, I believe, that he has claimed so far.
And I think we'll just keep that counter going, Atlas.
Yeah, I think that might be necessary.
Write that down, take some notes
All right,
on your little pad right there. He's got 2 more. The Demolitionist Tristana has got 2 more minutes to work with to try and mine more turret plate money. And with the rotation up to the top side there for T1, should be able to do it. Faker still has Twisted Fate Ultimate. He's just been kind of holding it this whole time.
Threatening with the Destiny.
Exactly. The threaten of God Faker here coming in.
That's a scary sentence.
I love the video, the hype video that they did for day 1, where Faker's line in it is, "I never left."
I never left.
Like,
yeah.
that is insane.
I got the chills. I definitely got the nerd chills when that one came through. Because it's true, he's been there for an extraordinarily long time. Never swapped teams and never stopped being extraordinarily good. As Gumayusi trying to get this second last plate. Targamas comes on in, but the crash down going to get Carrier away. And Rel pretty good at being able to at least escape these opportunities for the Rakan.
Yeah. Just the bodyguard here. Meanwhile, of course, you saw it on screen, but we should mention too, Dragon stacking stops by G2. That was their payment.
There's the Magnet Storm as we are just going to pull back in Targamas. He's going to go forward though. It's Faker with the gold card looking to lock down Flakked once again, and the Callista will go down. That is 1 death apiece for the G2 bottom lane.
I feel like that is 2 times in a row where it's a little bit of extra aggression, unnecessary aggression from Targamas, going back in a scenario where they had escaped a 3v2, and then it kind of baits Flakked in, and double summoner spells down now on the Callista, plus the death for Callista makes that a much worse scenario. You know, you've lost the extra play already on top side. You kind of have to cede that turret. That turret was probably going down anyway, but giving another extra kill over here to T1. Atlas, we mentioned the pace that T1 take over your map when they have a lead like this. That pace is greatly accelerated. Here's the engage. Carry a huge engage there, but G2 had escaped, and Targamas goes back in as Faker arrives. And then Flacked's just caught in there with the gold cards, kind of got baited in there for the extra aggression, you know, attacking a 2v3 scenario, even with a tower next to you. They immediately go down, and T1 stamping their name all over this game. Every member except for Carrier at the top of the gold ladder here for them. And that means these outer turrets, I feel like, don't have long to live.
Yeah, not long for the world. There is only 1 plate remaining towards that top side. That's 9 on the counter, Kobe. I am taking as many notes as possible.
I'm proud.
Yep, but no more are going to come down because it is, of course, 40 seconds past the plates going down. And T1 are now just looking to try and confirm that map control. The 1-3-1 is on with Faker towards that top side, and Zeus on that bottom side with his cannon. Riftmaker is complete. Of course, you see A lot of dash cannons come out of the cannon, but Zeus doesn't really care about stasis a lot of the time and doesn't really care about extra mobility. He'll just flash on in as the Everfrost from Faker gets out of the way of the Tornado as well. As Owner comes through, Heartbreaker to keep himself safe. And T1 do escape the potential engage from G2, but Shirley should go down for the European roster.
Strong evasion there from T1, and you can see the respect Owner is paying. He's not even going to give the chance for Jankos to Diana ult him. He immediately goes for the Heartbreaker, as you say, because they know giving up Rift Herald #2 is not the end of the world for them. They just want to escape, not give up any kills back to G2. They do just that, and they continue with the turret destruction.
Yeah, mid lane now in a whole lot of trouble, down to about half health here, but Cannon also getting work done in the bottom lane. The inner turret was under fire, and now he's clearing out 2 camps at the same time.
That's efficiency right there,
it
baby.
It definitely is.
That's a jungler. That's a jungler's heart.
Oh dear. Well, he is going to reset the blue. Yeah. He's a top laner, right, Kobe? He's not dandy, you know.
What's this little red bar under them? Also, there were some enemies getting close.
Yeah,
so
that was
I think
probably the bigger problem.
I think it was just the correct call to be like, yes, I cannot overstay and greed for this blue. So it does, in fact, get the Gromp, gets the extra money there. And again, SKT not going to give any of these opportunities to G2 to make that comeback. Not going to make any of these mistakes in over-greeding for plays, even if it is just a blue buff there. So
they don't need to.
A lot of respect there from T1. And you are mentioning as well, one of the big differences so far, even at this tournament, is just the lack of mistakes from this team, not giving any openings, and so far remaining true against another one of these Pool 1 seeded teams here at MSI.
Yep. Caps has been pretty quiet this game so far, but honestly, G2, I feel like they're just waiting for their opportunity to get that 5v5 working. We haven't seen what this composition is actually capable of as yet. And 17 minutes on the clock. It's not over just yet, but of course, 5,000 gold is a meaningful lead here for T1 so far, especially with so much of that money onto Gumayushi's Tristana, who scales well, also does well in the early game, but that trough is going to be non-existent. That we sometimes like to talk about when it comes to Tristana.
This is that roadmap of the game that we kind of laid out earlier with the drafts, and G2 coming up on the point where they want that big team fight so they can get their big combo. Yes, they would have loved to get one of the earlier picks and try and make use of a skirmish Yasuo ultimate, but now is where they really try and push it ahead. If you can Rift Trail, get a tower down for yourself, you get to start to make up some of this money here. This gold difference is a lot with objective gold, and the standing gold in these towers should go a decent amount of the way for G to try and get back into it. T1 will pick up the dragon in exchange for that objective there, and of course Faker has been rotated over with the Twisted Fate, who can cover even if they try and make a counter play towards mid. So T1 continue on, 2 objectives picked up for them, and Caps about to get 2 turrets for himself. So the Yasuo does get a lot of money here. If he can get to Infinity Edge real quickly and then try and pull off a crazy Yasuo Caps play, then maybe they can have their explosive fight they want.
Well, Destiny is going to come through here, of course. It's our featured matchup. 2 turrets now under the belt of Caps, and Faker going to be ulting his way up the top lane to get to more farm. Not going to see any big plays just yet, but it will happen in this game, I assure you.
And the big macro plays, though, Atlas, okay?
Exactly right.
Whenever you got your 2-for-1 objectives,
the
or
macro
extra...
Destiny is like the most, LCK move you can make on the Twisted Fate.
An extra 30 seconds can mean the difference between life and death, Every minion wave is 30 seconds, so trying to get up there to the wave quicker so you can push, so you can get your recall off quicker, so you can rotate over. It does leave us in a scenario where T1 are leading in 2 turrets, as well as the extra dragon acquired for themselves, and most importantly, just space to work with. That's what those turrets come with. Yes, there's gold attached to those objectives, but a lot of space for them to spread the map. Because, as we've seen, they're very cautious against this G2 AoE Wombo Combo team comp. They don't want to give them one of those fights. They want to spread the map as much as possible and utilize that T1 side lane pressure to avoid G2 getting any sort of income here in the mid stages of the game. Meanwhile, there's Cap's got a couple of the parts that we're looking for there with the pickaxe and the long sword.
Not quite at the Infinity Edge yet, though, so that power spike hasn't quite been achieved. And he's been denied a few of these side lanes as well. T1 have sort of been catching Caps, trying to get to some of that side lane farm, trying to deny the Yasuo from being that threat later in the game. It hasn't worked out so far because he's ahead in farm by just a little bit against Faker, but trying to keep him down is important. Faker now possibly in trouble here as it's a decent little catch there onto Jankos, who's just trying to get forward, and Faker is going to break his stopwatch. The teleport's coming through from Zeus, and now he's trying to protect his mid laner, but the last breath comes in. The ultimate's there from Zeus as well. No one's died just yet. Faker is going to be able to take down Targamas, but then immediately 3 kills, and now Owner is trying to chase this one out. Caps is in trouble. The heartbreak comes on through, and the resets are coming in. Can he find the next one? Yes, he can. He's now the Galester, and Broken Blade's in trouble. It's a triple kill for the LCK Spring MVP for the finals, and Owner will reclaim victory for T1 in the fight.
Damn, I love watching this kid play. Owner on the top lane, absolutely owning this game hard. I love watching good resets with Viego. It's not just, ooh, I'm spamming R after each reset.
Exactly.
Did you see him when he got right back up? On Yasuo, instant win wall into the dash forward, making use of the shield bro proc. That's one of the things that's most frustrating for people is, of course, those big items procs that you get to use when you come back up too as well. But honestly, those are the big moments that they were thinking of when they designed this champion, where you really get that that overall 1v5 sort of feeling from him, and him coming up and cleaning that playoff that started out with Faker making the call early on. You can see from his movement, very early on, the comms from T1 were, hey, come to me, we're going to outplay this. Then the re-engage from G2 actually looked good. They got a big wombo set up. It barely couldn't finish the other 2 solo lanes there, as it took them a little bit of extra time to finish them off, and that allowed Owner the last second. And look at these pickups, so close to dying, but then shield bow procs, gets to use the wind wall, ults back over, flash used exceptionally well as well, and forces the flash out of Broken Blade there with the full chase. But really, really nicely done from him to save basically the play for T1 there. Then Keria going through with his wombo, and Gumayushi, no hesitation on the rocket jump forward. Does result in Flakked getting the kill, and the ultimate...
Baron!
It was the Baron with the last hit. This was off screen. I didn't get to see how it happened.
We were within a replay of a replay of a replay at that point in time, but the Baron definitely MVP in that last play. As that last team fight, 4.4k from Owner, and this is what happens. You get that first kill, and Viego can be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Owner definitely was.
But the double kill going over to Broken Blade there, we also should mention that he is ready to hand out Ornn upgrades. So level 14 here, he can now also help upgrade Caps' damage potential. And so the potential for this G2 AoE giant fight is still there. That last top fight was by such small margins. One by Owner there, one by T1. So close there to being a swipe for G2. Here's the Twisted Fate ultimate, giving them some vision, but this is where you get to use the power of your strong engage and frontline as threat for G2. T1 though, you see them trying to focus on the minion wave. They're retaining their position, so Guma can just blow up this mid wave first, while G2 try and bully their way into the mid-river and probably look towards this dragon setup, because it is number 3. It's not, Soul, but it is Soul Point if T1 sends a single person down there to pick it up.
Yeah, that's so much more map control as well, because you get to dictate when these Drakes are going to be taken. You have so much more power there. But catching G2, like tickling the Baron just a little bit there, seeing what was going on, but getting the Destiny out, definitely great news for G2. And now you can see the game plan is on. G2 grouped up as 5. And this is what we want to see. We got a bit of a taste of how it could work, but wasn't quite it. Of course, T1 want to create space for Gumayushi, as Owner does take down that Drake. Keria now trying to get some vision over. He's spotted by Jankos here, who does throw the Q through. They're looking to just blow up one target, and they'll absolutely do so. The Call of the Forge God comes down. Faker's going to get knocked up as the gold card has been locked down. He's not going to be able to go golden yet again. Zeus is immediately being exhausted. Throws down the ultimate after it wears off, though. Does he have enough damage is the question, as Gumayushi relatively untouched, but so are G2. It's so much damage from the lightning, but it's not enough. Gumayushi going in, looks for the reset, but the knockups are there, and it was a bit too far for the young AD carry.
Yeah, there's one member left alive for T1. Zeus is on the run now. Jankos wants it though.
That is a fantastic magic lightning rush, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Jankos going to grab the solo kill, theoretically, at the end there. Onto the cannon, and this is the team fight power of G2's comp.
Exactly. This is what happens when they can get their hands on you. Just one person needs to touch you with a knock-up, and then the chain comes through from G2. It's Jankos in 4 caps, and normally you're like, what? Did they just use double ultimates on a support? But getting that advantage in the player count means they get to chase down Faker as well, and all of a sudden, even though they've used so many ultimates and so many knockups, they still have more left here. So Zeus comes in with the big ultimate, but they've only got 3 players left, and G2 still, with the stopwatches, able to finish it out. You know, Zeus able to get a decent amount of AoE down there, but Kubayushi, eyes get a little big as Tristana when you see those giant, you know, reset possibilities. But again, G2 always have so many extra knockups. They have them for the counter engage there. Zeus and Guma trying to pull out some hero plays at the end, but unable to do it. And G2 now, after they've gotten a taste, they want more.
Well, Caps now just tidying up some vision here, and G2 will be feeling so much better after that. They've claimed the kill lead. 9-8 now in favor of them. Not quite the gold lead just yet, but it's only 3,000. That means basically nothing here at 26 minutes.
And after that lesson, T1, they want to go right back to the split pushing. Keep Faker getting that pressure for them on top side of the map. Goes right up to the minion wave. They've got the ultimate available. He can pop it for vision. He can also relocate once the pressure gets close to them. So extra damage here on turrets means a lot for T1. There's the ultimate. They get the spread. All safety has been acquired for them as they start up this Baron.
Yep, Destiny's going to come through, used defensively here as Faker makes his way back to the rest of his team. Zeus on the flank right now, does have Flash back available, crucially. Great battle dance there from Targamas to get him out of the way of the stun as Carrier goes in. Now it's his turn to try and find that engage. Decent knockback there onto Zeus, but he's going down low. Double kill for Jankos already in the team fight. Throws down the ulti, he's picked off Kubayushi, and team fighting this G2 is a mistake. T1 make again.
It is huge for G2. Atlas, they get just what they want. Broken Blade teleports into the middle of the river and dares T1 to engage on them. He dares them and they fall for it. G2 bring home the claps. They got the knockups right where they want them. Look at this one. Teleport right in their faces, and Carrier says, okay, fine, we'll go for the early engage. They get back to Caps, but look at Caps, there's no follow-up damage, so he sits the whole knockup just fine, untouched there. And then they're able to fire off. They barely get him low, but it doesn't matter. Targamas comes in, they shield him, they got the full pickup there. Flacket on top side was taking care of his own side of the team fight, and it's another one for G2. T1, a little bit of hubris here, I feel like. Atlas,
yeah, a little bit too much.
To opt away from your win con of being able to spread the map and being able to split and into that of G2, just what they want. It's so clear from them, straight from Champ Select. They're screaming, teamfight, please, AoE us, AoE us. And G2 are able to make it happen this time around. There was no follow-up damage to burst down Caps. I think that's the only scenario in which T1 should go for it. If they see an angle to actually burst down Caps and they can take him down, then yeah, okay, go for it. But there was no follow-up damage there. And then even Jankos and Flackid on the top side of that team fight were also doing enough damage to take down a couple T1 members. So G2 now with Baron. The thing they have to worry about now is the reset on the next Dragon, 37 seconds, but we'll take a look at the lead up to this 4T1.
Yeah, with how explosive G2's comp is as well, I just don't think that Ocean Soul is going to matter that much to G2 regardless, as they are going to be able to take their first inhibitor. It's a bat coming through from Zeus. He knows that the pressure is on. G2 will just take this one. They can rotate back and grab this Drake if they'd like to, or just look for a little bit of a reset, but the Destiny is going to come down. Zeus canceled the back, so they will be able to try and answer as far as these inhibitors are concerned, but it's just an inhibitor turret. Not going to have those super creeps making their way to the base of G2, but at least it's something here for T1, and that's going to keep the gold extremely even.
Recalls are being started for the extra members of G2 to come help with this defense, but it looks like Broken Blade's got it under control even with Faker hovering there, so it's just going to be a red buff taken away, and T1 losing a lot of that threat, of that advantage, because now with so much less area for G2 to get caught out because there are less objectives, so they have less reason to spread out, they can stay in their strong and secure setup here with multiple members and just threaten these giant chains of knockups on T1 over and over and over again. And we have the extra gold lead for T1 to really put that extra threat on their split push, and the extra inhibitor also being taken. it is now G2's command of Summoner's Rift. And you see them getting the first push on mid lane, still have a little bit of this Baron buff to work with, 10 more seconds as Broken Blade gets top wave in position.
Yep,
to try
no
and
teleport
expose another
available.
inhibitor.
Yep, but they will be able to move him through the inside track of the jungle. So G2 just playing this 4-1 quite beautifully. T1 set up as 4 now, and this is dangerous. It's more team fight territory, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, I love it when there are two teams, which so clearly from the beginning of Champ Select, we've got this roadmap of how they want to play out, and they're so different, and then we get to see the actual transition through mid-game. And the takeover. Now, guess what? We've got level 16 caps with a stopwatch. 3 item power spike Yasuo with the Infinity Edge plus the survivability of the Shield Bow and Destancier and a stopwatch usage means that they're confident to just bully right through, force on this tower.
Yeah, that is going to be the call of the Forge God. Gets a couple of knockups here as Ona does try to camouflage himself. That is just going to be guaranteeing this inner turret. No more Baron. That's going to be up again in 2 minutes' time. And G2 have complete run of the map, and now looking at the gold is completely irrelevant because if G2 can make T1 play their game, I don't think there's any way that they're going to be able to win. T1 need to try and split this map, try and catch off stragglers. Yeah. But as you can see, even with the Destiny here being used to try and see if there are any of those stragglers, it's not going to net them anything.
It's been so cool to track, you know, the rise of G2 throughout LEC playoffs and into MSI as Faker. Ooh, he's not done yet. Operation Invade Red area for very little gain.
Indeed. However, you know, he's not going to lose anything for it. He's just going to go back home. But the scouting mission definitely worked out. Owen Wilson went behind enemy lines and then managed to make it out safely. Sorry for spoiling the end of that movie.
Honestly, too, I was hoping there was going to be something done, like even a ward dropped or anything back there.
Something.
So then we could talk about later, oh, this Galaxy Brain, 3 minutes in advance, this was placed here, but no remnants. There's no evidence that actually took place. The only evidence
did he even do it? We might need a replay just to
The only
confirm.
evidence is us talking about it. You know, it's like, did that actually just happen? Well, honestly here, though, G2, again, following their ascent, there has been one thing that has remained true, and it has been the core of their team fighting. What's cool is, though, they've done it from so many different angles.
Yeah,
It hasn't been this very static team fighting that's always the same champions. You know, they've been very, very good at mixing up the different angles at which to set it up. But they have had that kind of core tenet as far as a lot of this success that they've really been able to ride. And looks like they truly want to keep this undefeated streak going for themselves. Now with Baron coming up, it's very easy for them to just group up on it. They've got so much advanced vision up through the blue jungle here of T1. And Faker, since he was not able to get a ward or anything down there through the red jungle, there's nothing for T1 as far as any extra information.
And when you're split pushing as well without vision, it becomes so difficult. You see Faker trying to get towards that top lane wave. He can't get there because G2 could have been anywhere within their jungle, and there's just not enough vision. Destiny now going to be popped yet again as now Faker over the wall looks to try and lock down Flacker, but he is going to be able to cleanse his way out of it. And now G2 reset up that phalanx to get control. Look for the wind whirl. It was so powerful last time for Caps, and it can stop Gumayusi from getting all of that damage down that he wants. Decent little stun there onto Targamas, but not going to take any meaningful damage. The Baron now once again down to very low health as they dive on in. Can they find the smite? And it's going to be taken by Caps of all people. Ona's now going to go down to his GA as T1 are looking to try and escape. Carrier breaks his stopwatch, but he will go down as well. Followed by Ona at the same time as Faker's flashing out. In goes Zeus, finds a huge ulti, but it's not going to be enough. And G2 once again wipe the floor with T1 in the 5v5.
Yeah, they wiped the floor all right. They're going to chase down every last speck of T1 here. Faker running for his life through the jungle. Targamas should be able to get him there with the blast cone.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Faker here as he does lock the gold card, but it will wear off, and G2 are just hurting him.
Oh my.
Are these velociraptors or hyenas or something like that? There are definitely packs of G2 members here as Faker looking to try and get out, but he's going to get knocked up instead. And Jankos is going to be gifted the kill there with the
My goodness, G2, another big team fight for them. I actually got scared when I saw such an early smite.
Yeah.
There was a smite around 1.8k even.
Sometimes you believe in Caps so much that you know that he's even going to be able to smite better than you without the
trust
ability
in the
to
crit
do so.
from the sword, maybe? I don't know. We'll have to take a look at the replay at how it actually went down. But it didn't even matter at the end there because the team fight wholeheartedly goes their way as well. Yeah, there's a big cannon ultimate at the end, but that's way too late to have a kind of big difference in the team fight. And it's now level 18s with Baron buff coming through here for G2. They want to finish this one up.
Yeah, they're going to take down that inhibitor one more time. Now looking to try and tidy up some minion waves, you would assume, as G2 do back away, not wanting to try and win this game, sieging against Nexus turrets without their waves in order.
They've got a lot of gold to spend.
They do have a lot of gold to spend, and also I don't think there's too much of a rush, because when you've won the last 3 team fights in a row and it hasn't been close, you're probably happy to take a 4th.
The smite was at 2k, but Owner wasn't in close enough to the Baron, it looks like. He barely got in range at the end there. I think the smite went down from him at like 1k. So there's a lot of damage there, and he got bursted down as well. Yeah, that was a funny chain of events. Him staying kind of towards the edge. Zeus goes in, but gets exhausted.
Yeah, the exhaust was fantastic this time around.
So not going to be a big effect whenever you have that. The biggest counter there.
Yeah, now Zeus potentially in trouble. Throws down the ulti here for himself. His owner's like, I'll try and help. No, I won't try and help, as he just gets himself the heck out of there, and I do not blame him. It is a very dead lightning mouse on the top side of the map, as G2 now bear on down on this inhibitor turret on the top lane.
The only
Broken Blade can tank it forever.
The only hope for a T1 is some crazy race stuff to go on. So they're actually just sending Guma to just rush here. How hard can you actually push this Tristana demolition aspect? G2 coming for the base, and they want to finish up this pressure. With 5 people, they can threaten the dive.
Yep, they certainly can, especially with Gumayushi still a little ways away. He's actually going to, yes, he does manage to complete the back, as the first Nexus turret is going to go down. Into the backline goes Carrier, but immediately he just pops like a balloon. And Broken Blade seems completely unafraid of absolutely anything. Eventually he will back away, but happy to tank for as many days as you'd like him to. T1 do deal with the minions, but G2 still want more.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it was a great opening to the game for T1, but G2 trust in their team fight all the way through, and now they're rewarded. 2 inhibitors down, huge damage done. The extra Nexus turret even taking does mean a lot, because 1 Nexus turret is pretty quick to get through when you're going for the end towards any sort of these late game scenarios for them.
Back.
2 minutes, 13 seconds left on the Dragon Soul that will arrive, and it's Dragon Soul for either side. Don't think that's going to be the biggest factor here, though, as G2 have full map control. Only have to deal with pushing mid-wave, and Super Minions will take care of the other 2 for them. And then they just group up and repeat business as usual. It looks like their exhaust is ready as well, so Targamas has exhaust for the team fight. Doesn't look like there's any extra outs for T1 in that scenario then. As long as Targamas holds his for Zeus, for Kennen, should be able to secure it.
And even then, I mean, Zeus is a 0-5 cannon right now. It's not necessarily the most powerful that we've seen cannons, especially when they're wielded by Zeus here. Zeus.
Maybe if Guma comes in on a wrecking ball there and looking for those Tristana resets, try and use it on him.
That could also be very difficult, just because I feel like Caps has had his wind walls in exactly the right positions every single fight, and you only need that duration, right? Because G2, they get that first little advantage in the fight, and then they roll over the top of you with the amount of CC that they have.
And I just want to shout out Yankos, because you know he often gets memed on the most for G2, but he does so much work for this team. And the Diana being the sole AP, if he fails, if he flops, he is one of the players on this team that cannot afford to flop, you know, as sole AP. And you can see it when he does well like this, like massive damage being dealt by him every single time.
Well, now we've got Carrier going in one more time. The Magnet Storm not necessarily the most pivotal, as the double knock-up from the Grand Entrance is fantastic from Targamas, and they tidy up both the Rel and the Twisted Fate. Yankos is going to have to flash away, though, as Gumayushi goes for a bit of an insect play, but he's now at 1 health and not able to participate in this fight. It's going to be G2 that now move towards the Nexus. This was theirs from about 20 minutes into the game. It was a matter of time, and G2 will remain undefeated in this tournament, and T1 take their first match loss this year.
G2 with the stronger undefeated streak here. My goodness, Jankos, masterful Diana performance from him. I know people also never want to like give credit to like Diana Yasuo combos because it's like 2 buttons, but there was so much else that he did that was not just combos. You see a lot in the positioning, zoning off multiple carries in the last one, chasing down extra kills. Just really nice. Again, team fighting from G2 and sticking to their win condition, which is most important, right? There are a couple of instances, even though T1 played the early game quite well, even getting bottom lane kills, getting a lot of these early towers chained for themselves. They don't stick to spreading the map as much and falling prey to some of these fights with the giant combination of knockups from G2 just when they needed them. What a great start to the Rumble stage here. We get an upset.
This is a spicy
because let's
one.
be clear, T1 considered favorites by the vast majority of analysts, of even fans as well, to take the entire tournament, and G2 come out here with a bang, taking the first game off them.
It was absolutely fantastically well played by G2. I love that they crafted this composition and then just didn't care. They straight up did not care that the early game was a 5,000 gold deficit for them. They're like, guys, we're scaling. We're scaling. And then it hit that 20-minute mark.
I think they cared a little bit. So you can see some of these chases where they're like trying to chase down one person. They're like, I just want to somebody get him with a knockup. We need to get our hands on him. But the patience on stage and the composure is something that I always come back to with players like Caps and Jankos, having teams built around them over and over. And that's where international experience, really does shine, is like you're saying, they don't get that flustered. And they stick to their game plan, and they stay true to those team fights, and then they get the win. I'm also kind of sad. Shout out to Vedius. He was supposed to be here for the TriCast, but then he tested positive for COVID. So I'll freak out for the EU fans. Whoa, G2! Vedius called it all along.
It's all right. We've got some European representation on the desk, right? But G2 continue their undefeated streak to now 21 wins in a row. And after the break, we'll hear from Caps on that victory. Stay tuned.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
analyst desk where we can see an elated in a moment, there it is. G2 as they take down T1 in the opening match of the Rumble stage. I gotta be honest though, an impressive showing from them considering everything, you know, that led up to kind of the midway point of that game. We're gonna work our way through one piece at a time, but Chronicler, I gotta come to you first as the EU rep on the desk naturally that Atlas promised us. G2 did it.
I come from the Benelux region. Great win for Europe. Absolutely wonderfully done. No, I'm in much pain. But it was a really good game to start off the Rumble stage, as much as obviously, again, it hurts me on a personal level. It had everything from start to finish that you want in an opening game for Rumble.
Yeah, I was going to say, as someone who's just cheering for, like, good games, you know, the only team I'm a fan of is KT Rolster. They're obviously not here. One thing I want to give a shout out. So starting off with this draft, one thing that's been consistent about G2 that I've really liked, and Kobe mentioned it on broadcast, is especially taking into consideration the inflated ping. G2 have done a phenomenal job of creating team compositions. They're very easy to execute regardless, as long as they're on the same page. And I think it was a strength of theirs even in the group where they kind of like, you know, smashed through that group. And it's a strength of theirs here in this draft, even though it is very risky.
Yes.
T1 did attack it early. Obviously, the massive 5v5 team fight coming out of this composition and how easy it is to execute with the Diana Yasuo Ornn is just amazing.
I 1000% agree with you on the G2 point, the way they've drafted towards their team and the style and the strategy that they want to play. But I will say, to do this against the T1 comp as it was drafted, that's where I had some questions. I think actually, Chronicler, you shared in those. As we watched this draft play out, we felt it was almost doomed for G2, at least very risky and greedy, to go for this kind of thing against what we know T1 can get done early.
It really depends on how you view draft philosophy, because I think you can argue that the G2 draft, knowing how much of a quality team G2 is, was always going to be favored. I thought that it was a really big risk, and we actually saw that. Like, that's the cool part. But in the end, Dylan Falco made an amazing call because the risk actually did pay off. Yes, they fell behind, but you even mentioned during the game, like, that 5K gold lead, it's there, but it's not getting bigger.
True. Let's get into it, right? Right out the gate, T1 was able to find advantages early. We're going to call in a question, perhaps taking this 2v2 to begin with, but a couple early kills not to be overshadowed by the work they did in pushing that bot lane turret down and finding early gold onto Gumayusi.
Yeah, and what's really important to me here is the follow-up, because we talked about how Jankos ends up finding those timers. He actually goes for the double crab. So what does Owner do? He immediately goes bot. They end up pushing this bot lane completely off the wave. It looked really, really strong for Kuma and Keria early, and this was just a great response and a good illustration of how T1 do take these early cross-map advantages.
That's experience lost. That's gold lost on the side of G2. That's gold gained with the turret plate taken by T1, and is the beginnings of that 5K gold lead that we saw built super early on.
And honestly, T1 had the type of game code where you can't make mistakes. And they did. We saw a lot of the errors that they had, Guma in particular not having the greatest showing, Zeus both in terms of build and due to really good vision control and exhaust usage from Targamas, actually being able to keep him down.
You can see on the screen behind us, the gold leads across every single lane, including the junglers. 2K in that bot lane in 14 minutes. But back to the point you made earlier, Chronicler, it didn't really grow from that point onward. And that's what you would have looked for T1 to do, as they at times looked a little out of sorts. We'll dive into that in just a moment, because there was one really special play that I did want to hit, and while it did not net them the victory, Owner definitely made every second count, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he gets an incredible triple kill on Viego after getting reset after reset after reset up there in the top lane.
And even with how good this play is, I'd say this is where it starts turning. Like, that's the kind of the tragedy for T1. As nicely done as this is by Owner, T1 willingly opts into a very clumped up team fight into a Diana Yasuo comp, thinking that the cannon by itself is going to be enough. And if Owner had not made this play, I think the game would have been over. Like
Right
5
then,
minutes.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that would have been it. Yeah, because thanks to this, they maintain the lead. But what this does do is it buys G2 time. And with the comp that they had, G2 knew if we just hold on, at some point, we can just group as 5. And they never did, because Faker threw like 15 Destinies trying to like find anyone.
Right.
And G2 did left no openings.
Well, it was a 5K gold lead at 15 minutes. It was still a 5K gold lead at 25 minutes. And when you take those compositions back into account, Emily, that's where you start to look more and more in favor of G2. G2 did a masterful job, I think, at finding the right moments to look for those team fights and execute on that composition.
Yeah.
That, given the right situation, as you mentioned, isn't that difficult to pilot.
And this is where Kobe called out Jankos on cast, and I also want to highlight him as well in some of these fights, is because like this Diana Yasuo comp really relies on him executing in team fights. And when I talked about how I thought G2 would be able to beat T1, right? It was through like Jankos recognizing when the timers they want to go for are, going for plays like, I mean, we saw the double scuttle that they then T1 then responded to really well. But like, it was not like this. I did not expect G2 to win like this through insane 5v5 team fighting and really, really smart engages with this team comp. I hope this will get people to stop saying the easy to execute team compositions are like bad or automatically means you don't have hands, because it's not true, people. And this G2 team like is really great at showcasing how you can take a composition like this and fight really, really well as 5.
I feel like Emily's just making the case for Malphite to show
I'm
up.
just mad. I'm just mad.
I love Malphite.
I love Malphite too.
Malphite to me, honestly.
Writing off like easy team compositions, like as bad, or meaning that you like don't have hands, because it's just not true.
No, 1,000%. That was just 2 of the team fights, and the first 2 that G2 was able to take, and it would pretty much only get easier for them at that point. I guess my final question to you, Chronicler, is within that, do you feel like it was G2 creating and finding the right moments, or T1 putting themselves in positions to be taken advantage of by a competent G2?
That's a really hard question, because you're always going to, I think, argue both ways. To me, the T1 comp showed what it could do, but G2 clearly show, again, I think once their mid-game came around, you saw how ready they were for this comp. No one ever struggled. No one ever went away, and they should play the comp the way that they did.
Well, and then I think if you're looking at T1, you're like, okay, maybe they should have continued to spread, right? Like maybe they should have like some build things aside that we could talk about. Like they should have continued to split pressure. I still think T1 of teams at this tournament is probably the best at still playing around like Fog, especially with poke compositions or with some sort of pick like they have in this team comp. So that's something to look forward for in the future. Like when they're in a situation like this again, if it happens, like go for more like spreading on the map and not opting into a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, they got one more match against G2 in the group stage. We'll see if they decide to replay the strategies or maybe match a little bit more. Either way, T1 is the first of our undefeated teams to fall, and they fall at the hands of G2. It's a big comeback victory for them, and we've got more on that with Lore standing by with Caps in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Dash. G2 stay undefeated here in Busan in the Rumble stage, and Caps, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down T1. That was an amazing game. Difficult one for sure, maybe. I want to wall back a bit and talk about the composition you chose. Very team fight oriented. A lot of knockups with you as the main character being set up. Talk me through your choices here and why you thought it was the play against T1.
So we kind of hit them with the EU meta. A lot of the picks that they probably didn't see that much in Korea. They like a lot of the stronger lanes, and they like a lot of the like split pushing, and they have the TF and stuff like that. But we just kind of went full on 5v5 brawl, and a lot of the picks were very common in EU, but not so common in Korea. So kind of catching them off guard.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you had to find the right opportunities to do so, especially given how things went in the early game. Thinking about the bot lane here for sure. T1 was gaining a lead, not through kills, but more map pressure. How hard was it for you guys to find the right opportunities to take that down and fight?
I mean, the thing is, early game was for sure hard for us. I think, as I mentioned, they like picking like the strong lanes, and they had a lot of like tools to just get ahead through either getting towers. I guess was a lot in the early game and a lot of plates. But we knew as long as we could stabilize the game somewhat and we were not falling too far behind, we would be pretty good in the 5v5. And eventually they would have to 5v5 us. And all it took was just like one good fight, and we were kind of back in the game. Thank you, right, of course, for the what is it called, the bounties, right? And as always, we are just like trying to stay calm and stay collected.
Yeah, calm, collected. I mean, it played well for you here,
Thank you.
Cavs. Well, I think one of the most anticipated matchup here was you versus Faker. You are now 9-3 against him. How was it facing him again?
I mean, it feels good. It's a lot of years since we played. Obviously, we didn't do as well last year, but going up against him now, I mean, I think it's just amazing to see him do so well even now. Obviously, he was like a big inspiration. That's why I want to become good at League, because I saw him in like Season 3 Worlds and winning the trophy. And playing against him now, 9 years later, is kind of crazy. And I'm just happy that we got the first game against him, and hopefully we can keep it up.
A couple words on being still undefeated since the LEC playoffs. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels weird because it doesn't really feel like we're undefeated, just because we play so many scrims and so many solo queue, and we lose a bunch of those, right? So it feels weird to say that we're undefeated, and I'm sure as well that we're not going to stay undefeated this MSI, but we'll look to get the trophy back nonetheless.
It's nice. Scrims, keeping you guys grounded. Well, for now, Caps, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the
for having
interview.
me.
Congrats again on taking down T1. MSI Rumble stage is on here in Busan, and back to you guys in Berlin.
Perfect.
And
Thank
welcome
you.
back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen.
I love that strat, by the way. Just get all your losses out in solo queue and scrims.
Yeah, that's what you do. You just that's where all of the losing comes in, and then that was actually the Chinese strategy, because a lot of LPL teams just lost scrims all the time and then dominated. And so now with
that's
RNG
how he deals.
coming in,
That's
we get
how
to
he.
see what
That's
they're
how
doing.
he deals with craps and claps. He's like, it's gonna be a craps game. Scrim real quick and get all of those out of the way.
Yeah.
Only claps on stage. Love it.
They were obviously scrimming a bit this morning, because that was an absolutely amazing game by G2. But now we have EG taking on RNG, an undefeated team, our last remaining undefeated team against some North American pride. How are you feeling, Kobe?
So last time RNG was an undefeated team at an MSI 2015, playing against the North American team CLG. They actually beat the undefeated RNG. So it has happened.
Whoa.
I don't think it's likely that it's going to happen, but it is going to be hype here. I'm super excited to see, especially with Gala being the pentakill champion of MSI, going against Danny, who
getting
is
that pentakill nullified and then doing it again. That was my absolute favorite.
Yeah,
part.
exactly. He got the award for first pentakill at MSI. They took it away for him, so he had to redo it.
Yeah, he did. He did. We'll see whether he's going to be able to get another one, because theoretically this is another stage, so we get a bit of a reset on that one.
I like it. You're allocated one pentakill per stage.
One pentakill per stage, Gala, and now you have access to another one if you would like it. The Callista is going to be banned away from him, though, and has been rising in priority. I think the first time we saw it in the group stage, it looked very good, and being able to play to more of these more skirmish-style fights, giving another use of engage to your support is definitely fantastic. And if that support is Ming, that's a really good idea. Ming has been absolutely incredible this tournament, and honestly, for like, what, the last 6 years or something like that? The man is just amazing.
One of the best in the world to play the position. We continue it with some solo lane bans here. These G bans are pretty targeted and actually spicy from the blue side, banning away the Jax.
I'm seeing a Gwen first pick in the future. I don't know why.
I just wanted to highlight Bin, though, because this man plays so aggressively on top side and does not hesitate to use counter picks like Jax. So I think this is an intelligent ban here against RNG specifically and LPL top laners. So there's your Gwen that you wanted. This champion, by the way, is literally the most picked champion of MSI so far.
13-4 as well. So he does a fair bit of winning. Also is, in a couple of instances, a flex pick. Of course, Caps and Xiaohu both playing that one in the mid lane. So Impact is going to lock that one down. I expect it to go into his hands, but we'll see exactly what AG have in mind. As the Ezreal, certainly a favorite for both of these AD carries in Danny and Gala, and that's going to be locked away here.
When you're always looking at the analysts, whenever there's a champion that is both the most picked as well as one of the highest win rates, you're like, so, you think that should be a pretty high priority, do you?
And then you see the Jax ban on blue side, and you're like,
interesting.
I'm sensing something here, but that is going to be a Twisted Fate hovered here at the moment for Xiaohu, giving him more power to get around the map. Certainly sounds like a good idea if you're an RNG fan, but there are some options still available. Of course, Diana Yasuo comes to mind, but Silas is still up and available for JoJo to play as well.
And I do love this for RNG to pick Gala the Ezreal, both because I I think Ezreal right now should be super highly prioritized. Incredibly powerful right now. Doesn't even have to build a Mythic. But it also allows the Twisted Fate to, again, focus on Bin. And RNG at MSI is one of the unique teams
they are doing
that really focuses on the top side of the map, on top lane. Ming goes up there more than any other support. Also, Wei goes up there a significant amount. And again, we get another round of the bounce house as you were hoping for. The Diana Yasuo is locked in for Inspired and JoJo as well. I mean, anytime you see the Twisted Fate, you're not going to be too surprised because that's the combo where Yasuo is both a good lane matchup versus Twisted Fate. Windwall so effective, but also you love having those synergies to combine for the later team fights.
I do like the fact that RNG have True Shot Barrage. You can often bait out a wind wall with things like True Shot Barrage. So
is it bait if like that's super effective? Because True Shot Barrage does so much damage with the build style with Murmur.
It's either you put your wind wall on cooldown or you take most of your health bar in damage.
You're like,
this is not a great trade-off.
Is it baited out or is that actually just forced out?
Yeah, I don't know. But it's also on an extraordinarily low cooldown, so it's a bit silly. That is going to be Gangplank locked in though for Bin, certainly a favorite of his, and doesn't care about wind wall because it comes from the sky, the cannon barrage, you know?
Bin and Gangplank. A tale as old as MSI itself, with the giant barrel explosions of death, the literal one-shots from this man. I am definitely excited with the state that Gangplank's in right now too.
Yeah,
it's pretty rare to get your hands on it. So,
and this is like the beginnings of an inflation draft as well, right? Because you're making so much extra money. You're shooting people with the Gangplank and getting all the money from the TF.
It's both accurate and applicable to the current economic.
I didn't really want to talk about the current economic situation that's going on right now, but it worked out.
You're a well-traveled, worldly man, you know, Atlas.
That is
bringing current economics into it, as well as gold-generating passives of Twisted Fate and Gangplank.
There we go. I like to make sure that we keep it topical here on the MSI desk, Kobe, as you know.
Truly. The Xin locked in here for a bit of immunity on their side as well. You know, usually Xin and Gwen highlighted as some of the most frustrating abilities for team fighting in the game. But
yeah, there's a fair bit of immunity that goes on there, isn't there?
There is. But with a red smite, Xin does have good, 1v1s versus Diana. And if the Diana is, 1v1ing you, then you can try and take some focus off of those big team fight ultimates. Maybe you can force out cooldowns from her early so they can't sync them up as well.
Yep, Crescent Guard is also the anti-Moonfall as well, because if you get ulted by the Diana, then you get to move everyone out again, theoretically, and split up that fight. The Braum going to come through as well here from Ming. Some more defensive capability, and if you don't have a wind wall, get the Unbreakable. You know, it's the battle of the walls, and I kind of like the idea.
The battle of the walls. Which one will hold the door stronger? Usually that's Braum. Braum also, because you're seeing so much hard engage, is the no-brainer, hard engage counter champion.
Yeah.
He's so much about countering. The ultimate from Braum is a very good answer into Diana, Yasuo, Leona ultimates coming your way. As long as you can get those off and you get the Unbreakable up early. So pop Unbreakable, then pop your ultimate as they come in, and you can try and break up those melee heavy big engages. Melee heavy, by the way, is becoming a big trend because there are so many melee carries that are super strong. So stuff that does well into that, I feel like we'll start to see a lot more of. Galio's already popular. Swain could come into the mix, but
ooh, I'm excited about that.
Do love the Braum pickup. Yeah, the Swain one I've been really waiting for, especially since the changes.
We'll see whether it does happen at some point.
12-8, so.
Yeah, not quite there, but there will be time. League of Legends will happen again next season, Kobe, I assure you. But those are your compositions. And the Leona coming through here as well for EG, plus the Jhin means that they can stand so far back and start off these fights. And I think that is going to be very, very useful because you can fish for your engages with Solar Flare and things like that. And of course, Flash Zenith Blade if you don't necessarily have it available. But they can look for all of their opportunities, look to try and get in, and then layer that Diana Yasuo over the top. And I think this one could be absolutely terrifying for RNG if they are unable to make some advantages earlier on. And hopefully that money printer that they have going on is going to work for them in those early stages.
Yeah, I would postulate that RNG will make early advantages early on.
I think they might. Yeah, they've been pretty good at doing stuff early in the game thus far.
Especially because you pointed out, not only does the Twisted Fate plus Gangplank combo both earn extra gold, but both having those global ultimates really lends themselves towards making plays off of jungle or off of bottom lane. And if you start to get those players off the ground, you know, Wei has been a bit of an up and down jungler, but when he's performing, and like not on Volley Bear, absolutely stomps, right? So get Wei some more backup so he can play super aggressive. You have a Twisted Fate and a Gangplank ultimate on your back. As a jungler, you start to feel the rage take over, and you start invading a whole bunch. You take all these fights because you know that you can force, and your team will have your back no matter where on the map you are. So it really lends itself towards some of those junglers that are really aggressive, invade heavy, and takes away some of the drawbacks where, you know, normally sometimes you'd go for an ill-fated invade. Oh, maybe your waves aren't currently in the perfect spot, but because you've got globals to cover you, it's actually a good play.
Yeah, it's the protect Wei from himself style of play.
Just
and
strap some extra power on his back, get some ultimates behind him, a little cannon barrage action.
Yeah, that's why you see Xiaohu playing the Galio so often, because it is definitely the ability to get in there and protect their jungler. But I also think that what RNG have done as far as their composition gives them inherent strength in the early stages of the game as well. And we had a brief pause, but we did make it back, unable to get some real podcasting time down, but maybe we'll have.
But we've had so much coffee to wake up this morning.
I had only one cup, and that is not very much.
Wait a second, you're Australian. You're supposed to have triple that. Okay,
exactly.
So for the reference, though, I would like to inform everyone listening that his 1 cup, he had to ask special for 3 shots.
No, I was offered 3 shots because it was a larger flat white.
But the barista did a double eyebrow raise as he took your order. Was like,
that's how I know I got my order right. Yeah. If the barista doesn't do that with his eyebrows, I'm like, oh, did I get it wrong? Did I mess this up? I'm a bit confused. So thankfully we got the eyebrow raise.
Well,
and now
congratulations
we have all the
on your caffeine intake.
Thank you very much, Kobe.
And let's take a look at the defensive opening from RNG with the ward here on Raptors. But again, you know, EG probably should not be doing too much crazy stuff early on. Just a ward of their own from Impact here. You always like to see this versus some of the more early game junglers who Raptor ward alerts you to where they're going to go after red buff or transition to the other side of the map. Gwen early on, not the strongest of laners, so Gangplank almost always will have priority there. Gangplank is turbo strong right now, able to make use of Trial by Fire early on. That passive
is just broken.
It's so broken.
I don't know how it's still in the game. Do you know what it reminds me of?
You know why
Red
it's still in the
Pot
game?
Start Udyr with the double proc of Tiger Stance. That's what it reminds me.
You know why it's still in the game? Because most people don't utilize it. I think that's the only reason.
We got another fight towards this bottom side. Danny potentially going to get stunned up here, but Gala not able to weave through the auto attack in time. Vulcan takes a fair bit of damage, and RNG walk away with a health lead, but it's not going to be the kills that we saw at this time in our last game.
Yeah, I do really like that trade for them, though. You know, getting it started early. As we mentioned, you've got double globals, and bottom lane is the hot spot for using those globals. So if they can make some early trades, get some health leads, and honestly, EG's bottom lane has been prone to dying a lot early on in the game. So every team in the tournament probably looking at bottom lane for EG as the area that they want to make plays on and try and get those kills early on. And it just so happens RNG well positioned with both solo laners being able to help out later if bottom lane here for RNG opens up their own opportunities.
Yeah, not so fast, Danny, but he is going to avoid the Winter's Bite this time around. Way here towards the top side, likely to walk over a ward. So we do get that vision toggle, very, very nice, and Wei is going to be spotted. Tidies it up pretty quickly, but Impact will get all of that information.
Diana's coming.
Yeah,
interesting.
Inspired's making his way in.
Yeah, he's looking to fight it and counter it rather than just finish up on the full clear Krugs. Oh man, that's some good wasted time.
Yeah.
And by good, I mean good for RNG as far as the time that he is not clearing any camps there for Inspired. He transitions up towards the top side, then kind of hovers around mid.
Yeah, and you can see that the chickens are being taken by the bottom lane of RNG as well. Sorry, not the chickens, the crab. Collected, so it's double
It's also an
scuttle
animal.
Stun. That is true.
So I'm right there with you.
Thanks, man.
Solidarity.
Every jungle camp becomes a chicken
of the
in my
river.
brain.
We'll call it chicken of the river.
Do you know what? It's your fault because you ate that boiled egg this morning, so I had chickens on the brain.
I've been told that tuna are the chicken of the sea. I have been given no explanation as to why that is, but I'm willing to run with it and say that scuttle crab is now chicken of the river.
Okay, fantastic. I haven't heard that one either, and I don't necessarily think that chickens and tuna have that much in common, personally, but that's fine. If someone could let us know on Twitter or something like that, that would be absolutely fantastic.
And where does that come from? It doesn't matter because it results in RNG getting double scuttle crabs for themselves, and then Wei is able to transition over and finish up his Krugs on his side anyway, so inspired because of the kind of hovering around mid and possible transition there.
Block there from Vulcan to allow Danny to go home, and he isn't going to be punished for it. I thought it was a little bit scary for a moment, but Gala decides that the minions are more tasty.
I love those types of plays, though, from the support willing to take a bit of damage, put himself in a little bit of danger. You get to live a little, some excitement, some adrenaline does pump there as you get slowed, but
and you're like, I'm so valuable!
Allowing your AD carry to get back, to get the purchase, and Danny, I do think Boots of Swiftness is pretty important for him to have more mobility and be able to deal with some of the slow if a Braum Q does land, because his cleanse is probably going to get a lot of work this game. Twisted Fate coming from mid lane pretty soon.
Not to mention Cannon Barrage as well in the later stages of the game. I think Danny's going to be in a much better standing with these Swiftness boots.
Even before the Twisted Fate level 6, they're going to make a regular rotation.
Yeah, Xiaohu and Wei on their way in. 4 members of RNG. They've only got 1 minion, though, and Vulcan's just going to throw up a thumbs up there, thanks to Rammus, and EG are going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, you can actually see the communication in action. As soon as Xiaohu left mid lane, JoJo's calling, hey, they're coming down, and Danny moved up on the minion wave. He took a little bit of extra damage for the trade, but then he got his grenade off on the entire back line and clears out the minion wave. So good communication by EG and movement and focus on the minion wave there from Danny to be able to get it down in time to avoid an early death, because that has been probably one of the biggest points for EG that they've been looking to improve on. Even in the LCS, it was a problem for them of dying early on in the bottom lane, so they do avoid disaster number 1. Now Twisted Fate Ultimate will be available for Xiaohu though, and this is where I always love to highlight warding as the opponent of Twisted Fate around mid lane, so you can see which side they're going for.
Well, Cannon Barrage comes on in here as Impact throws down some needlework, looks to try and lock down Xiaohu, takes a lot of turret shots. Bin's going to go down though. First blood goes to the gangplank, but it's answered immediately by the EG top laner.
Yeah, pretty good answer there from Impact, being able to get one back with multiple members coming on the gank, and it actually will result in EG having a bit of a power play now to get some vision back for themselves, with Xiaohu having to recall and Bin going down. They don't actually get they don't have any wards to lay down with their timing. So sometimes you're afforded an opportunity, and you're like, okay, we've got extra players, we can move into their jungle, but you don't have trinket wards this early on. So W was already used by Impact in the trade. That's why they went for this. And Impact still being able to get out flash from Xiaohu and getting the counter kill. Yes, he loses quite a bit of minions at the tower, but honestly, very good play as a weak side there from Impact as Gwen. Gwen getting some money early on is definitely quite nice for him, because he had been losing out a bit on CS. A big part of that difference is the big minion wave that just now died at the tower, but did get the kill money back. So now only being under 202 GP this early on with the extra gold generation of both GP and Twisted Fate, not too shabby.
No, definitely, absolutely fine. I've been very impressed by how Impact has been playing this whole tournament long. That is continuing here in this game so far. I did want to mention just the fact that I think that the Jhin pick is absolutely fantastic. There are other teams in the LCK that I've seen in the past that have had weaker bottom lanes, and they rely on Jhin. There is a certain skin in the game, I believe, for one of them. And they made the weak side Jhin work very, very well, and EG are emulating that quite nicely with, avoiding that dive early on. Didn't necessarily work as well on the top side of the map, but you saw the bottom lane doing its job very effectively.
It is resulting in that expected early lead for RNG that we were looking at, though, as big CS leads for both top lane and bottom lane for RNG. So Bin and Gala in pretty good spots there. Of course, JoJo is on the Yasuo, the one counter pick that EG have into the lane matchup there. Very good into Twisted Fate for the lane, so he's farming quite nicely for themselves. And Danny now getting opportunity to at least get some plate money for himself to get back up in trade for the Rift Herald. So again, it's kind of similar to last game where the price tag on going for the Rift Herald is set at 1 turret plate and a minion wave pushed up by the enemy AD carry.
Yep.
And that is an acceptable price.
Yep, you take that. If it's 2 plates, then pretty much you get absolutely nothing.
You start to feel a little bad about your attempt there for the objective, but here are where we start to see the extra moves towards mid to try and play off of Yasuo ultimate. Vulcan is sitting on a ward, unfortunately for him and EG.
Yep, but Inspired's still going to be able to steal away some chickens, so that is still EG trading up here in this moment, even though Vulcan's looking a little bit silly, spending a whole bunch of time on that ward. Xiaohu's going to move on over and look to pick up a blue buff as EG push up and try and grab a little bit of damage onto this outer turret. Gala doing the same thing here on the bottom side though, and he will claim a couple of plates, or at least the second one down here. Last one falling down a little bit earlier. But RNG, game plan certainly working for now.
Yes.
As Jojo Pyun is able to pick up that first plate in mid.
It certainly is, and I'm getting pretty scared for the next play, because the next play is going to be a huge advantage for RNG. They've got Gangplank and Twisted Fate Ultimate ready to go.
Yep.
And I start to get very scared in games when Ezreal gets early money, because Ezreal is one of the champions that even off of early items can have a very big influence. We mentioned the double globals of the solo lanes, but you can even start to think of the ultimates from Gala as turning some of those topside skirmishes or other plays up there as well.
There's a trial by fire and a barrel on top of impact. He just takes a bunch of his health bar and damage, but he will be all right.
Yep. Dragon number 1 finally picked up here 10 minutes into the game. Not a super early dragon for stacking for RNG, but an uncontested one.
There is the opportunity for the first Cloud Soul of the Rumble stage, which I am extraordinarily happy about. Next one will be that Infernal, hoping that we don't get the Mountain or the Hextech Drake.
So are you being facetious right now, or do you actually like the Cloud Circles of speed?
Okay. Yeah, I love the extra runny.
That's what I was going to say. I actually love what it does to the Rift. The extra speed, just the circles around the buffs.
And it feels like everyone can run towards fights more easily as well, which I like a lot. As that is going to be the tower falling down on the bottom side of the map. RNG giving money to Gala.
Yeah.
It is something that they have been doing for a very long time and continues to give them more dividends. They don't need more because, of course, economic references are a thing that are very easy to make if RNG's comp.
Yeah, very nicely woven in here. Honestly, I'm still stuck, though, on
Do we call EG the Federal Reserve now? Like, they need to hike the interest rates in the mid-game?
Pump it up. Get out of the housing market now. The interest rates are going up.
The bubble's going to pop.
Take out your loan.
Where's Zoe when we need her?
The Cloud Souls, though, I'm just still stuck on this because I actually love the movement speed circle so much. As a jungler, especially a farm jungler like Diana, it helps you farm faster by running between camps faster. So, little edge there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely good. I was talking to Nemesis about it, and he actually doesn't think that Cloud Soul is that bad at all. There's still a lot of people that don't really rate it too highly, but it was actually Azale that I was talking to last year, and he was like, it's awesome. No, exactly. And I think that Ocean Soul is probably the least impactful at this point in time, as Inspired looks for the cube, it doesn't quite find it. Solar Flare comes in, gets a little bit of a slow onto Gala. It's a fantastic ulti to come through from Ming, but can he keep himself alive? The Unbreakable is so powerful, but the curtains have been called. Ming has to flash. Impact staying in the fight for so long as the last breath comes down. Gala is burning and eventually gets stabbed, but it's a 1-for-1 at this point in the fight. Jojo Pyun, can he get the kill? No, as Xiaohu's going to be able to walk it off, and it's a double for the Xin Zhao.
That is so big for RNG because they also pushed bottom lane the whole time this is happening.
Man.
They won both sides of the map, Atlas. What a massive, massive win for RNG right there. Bin takes the whole bottom turret, and they win the team fight on the top side, even with the Diana Yasuo combo finding multiple members there. Because the fight started out so early onto Impact, they waited out the Gwen W and then forced Impact out of the fight. So much damage dealt to him. So EG, by the time they got their Diana Yasuo combo off, no other member of the team really able to add damage.
Yeah.
And so there wasn't that extra real threat that you're used to with Diana Yasuo combos on multiple members. There wasn't the extra damage, and RNG win both sides of the map in one play there. Bin now got a bunch of money. Top side was able to get a bunch of money and territory for themselves as well. But here it is. Harkin shift avoids the ultimate initially, then Vulcan's kind of forced out with the early focus there. This is the W from Impact. He also absorbs the exhaust, but it's only one of the exhausts. the second exhaust used on Diana, and so they barely get one kill for EG here on the Gala. Meanwhile, it costs them everything. Jojo goes down, Diana as well. Impact forced out of the fight super low, and that was 5 members of EG, only 4 of RNG, so Bin gets paid, and he's got a Trinity Force, double Trinity Force power spike here for RNG with Ezreal and the Gangplank.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for RNG. I loved their spacing in that last fight. You saw EG were desperate to try and get them stacked up, but Wei wasn't hit by the Moonfall. He was able to do free damage throughout it, and it was just navigated so expertly from RNG on the top side.
And even just the forethought from Xiaohu with the double exhaust for a team fight.
Yeah.
Like, double exhaust for an all-in team is so critical there. Ming with the defensive ultimate coming out early. A lot of time bought by the RNG 4-person squad.
Well, now a Destiny has been popped. Xiaohu just using it to get as much information as they can. Hasn't pressed the gate just yet, but isn't really going to worry about starting off too many fights. Just a bit of a ARAM in this mid lane.
Yeah.
MSI RAM. I don't know. We usually call it a K RAM.
Yeah, I mean
in the LCK, but it's not Korea. I guess they are in Korea, so maybe we can still call it a K RAM. I don't know.
I love following Atlas thoughts here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What the heck?
I love following your arrows, Kobe.
Funny that it happened actually at the right time.
Yeah, it was beautifully done. You could have just said that you meant it. It would have been even better.
They have the setup here down by where I rest my hands usually for NA. So LEC setup.
I think you should have just played it off as being exactly what you wanted.
That was me following your thoughts, actually.
Yeah. No, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You're indicating something about what was happening in Impact's player cam at that point in time. As the Drake is going to be taken here second for RNG, and it's not a Cloud Soul, so I'm quite upset.
That's just the Omega sponsor call out.
Yeah, there we go.
Ad over and over.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, so RNG continue their stacking. Double Dragons on top of what they just got. So this game, the first opening, 10 minutes are like, okay, this is according to the blueprint of the Champ Selects, where you're like, okay, early lead should go to RNG. But then that last fight, that has nothing to do with the blueprint, right? That is exceeding your expectations as far as the early leads that RNG should have. Now with double Dragons plus a 5,000 gold lead at 16 minutes into the game, EG, they have to be so calculated at the next AoE fight that they want, because they still want another big AoE fight, kind of similar to G2 in the last game, where EG are scaling and do want to focus on those 5-on-5s. But Xiaohu, with the spellbook over to the extra exhaust, I really feel like that was just so big in winning them the game. The fact that they had, or that particular team fight, the fact that they had the second exhaust waiting for Diana, once Diana came in for that combo, you saw how low Gala got. With no exhaust there, he would have been instantly popped, and then
yeah, things could have been much better.
Maybe looks a bit better, but looking for those timings where Ming's exhaust is back up now, and that is definitely one of the biggest pieces of utility that they had. But also you look at Xiaohu on Twisted Fate as pick opportunity with Everfrost, Flash, and Stopwatch ready for him. You can go for the super aggressive ones.
Yeah, and he's all set up for all of that utility as well with the rapid fire cannon already completed. Xiaohu is able to get those longer range gold cards to lock anyone down that he wants to. But slight stall in how this game is moving forward, and it's about 5,000 gold. That happened in the last game, and it was a Diana Yasuo comp versus a Twisted Fate comp. I'm seeing a little bit of similarity here.
Yeah, I feel like, because I don't remember the exact timestamp, it was a bit later into the game to get to this point, and you can also see it in the indication of these comeback mechanics of objective bounties. This game is a bigger lead, a significantly bigger lead, as calculated by the game itself, with objective bounties showing up. Last game, objective bounties not showing up means not as far behind, with the extra dragons lending to that as well, because it does mean RNG have that threat constantly building. So EG have to dig themselves out of a bigger hole. They also do not have as crazy engaged, since they've got with the Gwen higher carry potential than Ornn, obviously, but not as big Ornn upgrade or AoE.
Yeah, they're not as all-in on the team fight, right? As Inspired going to try and get out of there. He's going to flash to get himself out of this one, as Jojo Pin also seen by the Destiny, but not actually able to get in there. Decent solo player is going to come through, looking to try and lock down Xiaohu, but he goes golden to keep himself alive. The curtain call comes in, but it just doesn't look like it's doing enough. Wei eventually goes down, as now Gala is free hitting in the back of this fight. Impact is getting flashed on by Bin, as the E will connect. Impact still looking to try and get out of there. Vulcan's very dead. but I don't think RNG can get too much more in this fight. A 2 for 3 in favor of RNG.
Yeah, Impact going to run out to the top side. RNG getting a bunch of kills here, but not really going to be able to capitalize on the extra map presence. Jin just going to push mid for EG here. Meanwhile, we get the recall off there for Impact. Okay, Bin will be able to, especially with Demolish, probably finish off the outer tower. So RNG,
and all of the items that he has.
Yes, very big early lead for him. In addition to the extra kill, they also will get the objective of the top tower. So big opportunity here for RNG to now do a follow-up play, because they will have a big spread map. And here, nice catch onto Inspired, and getting so much out of him early. What they wanted here for EG, they're talking about out of knockup here. They want to get a combo off. They barely are able to get the Yasuo ult onto Xiaohu, but he just flashes out to the top side. And then Jin plus Impact get 2 back for themselves, but it's not going to be a one fight. With the lead that RNG got off of picking on Diana early and getting so much health off Diana, means that they get to take away the big threat there from EG.
Impact's going to get slowed. He does manage to get some bounty gold here, as the Rift Herald does manage to take down the turret, but now Impact is in so much trouble. Gwen still likely to take damage, standing inside that circle. Of course, Chronicle calling us out because everyone says that Gwen is immune, so we're going to do our very best not to say that.
Well, she was not immune there because they're inside.
Exactly, so I was saved. I was saved,
have to bring it up.
But if it does happen again, we'll do our very best not to say it. Sorry, Chronicler.
Oh my goodness. RNG doing such a good job snowballing here though, because remember during the replay we're like, okay, that was a pretty good win for RNG. They get an extra kill and they get an objective. But what about the next play? You know, and it's again, right as we get back out, it's a pick before Dragon. So Dragon number 3 picked up lickety split here.
Very, very
This is saying I have never used before, but I wanted to get in. I thought about it for a second.
Is a great one. What's that from? It was from a very old book from Lickety Split. It's a gingerbread man?
Watch it. Has like some really like dark connotations.
Yeah, probably.
People
it is like an old nursery rhyme.
Like, hey, that actually has.
Kobe, that was very inappropriate. Please don't say lickety split, even though it is a colloquialism.
But it sounds like some
fast.
weird like candy cane saying or something. Like that's some children's game or something. I don't know.
I mean, it is a gingerbread man saying, so
yeah,
theoretically you are correct. We don't need to talk about it too much more, though, because as you were talking about, RNG managed to extend that lead a little bit further. They've also grabbed sole possession of Soul Point. No dragons taken for EG, so if you're comparing it to the snowball that T1 were trying to do at this stage in the last game, this one's looking a little bit more dire.
A lot
for
better,
the,
yeah.
Diana Yasuo
a lot
composition.
better for RNG here. Obviously, Bin is one of the Super Fed members. Let's see how he fares in a 1v3.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage comes in. That Solar Flare went very, very wide as the Needlework's coming through. Bin trying to survive, and he isn't going to be able to. Impact survives with a sliver of health, so it's a successful dive towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, calculated, not even close. Honestly, that's very big for EG, though, because they need to get any sort of income like that to make a comeback. And because there are objective bounties, the one positive of being more behind Atlas and having more work to do is that the catch-up mechanics for the objectives here are going to be in their favor.
It was a strategic loss of the early game. I like it.
Yes. That's never true, by the way. You never want to have a scenario where you're slingshotting back into a game by objective bounties. Maybe there's a super duper rare case where you time it perfectly.
If you feel like an on-kale composition or something like that.
Here's one thing I have toyed around with is that if your towers are still standing but very low, the game doesn't calculate that. So
true.
If the towers are left up but with very low health, then you have standing gold that you can pick up very quickly. So if you get behind, but then win like a team fight and take like 3 outer towers because they're all one hit, then you can
set up the dominoes of the towers. I like it. And because it doesn't recalculate the bounties. So if you take all 3 at the same time, it's like
you've got 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes to rush as many as you can.
Well, EG are rushing the Baron right now. Destiny comes through from Xiaohu. Curtains being called here. It's been taking a lot of damage. It's not even a flip because they couldn't get inside the pin. It's going to be the Yasuo once again that locks down the Baron. Yasuo will fall in the end as Bin locks down that kill, but can EG complete the heist is the question. Moonfall comes on in, Inspired, fair bit of damage there. He will go down, but can they keep these Barons alive? Just barely. recall. Will they make it out? So 3 Barons alive here for EG with an 800 Red Bull Baron power play so far.
Yeah, and we'll see what RNG can get on the map while those death timers are there for EG. But it is a big play for EG. Again, the objective bounties are bigger on neutral objectives. So not only do you get Baron, you get it off the map for RNG. Yeah. They can't take it now. Plus you get your 500 base plus extended gold bounty there. So that's another gold bounty, objective bounty picked up for EG, even though they give up 1 turret in the aftermath and those 2 kills. Because JoJo and Inspired buy time for their teammates to get their recalls off, it is definitely worth it for EG to just rush this down and try and make their comeback. So they get the objective bounty. JoJo knows he's caught inside the pit, so he instantly gets blown up. But then Inspired makes the call here. I'm not going to scramble. I'm going to buy time for you guys to get your recalls off. And so the other 2 Baron-empowered recalls barely getting off in time are very critical for them to get their defenses up so their minion waves can get Baron-empowered and they don't give up more turrets to RNG during those death timers. So EG fighting their way back into this game as they have done so many times in the LCS. See if they can actually complete on the international stage a comeback. We have now done away with the objective bounties. That means they've made up enough ground to not be considered so egregiously far behind. And now you can actually just transition the benefits of having the Gwen over the Ornn.
Yeah, we were going to mention this, the side laning power.
Exactly, or that you can go for that split push to a more effective manner.
And also, they can try and deny this soul point as well. 20 seconds until that one is available. I believe the Baron will be up for them. Yes, another minute's time before that one is gone. We'll see whether EG can utilize it as Solar Flare comes on in. Great unbreakable from Ming, but they still manage to land the triple knock-up. Gala taken down immediately. Inspired goes gold, and the curtains have been called, and this time it is for RNG as they're now routed underneath. Their turret way is so extraordinarily low, but will not fall. This should mean that EG can get towards this Drake, but no! Impact is going to be taken down. Xiaohu able to lock down that kill, and that is actually going to change a lot with how this exchange went.
Huge stopwatches for RNG. They get just close enough to their tower that EG, with a very good call to try and get their engage there, because of the extra tower damage and the double stopwatches coming out of RNG, they bought enough time. And Wei living there, so critical for them. Everybody else able to push them off. Once Bin arrives, EG know that they can no longer chase. That they have gone a little bit too far there, and RNG get the punish.
It looked so good for EG throughout most of that fight, but then it just wasn't quite enough damage.
Yeah, not quite enough to finish it off, and it being just close enough to the tower there for RNG that Yasuo, with that dive, Inspired as well as JoJo, were under tower range, and so they go down to extra tower damage during these stopwatches. Let's take a look here, because they do get Gala with the initial Leona stun, and so they're saying, look at Gala, we can get him. They get the JoJo ult combination with Inspired onto him, and even though the exhaust is down on Diana ultimate, they dive the tower looking for Yasuo. Then the stopwatch from Inspired puts the aggro over onto JoJo, so JoJo's dead, but then Wei stopwatch plus flash plus the magic damage shield from his Hex Drinker keeps him alive and allows RNG to get the soul. So what looked like possibly a good engage there, you know, with the Baron buff for EG off of what we are setting up as their possible comeback, turns into perfect team fight for RNG. They get soul, they get the extra kills. Guess what?
It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're right back into the driver's seat here for RNG. With the extra shield, does so much versus a comp that wants to instantly hard engage on you with Diana Yasuo. That makes a Diana Yasuo combo so much less effective, knowing that you're going to have to burst through a shield on top of it. And
all the extra stats as well, not to mention that, you know, Ming's going to be even more bothersome in that front line.
And Ezreal is one of the 80 carries that can actually make use of defensive stat multipliers there, with Frozen Heart now coming in for Gala. They already kind of struggled through the exhaust to burst him down.
Well, another Solar Flare will come in here as it's some chain CC onto Wei, but he barely goes below half health. And the Everfrost from over the wall, Jojupin taking a lot of damage. Curtains have been called. Cannon Barrage out of the way there for the Jhin, as Gala is going to tank up one of those bullets, but honestly, they're just not doing enough damage, especially with this Mountain Soul here. And RNG should win this war of attrition, looking to take down this outer turret in the mid lane that's standing in their way.
Yep, they are going to push right in. Another objective, this one earned without blood loss for themselves. At no point were they worried about the ensuing team fight right there. They were all pretty good position, very well spread out. Nobody even getting below 50% HP. But EG, kind of on the edge there. You know, Jojo got his shield bow popped, and they were feeling a bit risky, so they pop a lot more cooldowns in the exchange and still give up the objective. Guess what? Those objective bounties are back, Atlas.
Ooh, they've made a return. Well, there is a very low health turret in the mid lane. Perhaps they were listening to you, Kobe. This is how you're supposed to play it, everyone. Well, I've learned this today.
The problem is, and especially the disclaimer, just so people know that, you know, sarcasm hard to pick up on sometimes. It's
yes, I apologize.
Not actually recommended. Just to be clear too, the comeback opportunities are almost always focused on that mid game. When you have objective bounties in the late game, they're actually kind of pitiful. You know, it doesn't really have the leverage that it does in the mid game because gold means so much more there. And so with the power of a Mountain Soul already acquired for RNG, they are so well situated, especially with the ability to push multiple lanes with Tisvade and Gangplank, to just push in all lanes.
Oh, Danny. Xiao's going to find the gold card, and yeah, they've got enough CC. They'll lock down the Jhin, just caught walking through his own jungle. And that means that Baron should go over to RNG here. It's 2.5 minutes until the Elder Drake is going to be available. And now RNG will be able to put so much pressure into these side lanes. Impact's trying to do what he can there on the bottom side of the map, but RNG a little bit too fast. There is some bounty gold, I guess, as Xiaohu now thinking about whether he has to flash to get over this wall. He goes golden first, as the Cannon Barrage is there after he's bought so much extra time. You can see Bin just wandering around this fight, eventually does go down, but it's a trade. Jojo Pune going to be taken next as now RNG are just knocking down the dominoes, one after the other. Gala hops over the wall and picks up the kill under Impact. Hits another stun and it's another kill. That's the ace for RNG, and they are in so much control of this game.
And the instant teleport from Xiao. He's not going to waste any time with this Baron buff. Push down top lane. It's him versus Danny here for the inhibitor. Can he get in some damage here on the inhibitor tower? All he has to do is clear the minion wave and then Baron empower the minions, and the minions will slowly work away while the rest of the team works all 3 minion waves. Again, you see, all right, since we have time, and this game is pretty decided, we could try and actually use this. Yeah, really good arrows there. There we go. Beautiful stuff, honestly. Now, how do you clear it there? Boom.
Whoa, you're really good. I can do some stuff as well.
You understand let's pushing 3 lanes way better now, right?
Yeah, no, I completely understood. Let's have a look at this replay, though, at the Rebel Baron power play. That was just not even necessary at this stage, as RNG just bait them into a fight that they knew they could win.
EG know their chances of winning are so low that they're trying to throw big haymakers that have low percentage chance to actually work, so they just go all in on it. They were trying to split push, get those objectives down to get some bounties, and they got the mid turret, but as you say, only got the 1 kill on Bin, and everybody else you know is going to get chased down after that. Yeah. But by the same token, they're so far behind that with Baron buff and Mountain Soul, when RNG come knocking at your door, you're going to either lose slowly or go out swinging and try and get some objective bounties back. Maybe you get your pick off and you can get some kind of crazy scrap going on. 3v1 attempts.
We'll see whether Bin can need oranges and BKs. Cannon Barrage not necessarily doing the most work, but oh my god, Vulcan just evaporates. Xiaohu now seems to have found Inspider, as Inspired found Xiaohu. It's a lot of damage as they just kill each other. As the dust settles, True Shot Barrage sails by majestically as RNG now barrel down the mid lane, looking to end this game. Impact is here. There are a couple of respawns coming in for EG, as Gwen is unable to be damaged whilst inside that circle.
Yeah, the problem for them is that Gala is unable to be damaged while he's got Braum in front of him. And Gala is so threatening right here.
Yeah, he's so tanky just in his own right, as well as that Frozen Heart is already finished, plus the Mountain Soul on top of it. Oh, man.
Yeah, definitely very difficult. If you don't have the Diana Yasuo combo ready for Gala, like, it's so hard to deal with this Ezreal. The range is really long. We'll take a look at here as EG trying 3.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Decent stun there on the Gala. He cleanses to get himself out of the way. Jojo Pune does break his stopwatch to keep himself alive. Good knockups though his way. Looking to tank what he can. The Tornado is going to go wide as Danny finds the curtains onto Ming. Now Gala's trying to fight this one out 1v4 and isn't doing too badly at this point in time, you have to say, but still, it is a good pickoff here for EG.
Yeah, you got to count every blessing if you're EG right now. They're going for the reset though. Pretty low health bar on Jojo, as well as the reset going on for Impact. Has got Unleashed Teleport. This is it for EG. Can they make a 5v4 play? Ming down for 20 seconds. Elder Dragon up. They're going to force it.
Yeah. We've got vision being cleared out here from Gala. He's got some honey fruit if he wants it, as the Elder Drake has been started. Xiaohu off on the flank, not going to get stunned up this time around. Solar Flare, Arcane shifted by Gala to get him out of the way. Vulcan, oh my god, taking so much damage from these barrels from Bin. He puts 2 in the ground already. The Diana Yasuo combo, the first ones to go there, but the shutdown comes through. Immediately answered his wages, audaciously
charges on top of the Scissor Lady. And there is the kill on the Jhin. They tried so hard, but RNG will win the fight in the end and look to take the game.
Yeah.
That's a big barrel crit, Kobe.
It's also satisfying noise to hear that cash in.
Yeah.
RNG will also remain undefeated here at MSI.
Absolutely fantastic. RNG, another MSI winner of the past, back to get another trophy, and so far, no one has been able to stop them. EG joining that list. Amazing performance here in this game in very similar compositions as we saw in game 1 of the day, but just a little bit more control throughout for RNG.
And the Bin Gangplank coming back to haunt. Definitely a massive, massive carry threat. Whenever Bin showed up to the team fight and you start to get those barrel chains popping on people, even just a Q, even just a parlay on someone's face, definitely massive for RNG. Nice opening game for them. EG gonna have to take that one back, and as you said, due to the MSI theme, take some notes.
They are gonna have to take some notes. That is exactly right. But I did like the idea. You know, once again, it's going to be that Diana Yasuo answer to the Twisted Fate. It worked for G2 the first time around, and there were hints of how it could have worked for EG in this game. But I think there was enough adjustment, enough adaptation in the draft for RNG to answer what those threats do. The anti-dive of a Braum, the anti-dive of a Xin Zhao were easily enough, especially when you can pivot, right? Braum becomes a pick champion as well if you can play around Winter's Bites well, as the fact that Xin Zhao can just be very aggressive in the earlier stages.
Yeah, and just drafting multiple things that are able to buy time, and we saw it in the critical top lane fight. That top lane fight where they've got Bin just split pushing on bottom. The fact that with Braum Ultimate and 2 exhausts ready for that fight, they're able to buy so much time and actually win 4v5 on the top side of the map. All of those things being used intelligently as counter engage, plus getting the early leads on a lot of these fights, health-wise, was so big for them.
And that was also like designed in the draft as well, because you've got Cannon Barrage, so it's not necessarily the 4v5 that you're looking for when Bin is split pushing, because he presses R and then goes back to killing his turret, and he's like, I helped, guys. It's absolutely fine.
You love that feeling.
No, exactly.
Very straightforward gameplay.
Precisely. But coming up next are the Saigon Buffaloes, who took down Detonation Focus Me in the group stage after impressive late game team fights. Let's listen into their comms with Sounds of the Game, proudly presented by Bose.
Ai đã mở xong mini bay vào á. Ở đó nè. Cái nhìn nha. Ôi heo lửa. Ở đợi chứ. Bò kìa. Đợi luôn máu nha. Từ tại. Đợi còn 300 máu rồi. Sao để được á. Để thấy máu rồi. Đánh được á. Để không lát cho bay. Để kìa. Biết còn gờ. Cover. Mít nhà này. Mít. Ôi còn con bò à. Ê, chạy thẳng đi. Cổng nè. Biết con bò hết rồi anh em, được rồi. Tay chạy lên rồi. Em mua ra cái động tay.
Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's RNG who take the second matchup of the day over EG. We're going to kick things off in the draft where EG see, EG do. EG looks to copy G2. Diana and Yasuo coming out. I had high hopes, I'll be honest, Chronicler. When I saw that, I was like, here it is. This is how it happens. And yet, RNG still managed to pull it out.
You primed me for the rhyme, and it was sublime. Thank you very much,
Oh,
Josh.
yes! Pressure's on for Emily now, next time she speaks.
There were a lot of similarities. And as we talked about at the top of the day, the meta that we've seen thus far, we expected a change in Rumble stage. Diana Yasuo thus far has been extremely high prio. But there's also, and we saw that in the game actually become somewhat of an issue, the G2 draft was very cohesive, straight 5v5. And I think with the Gwen and with the bot side as well, there was a little bit more leeway in how it played out and not leeway in a good way.
And by the same token, RNG also came to the table with different tools, Emily, to dismantle this composition.
Yeah, and I mean, the big difference maker here, there are two, actually. One is the bot lane of Ezreal Braum. I actually still liked EG's composition better. However, when you were looking at the way these team fights played out, Ming's Braum really took center stage. And additionally, up in the top lane, Bin's GP kind of ended up taking over a lot of these fights, just offered like so much AoE damage for when EG was trying to set up to get the Diana Yasuo in. And in a lot of the way that these fights went, it was still RNG actually initiating a lot of it. And so in a reactive situation, the Diana Yasuo still doesn't always look as strong.
This whole game had interesting parallels to game one and also some interesting differences, right? Once again, we kind of found a 5K gold lead for one team around the same point in the game. We had the same Rift Herald for turret play trade early in the game, and yet the result went the other way this time around. I think in a number of ways, Chronicler, it's because of where the money went.
One might think that this is what we're focused. This is just the bait. This is just a distraction. As look at the minimap. See that? See that gangplank? Yeah, he's having a great time. As everyone on top side is just fun. Look at this game.
That's an inner turn. That's an inner turn, by the way. 12 minutes into the game, this GP is just free farming, not only building a greater CS advantage over the Gwen, but also finding all of that turret gold for himself. Bin would become an absolute terror throughout this game.
One thing I do want to call out though is like one thing, a small thing for EG, I did like their Baron take. I thought it was really smart. They ended up seeing that Wei is recalling on a ward, so they're like, okay, you know what? Like, this is one of our windows back into the game. And even when they lose the ensuing fight, kind of on the back half of this, I still really like this play, especially for the position in the game where they were at. Like, I thought it was a very smart response.
Yeah, Zoe actually managed this backstage. Like, this is just after EG's hit all their 2-item power spikes. So they're as good as they're going to get. The game thus far has been going pretty abysmal. So them actually taking the opportunity here is, again, another sign for me that, like, EG, they're slowly getting there. I don't know if it'll be on time. I don't know if it'll be enough to make a big splash in Rumble stage. But it is still a positive development.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, right? Not only recognizing, based on vision, that they have that opportunity, but also with the item spikes that they're in a position to actually take that Baron. Yes, a couple people die on the back end, but it would essentially keep them alive for at least a period of time. I think, actually, Emily, where I want to call out, and actually I think was a good fight for EG in terms of the look, is 25 minutes into the game, mid lane, EG once again thinks they find their moment to take RNG to task, and unfortunately for them, the active items come up huge on the side of RNG. You said backstage, the LPL region uses stopwatches better than anyone else.
Yeah, they would have gotten away with it, right? If it hadn't been for
pesky
several stopwatches here. The other thing I do want to call out in this fight is I believe this is at the point where RNG are primed in their Drake stacking, and another big important thing in this game was the Mountain Drake role, right? So because RNG are actually, pretty much all teams at this tournament are willing to punt early Drakes for other map control, recognizing that they can funnel gold into their carries through turret plates, etc. But RNG, and I know Raz did a segment on this during the group stage, are the most Drake-focused team if you look at the playoff first Drake take rates across all of the teams in this Rumble stage. So the Drake stacking actually really ended up working in their favor. I think you have this Ezreal that's protected by the Braum against the Jhin plus Mountain Drake.
It was a
plus
bad time.
stopwatches.
Yeah. Really
like,
bad time.
They were doing everything they could. It was a great setup, and it still just oof, did not go their way.
Exacerbated by the fact that EG, at least in our home region, is almost famous for ignoring the Drake, right? Yes, they took a few more throughout their playoff run, but very much willing to give that up.
I ripped into them a bit for some of those games.
Yeah, exactly. And it plays into their demise here in their first stage, or first game rather, out in the Rumble stage. RNG going to pick that one up, remain undefeated as they move one step closer to defending their MSI title. We'll continue to track their dominance throughout the Rumble stage. From here, though, we're going to go ahead and turn our attention to game number 3 of the day. It's Sports PSG Town versus the Saigon Buffaloes. This one's coming up, and Emily, it's a Southeast Asian rivalry that might be stronger than people might expect.
Yeah, so this is an old grudge match from, if people remember, all the way back to GPL prior to the LMS and now PCS splitting off, and prior to Vietnam getting the VCS. So, and I really want to go back to 2018, where Phongvu Buffalo actually were one of the reasons why Flash Wolves did not get out of their group. So this is that group right there, Group A at the 2018 World Championship, actually also at Bexco, and Afrika Freaks and G2 getting through. Phongvu kind of sniped Flash Wolves, kept them from moving on, and that's where the trajectory of these two regions going up against each other really started to turn, right? Because I already talked about how Vietnam was rising through starting in 2017 with Gigabyte Marines, now GAM, and then Phongvu at this World, and you kind of saw the LMS slowly starting to stagnate as their talent was siphoned off into LPL. And VCS rising. I mean, their server, like, people forget that their server is absolutely massive. Their player base is massive. And these teams themselves are so unique, I think, in the way that they approach the game. They're incredibly aggressive team fighting. And the picks that they like to slot in very random and not necessarily what I would think of as you know, flexing the Kalista mid, for example. Which
was that great, Emily? Did you like
but it was interesting.
It was interesting.
And they won. So, you know, the results.
There you go. Yeah, results-oriented here is what we are. Yeah, from memory, the Vietnamese region has the second largest player base of all of the servers out there. Of course, only behind the LPL. But yes, LMS historically getting the better of the VCS, but of course, a cross-region matchup that everybody is excited for. Let's talk about some of the players. I want to talk about Shogun, who you talked about at the beginning of the day, particularly when it came to that Triss pick, but Shogun along with Taki here.
Oh, of course, I got to show this again. Yeah. We've seen this clip, guys. They already lost today. Can we take it easy, please? Very fragile. Shogun and Taki are, to me, also the lane I'm mainly going to be looking towards in between these two. Because as much as we already talked about Bei and Juhan being somewhat of a weakness, I also don't think that the Buffalo's strength is mid-jungle. They've been serviceable, but in the grand scheme of things, it's that explosiveness that I think is going to be the biggest difference maker for Saigon Buffalo.
From here, with only a minute to go till Champions Select, as we watch out the rest of these highlights here, Emily, I do want to talk about kind of the expectation of qualifying into the knockout stage. 6 teams, 4 go through. I think everyone's agreed that we expect T1, G2, RNG to make it through, which leaves 1 spot for the remaining 3 teams in EG, as well as the 2 that are about to take to the stage, which puts that much more pressure on these matchups specifically. You have to beat the teams that you want to knock out yourself to snag that expected 4th slot.
Yeah, so this is really important for both PSG and Saigon, right? Because it really sets the tone for what they're going to look like going on, whether they're going to be contesting EG, who we just saw lose to RNG. So I think we have a very obvious, even with the T1 loss, we have a very obvious top 3 teams that we're expecting to go through in T1, RNG, and G2. And now it's like, okay, this 4th spot's up for grabs, and this is going to set the tone for both of these teams.
Both teams want to make their way to the knockout stage, and it starts right here with a win in game number 3 of the day. We're back over to Kobe and Atlas for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash.
I love how they wave to us every time.
Yeah, and I just completely left them hanging with the wave, so I'll just keep waving for a
rude.
little bit longer. Yeah, no, I apologize. I was just very excited to try and keep my composure for what could be the bloodiest game that we've had so far. That's at least our expectation, and I'm very much hoping that it delivers, if I can actually get my words out correctly. Hanabi's going to be back on the roster once again here for PSG Talon, and I welcome him back with open arms. I've always been a Hanabi fan, you know, for quite some years. It was, 2017 that he debuted?
Yeah.
And I've just always enjoyed watching him play. Juhan and Bay is definitely going to be a rough spot here for this team, but it's been Bay that's been providing a lot of the damage for this PSG team. And some could say unfortunately, but he has been, in the games that they've won, actually quite pivotal here for PSG.
True. And it's going to be put to the test this game. All right, we're not getting another Twisted Fate versus Diana Yasuo, though. It is off the table, Atlas. No longer will we continue this trend here in the Rumble stage of MSI. So also the Galio following
The Galio ban is very interesting.
It's a very good ban, in my opinion. You know, getting that off of a team that does like to play so aggressively, having the extra ultimate on your back again, basically fostering a lot of that cross-map skirmish style gameplay. So good bans there, I think, from PSG. Meanwhile, I want to see what they invest their first pick in here, because a lot has been open on the bottom side of the map, expecting kind of AD carry support focus here. Only jungle that really gets banned out nowadays is Wukong. Then nobody, honestly, below that tier hasn't really felt like they cared that much. There you go. You get your Ahri, the other end of the LeBlanc Ahri usual bans being left up. But I feel like Saigon Buffalo must have a plan for it, because they very clearly, leave it up on purpose.
Yeah, and also Bay hasn't exactly had the greatest of games on the Ahri either.
And the common plans into Ahri to go over are usually Vex is a really good counter because of the dashes and the one-shot burst potential. Is probably the most common counter pick into it. So we'll see if Froggy picks that one up. Also, I love seeing Vex in compositions where you're looking for resets and you're looking for these long engages. So Vex can get resets with Tristana. I'm just hoping.
Then they pick Viego as well. Maybe we can just have 5 resets. That would be fun.
The fight just explodes and reset after reset after reset. So then everybody in the game is buying stopwatches and Zonias, and you sell your broken stopwatch.
Constantly.
Volibear can't reset.
Yeah, dang it. They could have. Well, at least there's going to be 2 resets on the side of PSG, so we're okay there. Ahri picked up a reset, so now we're fine.
We're going to balance them out here. We've got Ahri and Viego reset.
Hovers baited yet again. But Gwen is, of course, very powerful at the moment. Hanabi's going to go towards that one once again. Potentially.
Yeah.
And it is going to be locked in.
You're talking about Hanabi and kind of his long legacy. This guy's been playing for so long. Came in as actually a Yasuo.
And he was like 16 when he debuted as well, so he's actually still pretty young, even all these years later.
Came in as a Yasuo one-trick, but then diversified very quickly.
Oh, Yasuo's Z two-trick.
Yes, exactly. And played whatever the team needs. And it turns out that most teams need Gwen nowadays.
Yeah.
Let's go through, though. They still get the Viego, so they still have multiple possibilities for their own resets there. I do, though, expect Saigon, with how they've been playing, to be the team with more early pressure and getting early leads. They opt for the Veigar version instead of the Vex. I think Vex probably works better in this lineup, but Veigar also has been used into the Ahri. It though is not a strong lane into Ahri. Your cage range is pretty good with Ahri, because Ahri is one of the shorter range control mages. So if you're good with the cages, then you can have good counters and good setup there. But is not as effective offensively, especially early on, as the Vex is. And Veigar obviously wanted to stack up his own AP. So
yeah, you can also get a little bit trolled as well if Gwen is unable to be damaged when you throw out the ultimate, and that can feel really bad. Yes. Well, we are going to have the Ezreal banned away here, as the Akali going to be the answering ban. Of course, in Korea, we really enjoyed the Akali into Gwen matchup back in the day.
That is one of the common uses of it. So Gwen protection band there.
Yep.
Doesn't like the ninjas.
Maybe a Jax to come in next, because that has been the more popular counter pick into the Gwen thus far.
Yeah. Should probably just round it out with a double defense. On the mean side, though, for Saigon, I was wondering what they would actually even be worried about with the Tristana lane on bottom side. Renata is one of the most annoying things to deal with as a Leona or Nautilus. And so if you're picking Tristana, you want a Nautilus, you want a Leona, you want an engaged champ to go for the all-in. So that protection ban for bottom lane, I think, is even more important than the Ezreal ban. Ezreal, obviously, if you want to go for all-ins on bottom lane, then you don't want an arcane shifting Ezreal to get away from you. But also, the support so meaningful. Like Renata, when she was introduced, people were a little bit worried. You're like, is she really going to be that effective on bottom side? But with so many melee champs engaging on you, her ult is actually really effective. She does super well into lots of melee and hard engage, but is also way more tanky than any of the enchanters. So not as vulnerable to those all-ins. So good protection band there as well.
And another Vladimir to come in as well. That is the pick into the Gwen this time around.
So much freaking AP though for Saigon. So Tristana is gonna have to do well. If your Tristana lane flops,
Tristana Pike, add that extra AD damage, Kobe. What do you reckon?
There we go. I love that. I love that. It does mean, your Merc Treads are gonna be at a premium here because the Magic Resist and the Tenacity are both so good. And Veigar usually really does not like magic damage heavy teams because of the effectiveness of CC. Him and Volibear both kind of get destroyed by Merc Treads, so we shall see.
Could come in here potentially. The Lovers duo is on the table for PSG if they'd like it, but certainly some other options as well if they'd like to go there for Kaiwing.
And Xayah is just the predominant good counter-engage AD carry. He's always the best against dives because of the ultimate, so if you have a good well-timed ultimate there, effective against diving Vladimir, Tristana popping in as well. And we do get our Lovers duo. I noticed that they brought us statues out here in the Caster's Nest, and they gave me Rakan, but they did not give you Xayah.
That's
I
true.
feel like that's a slight to me because, if it was Xayah Rakan
but
up
Rakan
here,
Yasuo is a decent bot lane as well.
Yeah, exactly, but it's not as equal. I feel like the Rakan Xayah is like an equal partnership. And Rakan Yasuo is like, I'm just your knock a peon, basically. I'm just here to serve you, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas I'm like buffing you, I'm giving you extra range, you can battle dance better. Look, you've just been what is it? You've had your feathers clipped. So sad.
It's
but the
okay.
Rel's gonna come in.
When you call, I will answer, Atlas.
Thank you so much. Well, we've got bears and horses and vampires, oh my, on the side of Saigon Buffalo. I really do like it. You were mentioning the need for some engage. Rel's pretty good at that. Crashing down, storming some magnets, but there is triple untargetability for PSG. So if they can play it well and use their buttons effectively, the counter engage is actually quite nice.
I actually love that Rel is coming back into the game because it's one of those engage supports that actually has cool combos and actually has cool animation cancels with the knockups and throwbacks. So really excited to see about the timings of those burstings because this was my favorite game that Saigon Buffalo played was when they insta-lock versus T1 the Tristana Nautilus and then duo killed the best bottom lane in the world right on the international stage. So super excited for Taki and Shogun. See what they can accomplish this time around with this game because their mid lane's not going to be as exciting. That one will be scaling up. So we're going to be looking towards bottom lane for fireworks.
And it's against Unified and Kaiwing as well. The longest standing members on this PSG roster. These two players have been playing for quite some time. Of course, Unified having some issues making it to tournaments in the past, but he's here this time to play in Busan. And let's do it. Let's hop onto the Rift here. Well, PSG taking on Saigon Buffalo for our third game of the day. PSG had a rougher time in the group stage, sort of feeling like they barely pulled their way out of their group. Saigon Buffalo, though, 4-2, very respectable when it comes to their scoreline. The VCS is here to play this time around. Let's see whether they can keep it up.
Yeah, it's so nice to finally have the VCS back.
Yeah, right.
We had 2 years without them after they had built so much hype. That was literally the most fun emerging region that we had to watch so many of their games.
I remember being so sad because I was an OCE boy, back in the day, and we would lose. To the Southeast Asian teams all the time.
Everybody would lose to Vietnam. G2 themselves went 0-2 versus them back in 2019 at that MSI. And hey, we dropped a bunch of games with multiple teams to Vietnam. And this isn't even their first place team, as has been stated multiple times. GAM obviously opting not to come here to go to the Southeast Asia Games instead, which they are playing currently. But Buffalo, in their own right, have also excited. So let's see about it this time. Ward here early on the red buff for PSG is important. Again, Volibear critical in early gameplay. So effective at just running into lanes and getting off pressure ganks. So incredibly threatening early on, even in 1v1s with enemy jungler. Like, it gives you so many options. If your lanes are winning, you get to go invade the jungler, and you get to go force one-on-ones there, and you get jungle camp advantage. But if your lanes are setting up opportunities for ganks as well.
This is exactly what we wanted. Another crash down to come in. Decent little knock up there onto Shogun, who's now going to have to create some space. Taki now a little bit too far forward, walks into this brush with a ward, so will go to sub 200 health.
It's actually been so funny watching the transition from Aftershock to Glacial Augment, which has been predominant for quite a long time now for all these engaged supports. But so many of the supports that are used to, like, oh yeah, we go for the early trade, and then I run out during my Aftershock. Now it's like, oh, I take so much more damage with Glacial Augment only reducing damage to your teammates. Doesn't give you the protection. But it's so great for later.
Did you have it in the LCS where all of the supports transitioned and then would just instantly die over and over again? Yeah,
Take
we
a
had
while
that
to
moment
get used
as well.
to. Yeah. It's such a good rune though, Glacial, with the AoE slow and helping out protecting your teammates, especially in skirmishes. So definitely understandable transition, but requires a little bit of an adaptation. And all summoner spells were saved on that bottom lane trade, so nobody really panicked in it.
It wasn't the real battle. We haven't had the real battle just yet. Shout out to Wolf, of course. He was the one that created the real battle here in the LCK. As BJ now getting through his jungle, looking for some shellfish towards the bottom side of the map. Thankfully, we had a lot of responses to our Chicken of the Sea, which is apparently a tuna brand. When canned tuna was the most accessible food
I got 3
many years
answers.
ago.
Well, one was the brand. One was...
Yeah, what was Travis's one? He had a very weird...
multiple people were copy-pasting different wikis.
Yeah, right.
So one was the brand. One was during wartime, the canned tuna was so bland it looked like it. And then the other one was just fishermen to decide that it had the same similar taste as well as color, and just kind of applied it there. Well, I'm assuming that the brand was built off of that one that came from the fishermen. But the coolest one was the Anchorman reference that also, in addition to scuttle crabs being the chicken of the river, bats are the chicken of caves.
Yeah, they are the chicken of caves. That's
that one won't be
true.
useful to us. We haven't added caves yet to
that sounds
Summoner's
like
Rift.
an Ace Ventura reference as well. I love it.
But we can probably fit it into the alcove gameplay if a bat champion is added.
Ooh. Love alcove gaming. It's one of my favorite forms of gaming, to be perfectly honest. Juhan is going to look for BJ here towards the top side. Don't know whether he necessarily wins the fight, but BJ is a little bit distracted with some little pebbles here towards the top side.
He's got no spells now, so he's got to run to the other side of Krugs.
Yeah. John just being a little bit aggressive. You can see Hazmat's going to move on over. Dash is now on cooldown, though, as the flash has to be used. Juhan a little bit overly aggressive here towards the top side of the map, as Humvee was at least given some space to farm.
Yeah, that's some classic jungle tunnel right there, where you're like, I'm going for the invade, I'm winning my 1v1 slightly, I get a little Krug, and I have to burn my flash for
Well, he's going to do it again, is what we're looking at here.
Well, he's got the support roam timer in his favor. That's why he's backing it up here. As you can see, Kaiwing, the ultimate jungle presence, the jungle outplay.
Ooh, good. Charm's going to come in. The grand entrance is going to be there, and you can't exit. There is a cage to block you, and First Blood goes to Bay on his Ahri.
We get another instance of jungle tunnel. Let's use this opportunity, Atlas, to put out a PSA.
Okay, please
This was a jungle tunnel response. It's the rarely seen reaction to an initiation from enemy jungle where they start to steal away camps. Even a small Krug, Atlas, can trigger this response. And you'll see Volibear in a situation where they know they are down the support roam timer. He goes back in to smite the big chicken here. So this is death by chicken greed. Look at BJ. He's hovering around. He wants that smite. He gets the smite off, but he gets charmed up, and Kaiwing is there for the follow-up, so he dies to another deadly, deadly case of jungler tunnel.
Exactly. It's very sad to see, benefits from the jungle tunnel and then immediately falls prey to the tunnel himself. You hate to see it.
But
However, game's not over yet.
He got the bigger of the jungle camps. That was big chicken.
True. That was big chicken.
Yeah.
That is big chicken. That is certainly good. It's not just the popcorns. No. That's the proper one. So BJ now full of chicken, going to move into the river, exit the river immediately. There was a guy with a sword looking to take some river chicken, as we've dubbed it thus far.
Yeah, when do we cut that one off? I think we're probably past the finish line on that
They'll
one.
probably take us off for the next game, actually, just because we've said River Chicken too many times. I think that's an inevitability. We may as well get it out of our system now.
Meanwhile, Froggy, oh man, we can't
crash down towards the bottom side of the map. Kaiwing looking to try and get out, but Shogun's going to chase after him. There's the grand exit to come on through. The Blade Call is fantastic from Unified, but unable to actually lock down the kill as Juhan is taking some Krugs for himself down here to try and secure any kills or anything, but Saigon Buffalo certainly able to put the pressure on here on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I think they'll get their reset off ahead of time too. They can push in one more wave. Hosmed, I love these deep wards though from top laners. Whenever you get your early chance to push in, these controls are so small on the EU version. Can I get a circle? Small circle?
You can do it. I believe in you.
There we go. Love it. What are these? Controls for ants?
Yeah.
That's the ward, though. I love that top lane ward. Whenever you get a chance to push in, you not only see Gromp plus blue, but so frequently will protect your life from the early jungle plays. So sweep comes out, though, from Juhan. Really nicely done from him. They know that there was a Vladimir roam timer, so...
Yeah, and still got all of the information that ward needed to do as well, and you can see that Benjay is going to walk on over and return the favor. That is regular ward for control ward, so you'll take that.
Foggy getting in here.
Yeah, exactly.
That looked like a very angry Veigar waddling through
I know, with
the
that
jungle.
skin as well, though. It's just not necessarily as scary.
Yeah, I mean,
to
me though, what's scary is when the magnet is attached to him.
Yeah, the attractor repel. Man, that baby cage is effective. That's keeping everyone safe from the terrors of outside of the cage.
That was terrifying to me. Walking back to your lane through that small corridor when there are champions on the other side of skill shots.
All right, we got some ghosts going down here as Hanabi's getting his snips out. There's the pull, so Hosmed does have to get out of this fight. Ulti comes forward, but BJ's unable to do anything. Kaiwing picks up the kill, and PSG not going to lose anyone in this.
Yeah, they're getting rich. 2 kills now for themselves on the top side of the map. These roams from Kaiwing. Kaiwing perma up here on the top side of the map. Hanabi is able to get so much damage here. Hosmed thought that he was just baiting him. He's like, haha, I've got my jungler coming. I've got the Volley Bear trump card. And Hanabi knew that he actually had 2 trump cards. Much better than 1, having jungle and support roaming up.
Yeah.
Your boy Kaiwing, that you wanted to shout out, one of the long-standing members there on PSG, making his presence felt on the top side of the map. Another kill for PSG, and this one rewarded with a Rift Herald. Kaiwing is still up here, helping out, even feeding jungle, getting him the Scuttle Crab after the Rift Herald here. So much of an early advantage for PSG.
100% kill contribution here for Kaiwing on the Rakan. Feels like he's everywhere. And actually, I love it as well.
He's representing me and my statue up here.
Yeah, there you go. And he's making you feel so much better, even though he's within a lover's duo.
Yeah.
You're not, however, you're still being represented well. And also, you can leave Azaya on her own, right? So, very happy to do so. Unified now level 7. Will, of course, have the Featherstorm to keep himself safe if anything does go awry. And PSG rewarded with a slight gold advantage here to the tune of about 1,200.
Yeah, it's one of the things, too, when you pick your solo lanes, Vladimir and Veigar, like we said, you want to fight on bottom side of the map. You don't want to fight up near this top side where your solo laners are fairly ineffective in early skirmishes. I would go so far as to say very ineffective in early skirmishes. And so it's just intelligent from PSG to manipulate the map and say, yes, we know you want to fight around Rel Tristana. Guess what? We don't. So we're going to force this on you by forcing these jungle invades and forcing these topside skirmishes. So it's just really well adapted by PSG and good, especially used by Kaiwing in his roam timers there. Even though Juhan, and we called him out for using a flash on a Krug steal.
Hey, but he was rewarded afterwards because that was baiting Benjay.
A lot of times, jungle is a mind game.
Yeah.
Jungle is completely mental.
It's pretty much poker, isn't it? In the end.
I mean,
That's what it comes down
for
to.
solo queue, it's actually 99% just a mental game.
True. Well, Bay able to land some more of these orbs of deception. Dark matter coming down here from Froggy. He's just going to get himself out of the way, though. PSG, many people here hanging around. This control ward in trouble. That is going to be the flash to get out of the way of the grand entrance. Good damage here from Saigon Buffalo, but it's a 1-for-1 thus far. The baby cage onto 3, gets a triple stun, but now BJ is by himself. The Blade Caller wasn't even necessary as Bay locks down yet another kill. And yes, Saigon Buffalo are on the board, but at what cost?
And PSG, they're scaling at MSI. They started out with a loss to Candids, and now they are winning their first Rumble match here pretty significantly over the Buffalo. Really well played from them. Again, this is now 2 kills to Ari. You mentioned Bay being imperative in their wins. It's going to be a case where it's a fed Ari, and that's extremely dangerous. So it's a good stun by Juhan to start it out. Even though he's the first one to die for his team, he set up the re-engage from Rakan, and then the rest of the squad, guess what? Veigar's used all his spells. So Veigar can't follow up on you, Bean, even though Bean goes back in with the ultimate. That is a desynced call from the team. Their communication, probably they don't have time to say, oh, we're backing out. Yeah. But Bean ults in. He could have ulted out, and it would have just been the one there, but it does mean another big win for PSG, and they get the Dragon as a reward as well.
Yeah, MasterCard Mythics making their way in as well. You got a Chem Tank here for BNJ on his Volley Bear, as well as we got a Kraken Slayer for Shogun. He's starting to scale. Gale Force is done for Unified though. So PSG, can they get more? Can they keep pushing this advantage forward? Is going to be my question.
Yeah, and it should probably be a play around Ari. We mentioned Bay with Flash and Ultimate coming up soon. It's going to have so much mobility for picks.
Well, now he's here on the bottom side, looking to see what he can do as Froggy's going to get charmed. Bay's going to land it. Baby Cage comes down. But Froggy not going to be able to find too many valuable stuns. Bay just keeping himself at arm's length, not getting overly aggressive or anything like that. Just spends his time in the cage and then walks it out.
Yeah, that was a close one, actually. I was really feeling for that corner turn from Veigar. Right. Could have been so scary. PSG, though, they still will get some rewards for their play. You know, they get Juhan out, so he does not go down, and they do get a fairly effective Rift-Tailed activation. Bottom side, you know, turret plates is expected value, but getting this tower so low does set themselves up for a first tower bonus in addition to this.
Well, there's the flash crash down, does get the Feather Storm out immediately, but Taki, where's the follow-up? Blade Caller just tears him to shreds! It's a double kill now for Unified! BJ once again having to get out of here, and it is, yeah, he'll escape, but not able to save the rest of his team, and that is going to be the last couple of plates. 5 seconds to go, and they'll be able to knock down the first turret as well.
Absolute masterclass from the bottom lane of PSG here. I mean, in the early game, Kaiwing roaming up to the top side, forcing fight after fight. Big advantages there, but this time around, Unified perfectly times, ultimate, flash use as well. The Blade Caller coming through for the counter engage. After he ults and avoids that engage, you know, Buffalo are stuck there. Like, this is an all-in attempt for them with 3 members, and it sets you up for these big counter Blade Callers. That's why we mentioned in Champs League that is so good in counter engage opportunities. Base still has flash and ult, so I don't know what this is going to get.
Nothing. Also has Foxfire, which also allows
doesn't
you to
even
walk
get the low
so
cooldown
sick.
ults.
Yeah.
Foxfire.
They got a W.
They got the W, 40% move speed down for a few seconds.
Exactly. And not going to be moving too fast for the next few seconds, all right, Kirby?
Yeah. Back to the bottom lane, though, Unified deserves this, you know, spot at the top of the gold lead here. They were fed the Rift-Tailed activation, but what a great 3v2 counterplay on bottom side out of them. All you have to do, again, have your finger ready for ultimates. If you can react with your ultimate, beautiful job done there. And Rel tried to make it hard for him. You know, Taki does everything right. He goes into the brush, he goes for the flash play, but Unified's watching it. As soon as everyone's moving up, you preemptively put your hand above your R button, and then there's so many feathers on the ground, and Kaiwing's able to go lock them up that you guarantee hit your Blade Caller, blow them up with a massive Blade Caller.
And they knew exactly what was going on there. You saw Kaiwing didn't go with the preemptive quickness or anything like that. Yeah. He waited it out. He knew that Unified was going to get the feathers in the right position. They knew exactly who was coming, and they played it out absolutely beautifully. Kaiwing continuing, you know, his 100% kill contribution run so far this game. Rakan's been absolutely fantastic.
Honestly, this is probably PSG's best game of the whole tournament.
I agree.
Here in starting
You're right,
it in
they're
Rebel
leveling
stage.
up. They've done this before. I remember there was, what, Season 2 happened?
Yes.
And LMS pretty good in that one as well.
Yes, they are. MSI is really was the LMS's tournament, international tournament, and then now PCS also doing so well when they even had subs. You know, Doggo last time around for them when they still had Maple and River as well. See how far they can take it though.
Exactly. Taki now just trying to check out what's going on. Attract Repel now on Shogun. PSG still lying in wait, looking for their opportunities, clearing out the minions in the mid lane. Of course, Bay no stranger to the K-Ram, and has done that in the past.
I will say, okay, so actually I don't have the ability to click myself on the Veigar, but I do want to check in how much AP Froggy has been able to stack up. Because the Veigar and Vladimir, even though this team is heavy AP, they have pretty good potential for team fights later on. And that might be one avenue for an out for Saigon Buffalo. If they can get some more power, though, this is a very early and big lead for PSG, so it's going to take a lot of work for Saigon Buffalo, but that might be a way that they can do it.
Yeah. I don't think this is similar to our last two games, though, which were clearly team fight versus early pressure and things like that. This is PSG with, I think, a little bit more of an important early advantage that they should be able to carry a little bit more effectively.
I got really good at using these circles, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mercury strats there. As Saigon Buffalo are able to lock down the Drake, their first of the game, but now can they win the fight? Bay gets a point-blank charm, and that is going to lock down the Bear. Shogun going to follow suit, and 3 kills immediately, and they celebrate with a Cloud Soul this game. PSG just getting win after win after win this game.
Yeah, they absolutely smash them, and they do it in matching sneakers, Atlas. How cool is that? They've got the style to back it up.
Unified is feeling like he's a little bit too cool for school, though, picking up the Zerka Greaves.
They've got style, they've got grace, and they deliver the ace. Well done, PSG.
Yes, they definitely did that. All right, Bay here towards the top side of the map, getting some split pushing done, and man, PSG just have so much control.
Was that a full ace? I didn't even count the kills.
It doesn't matter. The rhyme was worth it.
Tower down on top side as well. Oh, PSG.
It wasn't an ace, by the way, because Froggy's not died. So
yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. I knew it. It's fine. The rhyming is what takes precedence.
Yeah, exactly.
And they also,
let's check out this ace in the replay,
yeah.
Okay?
Thank you. That's how I know you've always got my back. So Dragon was acquired, though, for Saigon Buffalo, so at least they got the objective before most of them died. And you can always point to that. You go, hey, look at objective focus, at least.
Yep, there you go.
But you can tell. Big win there again for PSG because they're so far ahead in snowballing and all the outer towers are down. This makes it pretty easy for them to set up the 1-3-1 for themselves. They can easily split wish. Hanabi is, even though he's only one item on Gwen right now, feels extremely confident. This is why, ooh, okay, maybe in a 2v1.
We'll see whether Hanabi can survive this one. There's the flash in for the stun. They're not wasting any time. Hanabi's trying to keep himself alive. The needlework was actually working quite effectively, but Ignite, pretty good counter to that. And Saigon Buffalo, they managed to take him down.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, he's feeling very confident. That's what Saigon want to prey on. This confident Gwen is going to be pushing out. Send 3 members even with a teleport for good measure. Don't think they needed the teleport and the extra member coming through, but they're able to do it.
Well, that's the flash forward. Kailing just says good night to Shogun. Oh man, Feathers came out and Tristana evaporated.
Okay, objective bounty picked up on the bottom side for Saigon Buffalo after their pick, but they pay a big cost. That was cute.
That was crazy.
Very cute because you can just R any time and interrupt their jump, but this is going to be multiple objectives for PSG. Even though it is still worth for Saigon because they have a hard time getting gold in this game. So again, like we were focusing on in the EG game, the objective bounties are quite big for Saigon. So to be able to get that bottom turret after the pick as well, even though they give up 2 turrets and a kill here by PSG pushing, they need to get gold somehow and try and extend on the map to get those bounties.
Problem is that PSG have just been getting consistently further and further ahead this game. They haven't taken their foot off the pedal. And so far, about 8,000 gold is the lead. A little bit under that, I guess. But PSG just continuing to go from strength to strength. It is the forbidden book picked up here by Hanabi. He said that Ignite wasn't enough. He needs to really, really disable the healing for this Vladimir. And with Vladimir Volibear, you're probably pretty happy to do so, as this is an optimistic Baron from Saigon Buffalo.
I like watching the pings in these types of games too, because there were like 5 red or blue pings that go down here from PSG. They're like, what are they doing? They're trying to like rush a Baron? They're crazy.
Well, Kaiwing, pretty crazy himself, just walking up to them, gets the flash out of Froggy as immediately the teleport is going to come forward. Bay looking for his opportunity. They managed to get the charm down. The Event Horizon's fantastic, though, in this choke point, but not fantastic enough as Juhan's turned into a bear. He does get knocked back by the Buster Shot. That was very powerful as Juhan's trying to close the gap, but just can't. He's getting pushed away one after the other. Hazmed now turns into a pull. Another Event Horizon comes down as the re-engage from Taki. They are continuing to fight it, but it is just not enough. The wallets are so heavy, and it's a triple in the end for Unified. Just has to use his cleanse, and they'll go to the Baron now.
Yeah, they had me there for a second. You know, maybe I thought there would be a turn off that Veigar cage. But as you said, the wallets are too big. They don't have any backup on top of that. So they got one kill out of it, and PSG just run them down. And that's going to be the Baron for PSG. Guess what? With the Baron Empowered Recall, you can reset before the Dragon. 30 seconds left on the Dragon. With Baron Empowered Recall, you just get back, spend all your money, and get back out for that
And
Dragon.
utilizing the Cloud Rift as well, you can walk a little bit faster towards the Dragon as well. So let's have a look at this fight one more time.
All right, let's have it, because the teleport comes in. That's why all the question mark pings were going down from PSG ahead of this. Like, what are they doing? They're grouping up on Baron for us? Beautiful. Let's chase them down here. So even though they have to go through multiple Veigar cages, and it makes it really, really short work going through these corridors, having to work through and get stunned multiple times. It's only one kill that gets picked off of the fall from the Dark Matter there. And then they just power through multiple dashes, continue on with the onslaught. When we come back to live, that Dragon's already been picked up, and they can just continue with the Baron buff to push on bottom side.
Exactly right, and maybe if they had have used their Scare Prize emote, they could have been able to turn that fight. As of course, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. Right now, it's looking very difficult for Saigon Buffalo to try and turn them, but we know that they do like to fight. If they can actually find one, it is going to be a miracle. I don't think I'll shave my head. I'm not going to make the bet. I've been burnt for that one in the past.
One of my favorite moments.
Oh, Event Horizon coming down. Immediately they do get rid of Bay, but the answer is there straight away. Taki's going to go down as well. Support for mid laner. You'll take that as Saigon Buffalo every day of the week. There's Hanabi here in this mid lane. He is unable to be damaged as Hazmed moves towards him, but now that circle has been disengaged.
Yeah, with the power of Baron buff for another minute 20 seconds, they could keep up the siege and try and, you know, Baron empower the super cannon minions and get a little bit of chip damage, but without their Ahri, without your mid laner, you are setting yourself up for a possible disaster. And when you're this far ahead, you don't even want to give a possibility of you know, losing something like that, a 4-on-4 there, to an SGB that does have some good scaling options. You know, as we mentioned, you know, possible
kind of infinite.
Yeah, Vladimir and Veigar options. If you gave up a team fight there, then maybe they rush down and they get another objective bounty too. So good from PSG to call it off, even though they had a bit more time to work with on this Baron.
Yep, certainly not going to be losing too much here. 10,000 gold is the lead at 24 minutes. PSG all but have this one in the bag, but we do need to see them actually close it out. Drake's certainly been delayed, as Saigon Buffalo were able to grab the Hextech Drake, and that might actually be relevant, as the Cloud Soul's not going to be for at least another 13 or so minutes.
Yeah, they don't have like crazy range on the side of PSG, so Buffalo can actually defend decently well. And as you say, because they're not going to get pulled out onto the map anytime soon.
By the way, it's 8 minutes, not 13 minutes. Don't do math on broadcast, guys. It's just not.
I was going to let you go past just without bringing it up.
No. I needed to pay the price.
But I like that you have been you know, willing to pay penance here for everything on broadcast. Meanwhile, we are going to have the return to the siege. Now that Bay is back here for PSG, they want to push it in. They do have all summoner spells available and ults ready here, so pressure in the Buffalo. Make sure you can increase your gold lead again. This is one thing with sieges. It's much like sieges in the ancient era. You can basically starve your opponents by taking away more resources. You take away all their camps outside. You siege up around the castle, so they have no access to their farms.
Yeah.
So they can't, you know, get any chicken or wheat.
Or tuna.
And they eventually starve inside there. You increase your gold lead, and you keep up your siege long enough,
I feel like we've learned a lot throughout our 3 games.
We've done
thus
economic
far.
sessions.
Yeah, economics, and now we've got like medieval battle plans and stuff like that. Now, when you're watching some of those more older movies, you can understand all of those tactics.
You know
when
what's
it comes to the
really big
sieges.
right now? There's like 7 different Viking shows.
I know. I've watched most of them. I'm
They're
one of the
really good,
guys
actually,
that enjoys it. I don't know. Couldn't get enough.
Uhtred is my favorite. Uhtred Ragnaros.
Ragnaros?
I combine it with a WoW term. That's why I made... Because I got to get some gamer reference in there, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I like
That's
it.
always what I think of. When
I'm just
they're like,
imagining Ragnaros as a Viking, and that just doesn't sound very fair.
Ooh, we gotta
imagine if he lands in York, and it's just
fire everywhere.
The eternal flame.
Yeah. Honestly, we got to work a deal out with Blizzard. Get like an Olaf Ragnaros skin.
Yeah, we do definitely need that. We'll figure it out. I'm sure there's a way. As again, Event Horizon's coming on down. Saigon Buffalo, like you were saying, I mean, they're starting to starve within their castle walls.
They're getting let out though. Look at this. They're making a peek. They're running out to the farms.
Yeah, that's true.
Getting a little bit of food before they run back.
See whether they can get some oil so that they can put it on the battlements so that when the battering ram comes down.
When do PSG start constructing their trebuchets?
Yeah,
for the long
I mean, that's
range?
what they need. They're definitely going to need them. Although it's really Shogun that's actually the trebuchet, right? He's starting to draw a bead over the course of this game.
Yeah, range increasing here with Tristana for every level, continuing to eat up Shogun here. Once he gets Infinity Edge done, honestly, with the extra money that Unified had to spend on a QSS,
I mean,
Shogun
he had it
gets
to spare. He's like an 8-0.
I was trying to like open up something where we're like, oh yeah, he's so rich, but he had to,
I needed to try and reel you back in for a second.
These effective luxury items that are very good against Veigar. No. It's going to be Dragon number 3 picked up, and we've got 5 more minutes for the siege to take effect.
Thank you very much for actually doling out how long it's going to take before the Cloud Soul is available.
We've got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Nailed it. Thankfully, everyone can see that there is a timer there, so you can do the math if we fail. 11,000 gold here is the lead for PSG, but now they're looking for this Baron, and flips can decide games for the team that is behind. 10,000 gold is a very large margin, though, Kobe.
I love burger flips.
Honestly.
Me too. Delicious as well as exciting.
Yep.
Because especially more so with objective bounties, when it's just so much gold, it's just the explosion. You get the audio as well as the team fight going explosively.
I love it when teams decide that they just want to be a flip team, so they give all of the Drakes to their opponent, so that they can just come in and flip for an Elder as fast as possible.
Baby. Here we go. Burn that sucker down. Flip it. Turn the grill on, baby.
All right, Bean, get ready. This one's on you. This is your time to shine. Is PSG going to pull away from the Baron? What is this?
No,
we were promised a flip.
A flip is a very bad idea. So, again, it's
once again catching everyone up on the sarcasm.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Kobe.
We have to re-illustrate. You know, it's not a good idea, but it would have been more exciting.
It would have, definitely.
Especially because it's literally Volibear who can go unstoppable and guarantee getting inside the pit. So, you know, usually you're like, oh, well, you know, they can keep him out as long as the support goes and blocks the enemy jungler. It'll be fine. It's not fine against Volibear.
And you can also bust a shot to try and get their jungler out of the area. As Kaiwi's just going to explode. That is the explosive damage potential that is there, but Blakecaller is still doing a heck of a lot of work. But Unified is going to go down. Saigon Buffalo are winning the fight. Shogun, can you eat the honey fruit in time? He does! Bay is trying to slink out of there. Juan not going to be as lucky as Hanabi is put inside the cage. Hazmed, he wants it. He wants to be able to grab this kill as they do have vision. He goes the wrong direction for now, though. And yes, I mean, there is Cloud Rift, but he's not able to run fast enough.
Oh my! The siege tactics ineffective against the Saigon Buffalo.
They went out of their base. Remember, they got the oil and it worked.
They made the runs for resources. Got enough for their carries. Froggy and Shogun were so huge in that. And he got his Infinity Edge. Alice, we're just waiting for the power spikes. You know, money doesn't matter.
And he's even just got brown bags, man. He was focused only on that 3-item power spike.
It's what you buy with the money that counts.
Exactly. It's not the money. The money doesn't win it for you. It's the stuff you buy with the money.
And my goodness, there, off of that team fight, they're right back into it. They still have objective bounties, so they would love to cash in on one of those first. But again, Veigar, thank you. Observers are on him right now. 348 off of the passive with the extra gold. And he was able to live through that entire team fight. Does have the Zonias, which can be definitely debated as far as the effectiveness for defensive items for Veigar.
Yeah.
I'm actually a huge fan.
Dead man's plate.
No. Well, actually, it doesn't matter this game. But the extra spot for control wards might be critically important, and we'll see what they can get off with that. But let's take a look at the replay first. He traps Kaiwing, and look at that. They just blow him up inside the cage, even though it doesn't get stunned up. They take out the Rakan, so there's no engage, and then they all evaded big damage from the Kaisa. So he immediately two-shot, basically, the Lovers duo, Rakan down, Xayah down. They split the team fight, and then the stopwatches came in big for Juhan as well as Froggy on the bottom side. So they didn't lose anyone, and they take down the critical bottom lane there from PSG. So incredibly effective.
Yeah. No, only a 9,000 gold lead. The comeback has started. Yes, it has only shrunk about 2,000 gold. PSG are still in a very dominant position, however, not quite as much. We do have a Hex Drinker now built for Unified, so he is hopping on the Magic Resist hype train. See whether that's going to be enough. As of course, Shogun's going to do a lot of damage as the game goes on, but PSG, they've started off the Baron.
All right, let's... Again, BJ can always threaten. He's got his Volibear ultimate ready. As we set up for it, though, we see the split push for PSG. Gwen pushing on bottom side. The correct choice, pull off the Baron, draw Buffalo to you, then back off so they can't get the engage with the Veigar cage and allow Gwen to split push. Buying themselves time is just what they want.
Yep, and no teleport from Hazmed as well, so he's going to have to walk his way over there and will then not be able to get back towards this Baron in time. It is going to be the inhibitor turret under a lot of fire, but Shogun over here, he's going to be able to tidy that one up, get a little bit more gold back.
This gets much better for PSG, though, because they don't have to risk much on a dragon, right? The soul is a lot of power for very little risk, because the dragon doesn't going to do that much damage. So now dragon has arrived on the Rift, and this is going to be the actual team fight taking place. Buffalo will not be giving this one up. They will force on this to not give you soul.
Well, they looking to fish for some of these charms. Does find it, but almost takes his whole health bar and damage for it. Primordial Blast not even used. Froggy's still holding on to that one. Bay is one-shottable, that ability right now. Now looking to go back home, and PSG, they'll lose one singular Cloud Drake, and they will probably not care at all about that outcome.
Well, I would definitely care if I was there, because that's another objective shutdown.
I guess that is more bounty gold.
And more gold into this PSG team that has really great scaling. Tristana, increasing range still with every level. Veigar already, as you said, melting anyone who gets caught even without the ult. But here's the 5-on-5 over the wall. Can he get it?
Yeah, Hanabi looking for his way in. The Event Horizon's too good though, and Bay just explodes. BJ taking a lot of damage. Unified does so much work there, but he only takes down the support. Now Hazmed does go into his pool. Hanabi goes golden, but that's the shutdown. And now the ult comes forward. BJ looking to lock down Unified. Can they find the ace? Can they turn this game? It would be absolutely absurd, and yes, they do. PSG are on the ground, and now it's Saigon Buffalo with their chance at the Baron and a push.
Oh, they're going to get that Baron. They're going to eat good tonight. Oh my goodness, objective bounty shutdown on top of a full ace for the Saigon Buffalo. This is why I said I was going to be worried, Alice.
I'm glad that I'm not shaping my head again.
More and more money into these scaling carries for Buffalo. And the stuns from Froggy, these cages on Veigar, as soon as Ahri tries to go in, this is why it is such a good pick into it. He flashes the charm as he lands the cage. Just beautiful, massive mid-diff outplay here from Froggy, flashing the engage from Ahri, destroying her with the cage, blowing her up, and the rest of the team annihilates them. Shogun on the backs here, jumps in at the very end and gets annihilated from Kaiwing, but it doesn't matter because they're able to clean it up. Their two solo lanes are massive late game carries with the Vladimir Veigar, and they continue scaling up. Now with the Baron, the last of the objective bounty shutdowns have been seen. Those are off of the table here. And it's now just a massive range difference. The late game is such easier played when you have all these things with extra range. The Tristana plus the Veigar cage is super long. Vladimir can just dive into any team late game because he's got the pool plus a stopwatch picked up. So huge possibilities.
Fighting against Froggy here, who does, He's unable to be damaged. That's what we like to say.
The other defensive option, though, that I really love on Veigar, the Anatoma's Chains, which makes you more tanky.
Yeah.
Plus, it makes your stuns last longer. I was going to say, oh, I love that one because you can blow up any carry. They'll get stun locked forever. But that was an instant blow up on Bay. They don't need more time on crowd control. They're instantly blowing up anyway. So he's actually just going for more damage. Another needlessly large rod there.
I mean, that's multiplicative scaling, you know, with the extra AP you get from the cool hat that he's potentially building up for himself.
Usually,
I love that.
Yeah, usually you get earlier death caps on Veigar for the big multipliers, but I mean, this is just going to be full AP, so.
Yeah, that's going to be big boom boom damage, as my friend Valdez does like to say.
Big boom boom, I'm ready for it.
And Saigon Buffalo now, it feels like they're in the lead. They're still behind in gold, but gold just straight up does not matter at this stage. They are going to look to take this inner turret on the top side of the map, and Shogun now level 17, only one more level for that maximum range on the Tristana. And it's feeling like PSG have just not been able to do enough. And now they're on the back foot, and Saigon Buffalo have just, I don't know, have they done it?
Yes, they have. This is a critical game for both teams, for their implications moving forward in this tournament, because so much of the positives that people were able to give credit to Buffalo thus far have all been circulated around the early game. And this is an instance of you're not pushing hard enough versus some scaling here where they actually have a lot of good scaling for their carries, and you're punished for it. So PSG versus Buffalo was going to be the one big contention point. It's them plus EG fighting for basically the 4th spot, moving on to the playoffs, to the best of series. And if Buffalo have shown here that they can win and kind of stomp on PSG, even with massively losing the early game, then that is very bad for PSG. As
it's
far
tenacity.
As the
I mean, our last world champions, EDG, that was how they won the world final, right? Is that they went to as many games as possible and just managed to do it. But that is going to be a face check. That's a caster curse. I apologize to our Vietnamese fans.
I'll expect a written
it'll be a written response to my mother. I will write home to my mother about this, say sorry to everyone, and she can forward it.
All right, what can they do, though? This is really big for PSG because they were on the brink of losing their massive advantage, but now there's no rel for the engage, and so they push right up mid. They will get the inhibitor tower. This game is so spicy, Atlas.
It's just going back and forth, as Froggy is going to get himself out of the way of Bay. He goes gold. It's not exactly the best move. It's almost. Bay just explodes from 1 Q from Froggy.
Yeah, ultimate not used. He would have loved to get that sucker off. With that, gonna lick his wounds on the escape. Hanabi, can he get chased down? I hear a ghost pop.
Yeah.
That's Vladimir.
Yeah, he is chasing after him. Not gonna be able to quite find it with the tides of blood, but he can just use that over and over again. Hanabi, not as immune as he wants to be, but it is going to be the Cloud Soul. Can Hanabi find one back? The answer's no. Saigon Buffalo towards this top side, looking to continue pushing. Open inhibitor in the mid lane, though, and you can see that PSG are making a beeline.
Honestly, good call, though, for Hanabi to dangle out this distraction top side of the map to distract away from the fact that your Cloud Soul is spawning, and so PSG are able to get it. So the domino effect, let's go over how much they got out of just picking off the support. They got to run straight up mid lane, 2 towers, exposing the inhibitor and capitalize on their soul, which was dangling in front of them, which they probably would have not have been able to get otherwise because of the massive mounting power of the team fight from the Buffalo.
Just taking matters into his own hands again. They're going to take down Taki. It's like a Buffalo like, what? Wait, where did that rel go? What happened? They are able to take the inhibitor turret on the top side of the map, but now the Phalanx needs to be reformed. BJ is just not tanky enough against Unified right now. As you can see, just taking so much damage. Bay now trying to get his way out of there. His Primordial Blast was actually used this time, but now the re-engage. Kaiwing finds his mark. It's a fantastic Orb of Deception. Froggy goes golden, but he is still going to be taken down. The Blade Caller is in. Vladimir is trying to do late game things as the Hemomancer, but it's not going to be enough, and it's Gwen that locks down the kill. PSG would not go quietly into the night of this game as Shogun is going to get exhausted, and it must be exhausting in this particular game. He will go into his GA, gets one back, but that is going to be answered, and now PSG will push forward for the win.
Wow, PSG pull it back after a big throw from themselves. Now it's Taki trying to do it all himself. It's Taki versus everyone to keep the game alive.
Well, we'll see whether he can do it, but has hazard a guess that it's not going to be enough. The first Nexus turret's going to go down. Taki breaks another stopwatch, and that is yet another aces. PSG, it looked dicey there in the later stages of the game, but they were able to come out on top in the end.
Well, well, well. Dominant early from PSG.
Yeah.
But Saigon Buffalo wait out the siege. They get to their 3-item power spike for Tristana, just barely getting their Infinity Edge in time. They win a couple team fights, grabbing Baron, grabbing shutdowns, giving hope, and yet still pulled back by PSG. They get multiple picks onto Taki. They take down the Rel multiple times, back-to-back fights, and they open up the team fights that way. In the end, big stuff from Kaiwing and Unified. They were the big carries early. They also were the big carries late. Still critical to the game plan.
Yeah, just so good. I want to shout out Kaiwing yet again. The early game was exemplary from the very long-standing support for this team. PSG playing around their veterans, but then also Hanabi had a great game towards that top side. He was able to put pressure on when he needed to in those side lanes. Kept their heads together. That was the main point, because there are a lot of teams that could just crumble in those moments of late game where, you know, the Veigar, the infinite scaling question, the Vladimir, the Tristana, things like this. It can get real scary, but they held themselves together, got those picks, and got the game done.
Yeah, it really gets frustrating when you get outranged by, you know, Veigar Cage, and Tristana has scaled up to, you know, level 18 maximum range. But they found really good moments to go in and burst down some of these frontliners. We saw how much damage Xayah was doing at the end there with multiple crits and just blowing up frontline members.
Yep, it was absolutely terrifying. A fantastic game for PSG with a slight hiccup towards the late game, but I'm sure they can tidy that one up. But coming up next after the break is G2 versus RNG, a battle of the remaining undefeated teams at MSI 2022. Which team can continue their streak? Stay tuned.
Gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shades, to the origami wine. And joy like her, you don't know me. I'm gonna come under the cold water. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Take notes.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to MSI 2022 and the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it did not come easily, but PSG Talon is able to take the win over Saigon Buffalo in a very long game. Chronicler, I'm sure they're going to be happy to get the win. It definitely felt like it should have come 10, 12, 15 minutes sooner in that game.
TSM might have made it to MSI. We got a little bit of Bay life as he ran head first into many Vega cages, and there was a lot to talk about for both teams, honestly, because one of the strongest points of the Saigon Buffalo has been his bot lane, and they had a pretty subpar start, but it also clearly showed us kind of the weaknesses in terms of closing out that PSG was running.
And conversely, it was Kaiwing and Unified there on the bot side, Emily, that really pulled all of the gold into their favor at 1.8-0 on that Xayah.
Yeah, and when we're looking at PSG as a group, this is a bot lane that's been together, not just on PSG, but previously on HKA for years, right? At least 5 years together. And it was cool to see it come out of them as well. I will say, this game kind of devolved into what Saigon want, right, in terms of fights, even though this team comp, I'm not a Volibear enjoyer, first of all, but then second of all, you have something that's very easy to itemize against with Merc Treads, very AP heavy comp. And they ended up finding a lot of these picks. The moment where I lost it was, so if we're looking at like, okay, what do PSG need to do? It's a lot about timings, right? Like, so where I lost it in this game is they set up their side waves perfectly to bait Baron, but then they opt into that team fight in mid lane. So as Saigon Buffalo are taking that Baron after winning a team fight, their waves are perfectly crashing.
Yeah.
On both
as they get murdered.
As they lose Baron to Saigon. So it's like
they were 90% of the way there on that play.
No, yeah. So it's like, okay, you obviously know like what to do. Now you absolutely need to shore up A, team fighting, but then B, like when you are doing it and the timings around this stuff.
Yeah.
Because again, there was just a lot of moments in the game where they could just play a little bit slower or wait for their engaged support, who had a really good game, to go in instead of diving headfirst into the Vega.
I was losing my mind.
I
was losing my mind backstage because we saw it at the end. It's about the initiative, not only the timings that you talk about, Emily, but then the initiative. Once they finally took the initiative themselves at the end of the game, you saw how much easier it was to dismantle a team.
You have a fed Xayah.
Yeah.
The game ended with Kaiwing walking up, autoing twice, and that was it.
Yeah. But Unified, you saw how much power was packed into that Xayah. Just had to give her the space to be able to step forward and auto people. And they did. They finally found the answer. So good on PSG to pick up this win. We talked about how important this win was going to be in that expected race for 4th place and making it out of the Rumble stage. We'll see if they can build on this success as they look towards matches in the future. Now, we are going to roll ahead to game number 4 because it's a titanic clash between G2 and RNG. And Lore was actually joined by Xiaohu after their win over EG in the Verizon post-game interview. Let's take a look.
Earlier today, RNG won their first game, and now I'm joined by mid laner Xiaohu to talk about the competition. Ni hao, and thank you so much for joining me. You're back at MSI on the mid lane, so could you talk me through your opinion of the mid laners here at the tournament?
那首先，欢迎小虎来接受我们的赛后采访。第一个问题也想问一下关于中路的一些问题，因为小虎这一次也再一次的回到了中路来参加 MSI。那对于这次参加 MSI 的一些中路的选手，有什么样的一个看法呢？
这次中路的选手的话，我认为都是一些比较熟悉的老对手吧，特别是凯布斯跟 Faker 也是在之前有过很多的交手，然后也特别期待这次比赛中继续再次跟他们交手吧。
I think in this year's MSI, we're going to face so many old rivals on the stage of MSI, like Caps or Faker. To be honest, we have played against each other for so many times, and I'm super looking forward to play against them again on the stage.
I can imagine, especially because the last time we saw you, you were playing on the top lane. So what did you learn from role swapping back to the mid lane?
那其实我们上次见到你还是一个上单小虎的身份，那你觉得这一次再次又回到中路，你在之前从上转中的整个过程当中，可能学到了一些什么呢？
我觉得我去年打上了这一整年，学到的东西就是，首先在中后期的大局观方面我加强了很多，然后其次就是在开团方面我也更加熟悉了，虽然我不知道作为一个中单需不需要这个能力。
So from the whole year experience as a top laner for last year, I really learned a lot about the mid to late game macro, and also I learned a lot about the making the initiation, so I can be more familiar with initiating in the team fights, although I'm not sure whether those kind of experience is useful as a mid laner or not.
It is always useful, especially as an experienced player like yourself, focusing a bit more on the competition. Earlier today, G2 won against T1. What did you think of the game?
那在之前的比赛之中，在今天 G2 也是拿下了和 T1 的对决嘛？你对那场比赛有什么样的一些看法吗？
我感觉 G2 就是教练组用了非常完美的一套阵容去克制了 T1 的阵容吧，然后选手们也成功的拖到了游戏的中后期，所以取得了游戏的胜利。
I feels like for G2's coaching team, they really have a very good draft in making the counter pick against the T1's draft, and also they successfully dragged the whole game to the late game to help them get the win.
Yeah, it echoes to what Caps was saying to me earlier. Well, you're going to be facing Caps again in a couple minutes. How do you feel about the matchup?
那你很快也要在接下来的对战中面对 G2 面对 Caps， 所以说有什么样的一些看法吗
？Caps 选手的话，我认为他在中路保持线权以及就是跟队友协同去做河道视野这方面做得非常好，就是他非常的会利用自己的队友来为自己扩大一个优势吧。这方面的话，我需要注意一些。
As the mid laner, I feels like Caps can really play super good in making the lane dominance and also help the teammates in making the visions around the river. He can always make a very good synergy with all the teammates. For those parts, maybe I need to be more careful about in the upcoming matchup.
All right, well, it would be a very interesting matchup for sure. Well, Xiaohu, Shay for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation.
Thank you so much, Laure. As we turn our attention towards this G2 versus RNG matchup, Xiaohu defending his MSI title back in the mid lane and talking about how much he's looking forward to going up against, longtime opponents in Faker and Caps. Caps will be his first one to go up against here. He also cited the intelligent drafting out of G2 from that first game of the day in taking down T1. And I'm curious, given how they performed against EG and the pieces of the G2 draft that were similar, what they'll come prepared with in game number 4 here.
Yeah, so it's super interesting, right? Because this G2 draft was into the TF comp from T1, and then we saw that TF comp also come out from RNG in their win against EG, who ran the Diana Yasuo combination. So it's a really interesting look at what these two teams have both drafted today. And furthermore, I liked that Xiaohu gave G2's coaching staff credit for their drafts, because I think their drafts at this tournament have been consistently good from groups and then in their first match against T1.
I mean, what do we expect here? Do we think that RNG should have the confidence in the style that they showcased against EG and let G2 prove to them that they can, beat it in their own style? Or is there something that they should do in the sense of champions like to guard against kind of that team fight prowess that G2 is known to bring?
It's always going to come down to how, and it's not just a narrative point, right? But Caps and Xiao are both incredibly important for these two rosters in basically completely opposite ways. Because Xiao, who covers 4 players like Bin, who, as we saw earlier, if they get ahead, they take over a game. But we've also seen domestically Bin having issues with pushing a little bit too aggressively. So to what extent can we either see Caps be enabled, or are we going to see Xiao kind of keep RNG together and then win the skirmishes.
I love these stats that we have behind us because in so many ways, going, tit for tat until we get to the bottom here and we see the damage per minute and the damage percentage. And that really is what stylistically shows the difference. And as Xiaohu mentioned himself, saying like, yes, we are different players and I'm going to have to respect what Caps is able to do for his team.
Well, yeah, especially on the TF where you did see, again, we called out that really smart swap to Exhaust in that top lane team fight. Just his ability to kind of stay proactive and ahead of EG. Like they were still initiating some of these fights where you would be looking more at EG's comp to be doing so. So you saw him covering the map really well in TF, and I think that is, as Chronicle already mentioned, very indicative of how they want to play versus how we already talked about how, G2 really attack mid lane in a very different way to get Caps ahead as a primary carry.
More of a fun fact than anything, we cited the individual record between Caps and Faker being well in Caps' favor. It is exactly the opposite in this situation where Caps is 1-8 against Xiaohu, which is a pretty astronomical scoreline. Of course, there are teams behind them, so we'll see what they bring out onto the stage here today. Which team's streak will continue here at MSI 2022? That's the big question. Freak and Lyric, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome to the Castle Desk. I am David Freak Turley. That is Jordan Corby, also known as Lyric. I heard, by the way, you're a skilled music producer.
Yep.
I'm putting you on the spot. If I'm to make a Vedius diss track, will you produce it for me?
Of course.
Okay, good.
Only if it's a Vedius diss track specifically.
It is specifically a Vedius diss track. I've got some in the head already. I'm glad you're on board. That's going to be exciting. Also exciting is his G2 versus RNG match. I am excited. G2, the only, well, I guess both are undefeated, sorry, but G2 has that long win streak, and I want to know if, Xiaohu and Co can knock it down.
I think this one's a scary one for RNG just because of how creative G2 are, whether it's in the drafts, which Xiaohu just credited them for, or even just the way they play the map. They make a lot of unexpected plays, a lot of really crazy gank timers, and I think RNG are the kind of team that can be caught off guard.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at least we had the Xiaohu interview. He's like, yes, we know they're very scary. We know, their drafting is really intelligent as well to get counters and everything. So they're at least aware of what's going on. And Xiaohu, historically has done well against Caps, whether he's on Fnatic or G2. But going to be a whole lot of fun here. Interesting note, by the way, because we've got some incredible veterans who've been around forever, players like Faker and Jankos in Impact, Xiaohu in this one as well, and some really, really young players. Bin and Wade, for example, both 19 years old. G2 are the oldest average age team remaining at this tournament. Every single player is older than the average player at this tournament.
Which is pretty crazy when you think about it. There's a lot of these newer players coming up, right? Flacket, Targamas.
Yeah.
Broken Blade been around for a little bit now, but definitely you think of Jankos, Caps, and Xiaohu, these guys who have been around forever. We're going to jump into the bans because pretty surprising for me, RNG leaving open things like both the Wukong and the Ahri. We know Ahri is something Caps can pilot extremely well. It's been his most played this year, but Wukong has been poking his head in this tournament and honestly having a great time. Just so much engagement, being able to dash over those walls, find those creative gank timings that we just talked about. Jankos can do a lot with this pick.
Hey, I'm always going to hold out the hope that it's going to be a flex. No Calista for the she throws them in shenanigans for like a support Wukong. That's trash, by the way, don't do it. But I'm always a fan of the possibility of the top jungle flex, so I will always keep that in my mind as a possibility here. Gwen had been really the most picked top laner for the most part. Very high win rate there as well. So going to be locked in there. We really don't see your jungle flex at all, so just going to take that one no matter what, whether you like the Wukong matchup or you're going to blind pick it. That's in for Bin.
And I think this rotation just makes so much sense for the side of RNG. These are the two best blind pick champions in their roles, especially with the fact that RNG have banned out the LeBlanc. The two champions we've seen come out to answer the Ahri is the Veigar, which you don't really have the same presence in the early game. We did see in the last game, though, if it goes late enough, sure, you can have a massive impact. In Vex as well, it's like, sure, you can match the proactivity, but I feel like Ahri is just such a pick with so many diverse options. I'm glad to see G2 going in another direction.
Goes for the Zoe, so Cap's going to go for an early aggressive champion. Certainly can be laying down. It's going to be an exciting matchup to watch for on that one for sure. As we look to see what their third pick's going to be before the ban phase comes in. Are you answering a top laner? Are you going to let RNG throw more bans at it to make Gwen feel happy? We've seen Vladimir frequently be the option. And it's going to happen here again. Broken Blade just destroyed Impact with it back in the group stage. Can try to do the same thing against Bin here.
And already setting up for such a good team fight 5v5 comp, right? Wukong with the knock-up trying to set up for Vlad for a huge ultimate and burst out the carries from the side of RNG. Now for RNG, you'd expect the jungle to come out, highlighting the Ezreal right now, having confidence in Wei, and Wei's had a bit of a shaky year, which is pretty surprising when it felt like he was the big playmaker, the big standout for RNG last year. In the regular split and playoffs, he really did depend on that Viego as a crutch to give him good performances. But no, they're going to go with the Ezreal, and they're going to put faith in their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, how long until the Volibear comes back? You know, that's the real...
Emily is cringing in the back listening right now.
Yeah. And it's not because of a pun, it's because I'm talking about a player, you know, straight up. So we'll see what comes through. Tristana off the table. She has definitely had the stocks go up into the right. Very strong champ for sure. A lane bully with, you know, a solid late game. And, you know, okay, not go for that one. Of course, Ezreal, not escapable early on. And honestly, you can pretty heavily out-trade him. If you're going to put in spells, you can put him back. So, okay, off for that one, no problem there. And there's that Viego. You mentioned it, first things first. That was one we care about, and G2 cares about it too.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see where RNG go from here. We have so many, I'd say, all-in style champions in the bot lane right now in this meta. Tristan obviously being taken away. We've seen some Samira, Kalista already being taken off the table. But G2 have also been more interesting in terms of the AD carries they picked here. They still do have the Kai'Sa. If RNG don't opt to ban that one, they've already played it twice. We've seen them being one of the teams still willing to pick the Zeri after the millions and millions of nerfs she has received. And yeah, they're going to leave pretty much everything open, caring more about that Senna. And Senna Wukong's the thing. That is the thing that Europe specifically kind of pioneered.
I love Senna Wukong, by the way. I'm actually a really big fan of playing Senna more as a support and letting the bot lane farm champion like be more of a carry than just like, well, I'm a Tahm Kench and I built 2 tank items. And it's like, that's nice. You know, like I'm a huge fan of playing something like a Wukong, or if you're gonna go really spicy, like a Yasuo. Yasuo Senna, by the way, great lane. Highly recommend, just FYI, just try it out in solo queue if you know how to play Yasuo. Great duo overall. Lee Sin got the option though, and I'm loving this one. Did get some nerfs, haven't seen the most Lee Sin recently since those nerfs came through, but fun champ.
Yep, his base AD got nerfed, as well as his Q damage being taken down a little bit. Things that not only hurt his clear, but also his gank. So just all around being hit. We've seen him a little bit. I think he's been played 6 times so far in this tournament. Wei going to try once again. You have a very strong mid-jungle duo right now. Ari with the charm to sit up for the Lee Sin. Now for G2, I feel like this is typically where we do get a little bit more spicy. The Kai'Sa is something we've already highlighted that I feel like Flakkit has looked very comfortable on. You have a composition with the Wukong right now that can just dive into that backline, and I'd love to see more engaged to follow up in this support role. Luckily for RNG, they aren't going to have to worry about the Pyke since they've taken that one away. That pick scares the living crap out of me.
Oh, sure.
Maybe, you know, Leona, Nautilus, Rel, the kind of go-tos we've been seeing all day long. Actually, Nautilus, not so much. Shot a ton in the first stage, but...
No, but he was, I believe, the highest priority support, you know, across the first stage. Yes, he had kind of waned off. I give you that one, but gonna go for it here instead. He still has the reliable engage tool. You've still got a point and click R. Ezreal cannot disjoint it. Ari cannot disjoint it. Lee Sin can't disjoint it. Okay, Gwen is immune. But if you want to get on most of that roster, it's going to happen there. Flakkit can always follow through. Broken Blade, right? Like that, you're gonna have the follow-up there. So, you know, I think this all works out pretty well. Leona Nautilus, I've seen this 100,000 times. You know, you can interrupt each other's engages and, you know, kind of disengage together.
Yeah, and I find these two drafts very curious. RNG's, I think, is a little bit more standard in terms of you have a lot of different options you can play out. Like, they have a strong 5v5. They have the Ezreal to carry. They have great frontline in the Gwen and the Leona. They have some pick potential in sides with the fact that they will have both Ari and Gwen there as compared to the Zoe on the opposite side. For G2, you have kind of pseudo all-in with Vlad, Wukong, Kai'Sa, Nautilus, and then the Zoe, who doesn't really follow that same play pattern, but at least can contest pressure mid in the early game.
Yeah, I think one thing that Jat told me when he was, you know, coaching Team Liquid and, you know, turned their 9th place around into a finals, you know, great, you know, smart man. Basically, the goal is you want 2 lanes of priority and better scaling. If you have that, you've won the draft. Right, more pressure than them, better late game than them. That's everything you kind of care about because you can play the game plan, you know, early game and late game. Can you contest Ari early game as Zoe? Yes, you can. Can the bot lane duo win? That's a close one, but you can, right? If you play well enough, that's actually your 2-on-2 on either side of the matchup. So, you know, very skill matchup there, I think. But, you know, you got AoE clear on the Kai'Sa. That can feel pretty solid. And yeah, I love Wukong and Vladimir in team fights, right? I love Kai'Sa in team fights. So, right, like on the G2 side, you kind of got everything you want. Like, this is not like 100-0, oh, you slammed like the draft, but like, you look at it and you're like, I'm comfortable with this draft. If I'm comfortable with my players, I'm confident in my players, I like this draft.
Especially, I mean, if you find the engage, right? If you find the engage, I feel like G2 should just be outright favored. Having so much AoE, having Flakkit with the ability to reposition, get himself on top of that Ezreal, and having the point-and-click CC Nautilus that we didn't see earlier on in the day when RNG played to punish that pick.
Absolutely. So here we go on to the Rift, the only remaining undefeated teams at MSI 2022. G2 shocked the world, maybe not the EU analysts, but shocked everyone else with the win over T1. Earlier, RNG took care of business against EG, and now we'll see what else they can have happen, because G2 dropped their win streak, or does RNG now take over the #1 spot?
Yeah, and I think for G2, one of the areas where they're really going to outshine RNG is the early game. RNG's early game, pretty much all year long, has been a little bit suspect. We saw in playoffs in the LPL top esports gap them pretty much every game and rely on these crazy 20, 25-minute comebacks, throws from the sides of top esports. We saw in RNG's game earlier today. It was, a little bit slower. They were accruing advantages for macro. And I feel like G2 are a team who are willing to slam their foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah. G2 are the faster team of these two, for sure. I mean, Sahu just provides so much. It's funny, his interview earlier, he's like, yeah, I learned more about being like the engage on the team, which I don't think is that useful as a mid laner, honestly. He's not Doinby, right? He's not running around Nautilus or Malphite.
It's useful.
Yeah, if only he, some mid laners do that. But I mean, Ari certainly, Sahu is mobile. Like, this man is everywhere. He runs around. He does get a lot done. So to me, like, he's the X factor for the early game.
Yeah, and I feel like the Devs did a really good job of highlighting that it's two very distinct play styles. Xiao's going to be all about enabling your side lanes, kind of covering for some of their weaknesses, especially Bin up in that top side. To where for G2, it's all about getting Caps ahead. Caps even able to do that for himself, as we saw in some of the outplays like him on the Yasuo earlier in the tournaments. Just some really nice plays. So Cap's going to be looking to be the big carry, to where Xiao going to be looking to enable sides. Like you said, I think the spot lane matchup can have a bit of volatility. There is some skill there, so that would be a place where I wouldn't mind for RNG to look to put their emphasis. Even for G2, you have Vlad scaling and chilling up in the top side. If you can get Blacken ahead, if you can unlock this Kai'Sa, it's going to be massive.
Well, no stacks left for either tank support here, and it looks like the wave control is going to go to RNG, so you got to back off. Playing far enough back that, I mean, basically, Gala can't land E on an enemy champion if he goes forward, so it's just like a missed shot and auto attack, and G2 can kind of comfortably fight that one. We are in Glacial Augment meta for most of the supports. We do have Aftershock and Targums, by the way, but like level 2 Leona doesn't have her W and doesn't have Aftershock. So if she jumps in, Ezreal can Q auto. You just trade back on her with Aftershock Nautilus, and you actually win that one, level 1 and level 2.
I mean, especially Halo Blades on the Kai'Sa, right?
Exactly, right? You actually just pop Plasma on her. You actually win that trade. So you saw G2 actually stand their ground with level deficit, because the matchup, the way it actually plays out with rune choices, they're fine with that one under the minion wave.
Yeah, so far G2's bot lane playing this very intelligently. Interesting to see Xiao get the early recall. Gonna come back, have the Dark Seal, have a Corrupting Potion, so can look for a bit more of these aggressive trades. And that's what we hit on a draft, right? When you pick something like the Ahri with the Lee Sin, you typically want to see those ganks towards the mid lane, even if you can't find a kill. If you can burn Caps' flash, make it so he can't play more aggressively, he can't look to push out the wave, or join in these river skirmishes where Zoe is just so good at picking up spells used, looking for creative angles with your bubbles. I feel like that's really what's going to open up RNG for success. So look to punish Caps. If Caps gets through landing phase unscathed, I'd be pretty scared from RNG.
Nice try, and ooh, it's a turret shot. Almost landed the Everfrost. Would have been a little bit of a nice trade into the sleep, but doesn't happen. One camp ahead basically for Jankos. He's finishing up Scuttle just now and heads around to find his next goal. He did skip Krugs, by the way. It was a full clear for the Lee Sin, who's actually now his own camp ahead. I take it back. Temporarily there was an advantage, but as Wei is on the map level 4, he's going to say, okay, this man skipped Krugs. I know his camp path. I know what he did. All right, I'll get my second recall. Jankos will kind of catch up, and now he's on the map with double longsword.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where Wei goes now with this information, right? Because he knows that Jankos could be heading towards his Krugs right now. You see that Bin has a control ward up the top side, so potentially can look for some kind of gank. Vlad can be pretty hard to gank. You have the W available, also still has his Ghost up to be able to escape. But if the wave was on his side, potential option with Bin is going to push that one out. And RNG, once again, just kind of opting for a bit of a slower early game.
Yeah, not going to be much to do. Honestly, without a lot of a hard CC, it's pretty tough to force the Broken Blade death. You have to like go in, force the pool to try again in 20 seconds.
At the most, you get the Ghost, but that's probably the best you're looking at.
And if you do that, okay, come back in 3 minutes and maybe convert the kill. But you know, either Ben has to trade so well to get him down to like 30%, where he pulls the Q, you like follow, land E, and then you kind of finish the tower dive. But that's what you have to do. Ignite.
He's looking for it right now.
I mean, it's a smart Ignite because it prevented the big heal from empowered Q, which is why he's low enough to be diveable. And that means he's going to have to drop 2 waves, and it's a cheap heal as Vladimir. It's really, really well done by Ben.
Freak, is your game 15 seconds ahead of mine? Because you kind of painted that picture way too well for what we saw happen.
I play enough top laners to know like how Vladimir matchups go, and it's like, it's actually his health bar that matters. And it's so tough to play the matchup right, because like, if you do it wrong, he just hits you with Airy, Scorch, Q auto, and you're like, well, his health bar is bigger than mine. But if you get it right, he's at 20% and he's now tower diveable. So really well done by Bin. That can be a tough matchup, but he played it really nicely.
Yeah, now though, Broken Blade can come back with those Lucidity boots, so gonna be able to get that Q off even more. Just keep the sustain going and not let Bin continue to bully him out, because he does have a bit of a lead right now, especially with the fact that Broken Blade was zoned off the wave, so missing out on quite a bit. But it opened up G2 to be able to take control of topside jungle, because they knew where Wei was, they knew he was posturing for that play, and Targamas and Jankos right now just kind of looking to be a little bit cheeky, but RNG not going to give them any windows.
And not much going to happen right now. 200 gold lead to RNG. Feels pretty good right now. Bot lane's looking pretty normal. Feels pretty good to get a Sheen tier recall, so I think Gala is going to feel definitely comfy down there. Flacken on boots, okay, no problem. And yeah, we're just kind of chilling for a bit. Dragon, of course, is up. RNG, very Dragon focused as a team. If they can kind of have that one stacked, then they're really happy at 30 minutes, where it's like, all right, well, we're online with 3 items. You have to fight us for it, or we're getting solo. And Pins work out for him pretty well. They, of course, won the LPL. Here we go. Nice anchor comes in. Aftershock's on. Still wants to dodge away from the charm. Flashes to stay alive. Ultimately, still a summoner down. So well done by Ming.
Yeah, RNG moving their bot lane over first. Scala conceding that wave. Ming was already here. G2 still looking for a bit, but ultimately just find a nice bit of trade back and get the scuttle crab for themselves. That is where it's going to taper off. Ultimately, though, like you said, in favor of RNG, they were able to get Targamas' flash out from him.
Targamas also not even going Hex Flash, so his actual flash being down really does stymie his engaged capabilities. In general, Leona's going to be mostly fine Ezreal if he's paying attention to Arcade Shift, so probably doesn't mean too much with that down regardless, but going to keep note of that one, that he's certainly a relatively easy target for the next 4 minutes. One turret plate down, well done to Broken Blade, holds his 6 CS lead. Should lose most of that as this goes down. So even though he's pushed out of lane once, has done a good job with lane pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's been really cool to see G2 being willing to so confidently go towards these picks, but I'll pause for a second because Wei kind of angling for a gank. Vlad has ultimate up, still has W and Ghost as well.
Is it going to be enough? There's Ghost. Disjoints the Q damage, jumps towards the wall. Flash kick is beautiful. Big heal comes in, ignite on. Broken Blade will get shut down. Wei burns the cooldowns and burns the top pilot to the ground.
I love the confidence coming out from Wei in that play. Follows up, it kind of looked like Broken Blade might have been able to get away, uses the Ghost, has a W available.
Yeah.
Wei holding on to the flash though, and once again, Broken Blade gonna be denied even more CS.
Yeah, big thing is he needs to hold his W for Q1, not Q2. The man still takes the return trip if you wait until he starts it. So kind of a mistake there for Broken Blade, not kind of playing out the fight in his head. Either way, though, credit due to RNG's jungler. Wei sets it up, and it's been knocking it down. So off to the races is a Gwen, and that makes team fights scary.
Yes, especially for RNG when we've talked about how volatile Bin has been as a player, how he's constantly looking for these heavy trades, needs a little bit of babysitting from the teams that he's on. Nice to see him get off to a lead, but G2 still going to use his timer. They know Wei's going to have to go for the reset to turn that in onto a play for Herald. Now Flack, you're going to have to be a little bit careful. We see Wei hovering around a bot side right now.
Yeah, and I think Jankos actually on the minimap reset the Herald. Yeah, he did. So he ran the Patience out on Shelly, had to go for round 2 in this one. It cost him like 15 seconds. I think RNG get this Dragon anyway. Very minor mistake. It shouldn't mean much, but there's the Dragon for RNG, exactly what we kind of talked about. Emily talked about it after their win over EG. Targamas, nicely timed, gets the Q out of the turret, gets away from Solar Flare, and level disparity not going to matter.
Yeah, it looks like RNG is still going to posture for this at least. We can see on the minimap, Xiaohu's moving down. Ult doesn't hit, though.
Yeah, no ults for anyone right now. Every single thing is down. Aftershock is on. They're just going to burn Ming to the ground. Flacka dives away. They're going to trade one back at least, but still well done by the G2 bot lane. 1v3. Xiaohu goes in. A flash get away. Wei can't find the Q just yet. He's going to get it at the end. How about the rest? Caps cannot land it, but the turret will. Minions are in the place. Now Caps has his own flash, has an extra one to chase down. Will he go for it? Health bar's low. One more auto will kill him. The kick back though, does Xiaohu have enough? There was the question. Caps gonna try for more paddle stars. Xiaohu very low on mana is the thing. It's gonna be an auto attack fight now. So Caps, if that sleep landed, he might have gotten the kill here. Xiaohu now gonna maybe walk away. Paddle star will not quite kill. Good sidestep. Jankos on the way. He's stealth and a flash to safety. Knew that. Hold on, this could be a threat. Well done by Caps, buying the time, forcing a flash out of Xiaohu.
Constantly seeing Caps be the difference maker, follows the roam, finds the outplay, picks up a bunch of kills for himself. I'm a little bit disappointed that Jankos joined in at the end. I would have loved to see the 1v1 between two such historic mid laners, but you know what? We'll take it.
Yeah, to be fair, he was invisible when Xiaohu flashed away, okay?
True.
It could be a pro view, and we're like, oh yeah, he flashed from 1v1. Caps got it by himself, but obviously a good move by Jankos, and yeah, I think we're going to see more soon, don't worry.
Yeah, and we see here RNG setting up, having about one wave. Xiaohu posturing down, but that's the thing, not all members are here right now, so Ming going in a little bit before anyone's able to follow up. Really nice burst coming out from G2's bot lane to take him down right away. They want to keep this one going. They want to be able to find the kill. It's a 3v1 right now, but Flakked with a really nice pop of his R, able to buy more time for Caps to get down here. Like you highlighted, Freak, Turret kind of took that one down, but Caps being able to pick up these summoners makes it so he can keep following up on the play, hits the electrocute, dodges out from Xiaohu, and that's how he's able to get it done.
That Q not landing, a really big deal. Caps kept going to the right. I don't know if it was a predicted juke or not, but either way, Sonic Wave not going to come through. Wait! Oh, man! Caps is just so damn good. Yankos gets away. The clone helps tank some of Xiaohu's damage. True shot barrage! Woo! He felt that on his tail.
He was so close. Azael said it the other day on Dive4 that Caps has been the best performing mid at the tournament. I think it's pretty unarguable.
Hard
and
agree.
He's showing it once again here today. A little bit to the sadness of me being an LPL caster, but when you see plays this amazing, you can't help but just love it and be excited.
Oh my gosh, Caps is on another level. He tore through everyone in the LEC. I mean, I don't want to say put G2 on his back. His team is obviously very good, but clearly the best performing player right now in Europe and the best performing player right now in the world.
Yeah.
And that is awesome to see. 3-0 right now on the Zoe, right? Not a lot of other players are really picking this champion. He's clearly making it work. Beautiful stuff to see. And now, to see what happens on next.
And now RNG looking for a bit of a play themselves up towards the top side. Nice job, Caps hovering towards his jungler. They're not going to open up any potential opportunities to come through. I'm curious to see how much gold Caps is sitting on, what he comes back to in lane. Could have so much pressure now coming out from mid that G2 might just be able to constantly look for these rotations on the sides into enemy jungle. Yeah, about a 1k gold lead in the mid lane, having his mythic already.
Yeah, that 1k gold lead paid back by the top jungle of RNG, so we do see in the scoreboard it's a tied game here, just sort of marking like who's got the leads, right? It's Caps big up for G2, it's the top side big up for RNG, and they're gonna try again right here. 3, 4 versus 1, Broken Blade, what can you immune? They're gonna walk up for the stun, then chain everything. W comes down, Ming has the turret dagger, has to walk away, Ignite. Good stopwatch finds the kill, and turrets will just switch back to the minions. So a well-played dive by RNG, they lose a stopwatch for it, but the kill is worth it, as now G2 fight through the side. And I mean, they are 1,000 damage away from Shelly finishing this turret for them.
Yeah, just really nice cross-mapping coming out from the side of G2. They realize they can't look for this, go down towards the bottom side. They don't need to commit Caps, so it looks like Caps is being ganked right now.
He is, so there comes the damage, but he's gonna be just fine. Targamas putting a lot of space there as well. Caps gonna trade back onto Gala. Targamas will go down. No, the flash to safety. 15 health left, and Xiaohu cannot find that kill. First turret went to G2, traded back by Bin, but the Herald charge went on a bot tier 2. That's gonna be like 800 gold waiting to be claimed pretty soon by Broken Blade or Yankos.
And I think that's just so tragic that Xiaohu's not able to find the kill, because it means G2 able to get the second charge off unpunished. Now Xiaohu doesn't have ultimate, so even if he does roam down to cover the bottom side, they can't look for an aggressive play that maybe they would have been able to otherwise. And G2 now coming out a little bit ahead in terms of gold, but it really has felt like they've been the ones with the pressure so far.
Yeah, ultimately, Shelly, right, until that bottom lane turret dies, and this is valuable, right? The fact that it crashed, and that's very useful. Until that turret dies, though, there is no like intrinsic difference in G2's standing. At some point, it is plus 800, it is plus that pressure. The crash matters, but right, both teams got all 5 plates. Both teams still killed the turret, Shelly or not. So even though the tempo was better for G2 and they got 150 for the first turret, you know, RNG answered it pretty well.
I even feel like solidly on that point, G2 don't have anyone who really plays out through the side lanes and wins, especially with the advantage that Bin has.
Yeah.
So probably not something you're going to capitalize on anytime soon. But right now, Dragon setup coming out from both teams. G2's comp doing really well in this with the Zoe, but Wei looking for some aggression.
Yeah, okay, out he goes. No sleep gonna land as he jumps back away. No problem there. Flash up, kick up. Huge damage to Gala, down to about 60%. Couple of slows coming across. Re-engage. Caps down low now as well, but Ming is gonna be taking a nap. Is it gonna be in the dirt? It looks like no. We'll stay above ground for this one, but hold on. We're waiting for the next one. Yeah, Xiaohu not yet going over the wall. Flash, ult, charm, all that's gonna be up, so can make the play. G2 grouped up, and Ming, I think, has to take his reset. So 5v4 is an opportunity. Nice try into Gala. Arcane shifts out. Xiaohu's still gonna wait. Caps has a, mini ignite, basically.
Yeah, this posturing is really interesting, right? Because you have Zoe on one side able to throw out these bubbles and the Qs over the wall, but Gala also being able, on the edge, able to poke them out. RNG not going to get this one up, but Ming isn't here. This would be a 4v5.
Wei can get in and get out if he wants. Just go for the smite fight. Down to 900. Claimed. Well done by Caps. And now we look at round 2. That's going to be Gwen coming in. Drowsy, though, in melee range. Caps ignited, but finds the root and keeps running away. And now he's left alone. Nicely done by Flakked. Jumps right in, and Broken Blade gets his revenge. Dragon, kill number 1, looking for number 2 as well, and again, Broken Blade sets up a lot of space, and they get number 2. That sleep might make it hard to run away now as well. RNG just gonna go ahead and walk away, licking their wounds. G2 getting everything they wanted.
Yeah, G2 taking the fight, getting the objective as well. A lot of summoners being burnt by their side. RNG not really having to burn any because, I mean, they were the ones looking for the play, right? Bin having to go in by himself. A lot of zoning coming out from Broken Blade. Ming not even in the play yet, but RNG still thinking they had the angle. Sadly, though, they didn't. We're going to go straight into the replay here. We see them able to secure the Dragon, and Bin, critically, if I can speak, looking for the flank. It does get bubbled, and then here, the Everfrost coming out stops him from going in. RNG try to find their way onto Flacket, but really nice ult to be able to get away, not trade a 1-for-1. But like you said here, Broken Blade and Targamas being the ones to buy space, so RNG can't follow up with the engage.
Yeah, but everyone just like ran away. Like that was, I think it was the last jump from Xiao, who like what, you know, ran away from the E-Charge and the Vladimir. Like, even though he didn't hit anyone, exactly what you said, right? Buying space, there was no re-engage. That is the power of a mid-game Vladimir. He's on a rocket belt. He's going for, you know, the high damage, backline access, bursty build sort of there. And now another fight in the bottom side. Yanko's reveal not going to matter. Bubble's not going to land, neither will the Sonic Wave. But second Herald going to be under fire. And RNG feeling comfortable with this one. Broken Blade spotted in the bot lane, pushing the wave. So RNG should say, hey, it's 5v4, we should try. Wei getting a bit low, though. Does not have Smite right now for the heal. Yanko's does, so RNG cannot really play this as they play it slower and slower. We're going to have Broken Blade in this fight, so RNG can't actually go for it.
No, RNG gonna have to back off. We saw the poke able to come out from Caps, get the damage down. It's just the posturing coming out from G2 able to zone them off. Even if RNG had the smite there, I think it would have been very risky to commit for the objective with how fast Broken Blade was able to follow up. So G2 once again picking up another objective. Mid lane turret also very low, so I would be surprised to see G2 angle for a time to look to group mid.
Okay, Cat's putting one skill shot out for a slow. Charm only hits the clone. Yanko's doing a good job of making sure he can dodge those. It's instantaneous. You know, you are, even on 35 ping, it's 1 frame. Like that's the timing. So pretty reliable to get away from that one. And now Ben gonna jump right in, sees Flacket, no CC, but maybe baits him in anyway. And now as TV's gonna cross, will it be enough? Zoe's in melee range and finds kill number 1, and there's no way out. Xiaohu is death number 2. RNG tried way too hard to kill themselves.
Yeah, that was such a confusing play coming out from RNG. Bin going in, saying, hey, Xiaohu can follow up as a TP, and RNG still posturing, might find this.
Yeah, combos it out, nicely done away, gets the Gore Trigger and the E across, so at least 1 kill traded back, good solo. But of course, 2-1 still in the extended play. G2 feeling good, and Shelly, well, that's gonna be second turret.
Yeah, G2 should be able to get this one. RNG gonna have to rotate up to stop a second charge from being able to come through. They'd already cleared the wave in mid, so not too much work on this front, but a TP coming out from Bin.
Oh, they're gonna try yet again, all right. Okay, if you don't succeed, oh, Wei! I think that was purely blind, beautifully done. Solo kill on a Flacket. Majai is picked up for Caps. That's exciting, no other kills.
Yeah, Majai. I love the confidence coming out from him with how spectacular of a game he's had so far. He just wants to keep bringing this one home right now, sitting almost a 3K gold lead up over RNG. Feels like the next objective we're gonna be looking at is that Dragon coming up in a minute 30. So far, waves being pushed out, controlled bot side for the side of G2. Bin pushing that one in the top, so someone from RNG gonna push that one in. G2 will have to answer, and G2 now gonna be able to keep control over this bottom side river.
As mid comes in, 60% health on that turret. It's honestly just feeling pretty comfortable. 2,500 gold, solid lead for sure. Watch that fight yet again. Yeah, I think Ben just calls his teammates over, but doesn't realize the rest of them are already on the way.
Yeah, so he goes to get that deep ward right, doesn't realize G2's pretty much already here. Xiaohu TPing into his death. Does look a little bit troll, but like you said, I can kind of understand what they were looking for. And then Wei being sneaky, I think Targamas not thinking they'd still be posturing around mid, considering they just lost a fight, able to find a cheeky kill in the back half.
He kind of spaced it out nicely as well, right? The sort of tail end of the knockback and stun, he's still in range for the Gore Drinker and the E. So it kind of like hits Q2, ends up like 300 units out. But like that's fine, because that's still in range of all your spells. So even if it's like on a very small mechanical level, pretty much perfectly timed by Wei, no way to flash out or anything, so nicely done there. Still though, relatively close game, 2,500. Obviously, G2 are commanding in this one, but if you look at the bottom river, fight for the third Dragon of the game, and it's RNG who have the first move. They've got at least some mid pressure, and they've got the wards.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing the two teams go in different directions, right? RNG knowing they can win the contest over mid-wave with the Ezreal, they already had members there first. So G2 quickly go down towards bot side to make sure they still have an avenue into the river. And it feels like, once again, it's going to devolve into this poke battle, right? How much can Caps get done compared to Gala on the other side, stopping members from coming in. G2, though, just going to go straight towards the Dragon.
Started up. Brookblade's still going to play on mid, but he kind of wants to be in a flank spot in the first place. Bruiser spots, okay, I know where the back line has gone. We know what's going on there. Ming not spotted. A kick from behind. Really? Just beautiful by Wei. They will sack the dragon. But until it turns into Soul, the kill's probably worth more. Mid. Yeah, exactly. Mid pressure's the thing. They can rush down this turret, and a kill in a turret is better than second dragon.
Yeah, 100% RNG. Really nice play there. I can emphasize what both teams are doing, right? For G2, I mean, they couldn't contest mid wave. They had to go through bot. That's how they found their avenue onto the objective. But Wei with just a really nice read. And I love that they knew they had the confidence that they'd be able to burst out Broken Blade right away, that he wouldn't be able to get into pool and get out of there. And now RNG still not equalizing the gold, but keeping it close enough.
Yeah, I mean, it went from, you know, over 2,500 to about 1,700, so it is at least getting closer. I still, of course, favor G2, and they're not going to go for the dragon. Now, keep in mind, a stolen smite for Caps, actually, not even spellbook, just got it from the ground, so puts a little bit of damage down there in the first place.
They're so fast.
I mean, 1,800 damage together. Wei might spot it soon. Q over the wall, sees it. Timing's going to be tight. Double smite. Oh, they don't go for it. He gets it in time. Yanko's able to claim it. Out goes Wei. That was nearly a Baron snipe, but it's not going to happen. A good sneak all the same. Cap's going to walk away cleanly. Xiaohu cannot really get in. Keep in mind, they still got Gwen push to the bottom side. Bot lane outer is down. Will attack tier 2 as Broken Blade attempts to answer equal level close CS, the two of them.
And this is just such a great day for the European fans.
Yeah.
I'm sad Vedis couldn't be here because, my God, G2 are completely showing up. Everyone's saying T1's the favorite, RNG, G2 being in that similar second tier. But I think most people probably would still lean RNG just from, you know, the dominance of LPL over the past few years.
Yeah, sure.
But G2 completely showing up today. And I mean, now with this Baron, we're going to see how much it can increase his gold lead. Tier 1 mid still up for RNG. Gala not going to be able to just clear out these waves like he's been doing all game. G2 get control of side, start moving towards mid, break this one down as a unit.
See them try it yet again. I think Smite's actually only up for Caps. Smite, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, okay, it was up for Wukong, I take it back, but the double smite comes through, and I believe that was Zoe plus Wukong. Timed not the closest together, but still got it, the double smite in time.
Yep, still good enough for Wei not to be able to look for the contest there. Again, just the decisiveness coming out from G2 was huge. This is what we talked about. They just pushed in top wave, they pushed in bot. They're going to make these plays towards mid, and now, I mean, with the amount of siege that they have from the Zoe, they should be able to guarantee this one with the Baron buff. For RNG, their only hope is looking for a cheeky play with Wei. You can see him right now hovering in the bottom side jungle. But with Bin still not here, yeah.
Right, exactly. Just pulling up Gwen, there is no threat on you whatsoever, and Gwen is like seen on the wave. So Wei could engage a 4v5, it'll be Ming doing it, but Ming just explodes, nobody gets out! Gallop finds one, and they're gonna go for a little bit more now. Where's it gonna be? Where's Broken Blade running away? Targamas, no flag, gonna get out just barely, a nice kick, but that's one already picked up onto the Gwen as Bin does show with the TP. Coming on for the rest of it, the sleep is there, and Wei will fall! Look at that, 4 versus 3 on the map. G2 still just taking more.
Yeah, they still Baron. They can still look to keep pushing down these objectives. RNG in a really bad place. Caps now picking up the flash. I'm on edge, Freak. I'm on edge.
I mean, they're getting so much done, though. G2 playing on the edge. At this point, knock another turret down. Broken Blade, a small ping towards him. Getting farther and farther ahead. 4,000. Now the lead. G2 are commanding this game.
Yeah, a really smart rotation, making their way up towards top side. They've already prepped this wave beforehand to go for that push in mid. They're very easily able to use that macro play to pivot up towards the top side, take another turret down. And RNG, I mean, I can understand them looking for a play, right? They're feeling very far behind. They know they need to find a way back into this game, but yeah, I feel like with the fact that Bin was still bot, the TV channel would take too long. Like, I get what they're looking for. Ming goes in. I'm very surprised he does not die here, able to get away by the skin of his teeth. Really nice Everfrost guarantees that Jankos goes down. And then here you see kind of the dichotomy. You see Bin going in, trying to buy space, but on the opposite end of the fight, it's Broken Blade buying space for his carries to be able to make sure that Wei goes down. And in the midst of all this fighting, Caps is pretty much hitting every bubble to make sure that the damage wasn't able to follow through.
And Broken Blade playing the zoning like role while building for full damage, right? It's Rocket Belt into Void Staff second. It's not the zone. He's not even like a Banshees because you're against, you know, several AP. Like there's a consideration there, and he's still able to build so much time that despite being put down, he's still zoning at the back line, letting them just focus down the Gwen who was put ahead early on. And she's 1-3 now, right? And this is a champion who, right, they gave her so much lane control, they gave her a turret, they gave her a kill, and it just doesn't matter.
And I think it's so smart too, just for the fact that since you know RNG are going to be looking to dive the backline, it's pretty much leaving Gala and then maybe Xiaohu or Ming by themselves to deal with the Vladimir. You don't have enough burst to take down Broken Blade. Even if he is going the full damage, full burst build. So that threat alone is enough to dissuade them from looking for these plays. Now RNG going to try and pivot to playing sides, look for picks, but feels rough. I mean, Broken Blade going to be the only one answering waves. Caps continuously holding hands with Yankos or just sitting in mid himself. So those opportunities really not going to be available.
Nope. Third Dragon of the game, going to go to G2 pretty cleanly here. Mountain Soul, overall, like on the average game, the best Dragon Soul in the game, by the way. Highest win rate, no matter what elo you look at, really strong. That shield just does so much to prevent comebacks because the, Ari one-shot you is just precluded by the 300-point shield and extra armor MR. So this really does hurt RNG's chances of finding the comeback. Gold lead grows to 5,000 now.
Even just the items, you look at it right now, Banshee's Veil on Xiaohu compared to the Void Staff coming out from Caps, so much more damage on their side. 3-item 80 carry Flacket, having the Phantom Dancer, having the IE as well, compared to only 2 items on Gala. Feels like RNG are so far away from a point in the game of being relevant against a comp that also scales very well, like we talked about, the Kai'Sa, the Vladimir, the Wukong. I don't know. Gala probably needs like 2 or 3 more items, and then he needs to somehow 1v5 this game, dodging out Nautilus CC, dodging out Wukong ultimate.
Yep.
Sounds pretty possible, Freak.
What did G2 have? They had a solid bot lane that was holding up just fine in the lane overall. Okay, yeah, you lost a summoner once in a while, but like, bot lane was going fine, mid lane was going fine. We saw Caps get around, and now 1v1, Bin and Broken Blade. Bin just deleting. It is not close, but Flacket in for a bit more. The flash safety is not going to happen for anything, so Shadow's going to come back in, finds the charm, but can't get any more done because Yankos is here. Who wants to find that knockup, cannot do so. So who gets out? 1 for 1, both top laners die.
Resources were funneled into Bin. He's trying to show he can be the one to bring this game back, finds the kill, but being on G2 side of the map, they're able to rotate so quickly to answer, and sadly, not able to find much more. 1 for 1 though, when you're behind. I mean, RNG will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, but the problem is they've cashed in their gold lead to 5 stopwatches. G2 will not lose the next team fight.
Yeah, it is looking pretty rough as we see here, Broken Blade actually being the one to come down because he knows he has follow-up from the rest of his team, underestimating the damage able to come out from Bin, but luckily Flacket, being a sniper, hitting that W makes it so he can follow through with the ultimate, and then Xiaohu just wants to get the hell out of here because he knows the rest of G2 is waiting in the wings.
And now we get to try for maybe the next Baron of the game. G2 did a really good job, masterfully getting the first one. Double smite made it look pretty clean.
Oh, and like you said, 5 stopwatches for G2 in this fight.
So, they spent their gold lead, about 4,000 of their gold lead on the stopwatches. Worth it, by the way, to be clear, as it's going to be hard for RNG to find anything in this fight.
Yeah, and we're going to see now. I mean, it really feels like your only hope is Bin finding some kind of massive play, being able to get in on the backline with the TP. Maybe you get a huge ultimate. I've seen him miss some of the fully stacked Qs. It's like, had those hit, maybe you could have taken down Flack in some previous fights. But G2 aren't going to let that happen. They have full control of vision right now. They don't have the scuttle, but still making it so that RNG aren't able to walk in. They can wait for that one to time out, just keep pushing in these waves. They don't really have too much to worry about.
Running is only half.
Poke. It's one of the nice things. I'm sad that AP Kai'Sa is gone. I really like playing her, but throughout the W poke, looks pretty good overall. Obviously, Zoe can do a bit as well. So once in a while, you find yourself with a man advantage because of that poke, but ultimately there's going to be a team fight AD carry with the build.
I'm so happy that's gone.
Really?
So happy that the W Flacket.
As a bot laner, a lot of fun.
Yeah, pretty much got cut path in things like A-ramps. That was completely disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Also a lot more fun to see, the AD Kai'Sa come out, having to play a bit more like an assassin, get on that backline, put yourself in harm's way, and really just show off the mechanical prowess that an AD carry is able to have. For G2 now, though, they don't need to exercise that mechanical prowess. They are sitting on Soul Point. They can wait 1 minute, 20 seconds, force RNG to come into them. They've been winning every fight pretty handedly so far, making their gold lead up to 4,000. And like we said, for RNG, it's pretty much the bin show. Gala, I don't feel like he does enough relevant damage in these fights where the poke is meaningful, especially up against things like the Wukong. You have the armor coming out from your passive. Broken Blade's going to be able to heal up nice and fine. And Caps and Flacket really never in harm's way.
Wants to go in, going to find the charm. Oh, there's the first stopwatch burn, but Caps doesn't have an easy way out. Has a real flash, gets over the wall, but they get him. They get the shutdown. 1 for 1 so far. That was Bin has been destroyed. Broken Blade going to take a bit of damage, will walk out, but without Caps, that's 10 stacks off the Magi. He was at 14. 14. And I believe this should be RNG having control over the bottom river now. Smite down for Wave, burns it on Scuttle, but it's going to be the short cooldown. Targamas slowed down, nearly killed. Gala can't go in for a whole lot more, but now they know they forced G2 away. 30 seconds still on this Dragon, but that's still going to line up with Caps being dead. He doesn't have Spellbook, he can't get there on time. And RNG know it. They should, by all rights, just always get this Dragon.
That's the thing, right? Even though both teams did kind of take down the primary carry we've seen on the opposite side, RNG definitely having much more firepower, especially with Gala being there, able to unload those missing shots, making it so you can't walk in for free on this objective. And Shadow's fishing.
He's in fog. He's gonna. He always plays the clone. You can see he kind of shoots to the side, like in case he picks downwards the W. Maybe go for the shot, but went backwards. Pretty smart choice here. So if Vin needs TP, he can. True Shot Barrage gets a bit of poke. Okay, no, they're not on Baron. They're not doing anything cheeky here. And you just let someone solo it, right? So it's going to be Ben doing so. He TPs the bottom lane, wants to be on the map. And covering their bases pretty well, right? G2 know that they can play for the credible Baron play, so RNG have to kind of cover that one. They let Ben solo it. I think both teams really played this macro quite well in terms of what their options were. So G2 going to try.
RNG no TP though on the Gwen, so if G2 can find a really nice decisive turn, they should be able to take the fight.
Yeah, because that half though is a bit of a danger. Way sticking around there. 4K health on Baron. They have to be careful about this timing here, and Ben going to be here soon enough, and G2 flinch. They say, we're not willing to play for this. We're not willing to flip it. Yanko's so low, jumps the wall. That's a huge stun. They're going to knock down Xiao, who rooted in place, and Caps gets his revenge. Broken Blade Zonias, but Broken Blade may not have a way out. They get him back again. Soul Laner's dead now, once each on both sides. The re-engage gives a crush, jump into Gala. Min going to be next. The bot lane is in shambles. A double for Yanko, so now they're going to go for a little bit more. And Flacken is free fire on the bin. Another death onto the Gwen, and G2 going to get the Baron after all.
And Flacken's repositioning in these fights with that ultimate and his flash have been so beautiful to make sure he doesn't go down. G2, like you said, are going to get the Baron. I love that Caps is still hunting for Way. And G2 just continuing to run through with these fights.
Rookies, man. 22-year-old rookie, but a rookie nonetheless. This man is so good. Flacken is outstanding and has been all MSI. Great scouting, obviously, coming out of the ERLs. Beautiful stuff. And G2 have put themselves together an amazing roster.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to how the fight happens. Like we said, Gwen not able to be here, but RNG still having enough poke to look for the contest, to posture them off the objective. Xiao here trying to find his way onto Caps, but instantly Targamas and Co. kind of turning to make sure he's able to do so. Wei tries to find his way into the back line. We see Broken Blade zoning them off once again on the opposite side, but here really feels like the turning point for me, where we see Ben able to come in. He's going to try and find his way onto Flacken. The stopwatches are just so annoying for RNG to deal with, but able to flash out from danger. You have all the damage there. The damage dealers from RNG are already dead, and that's just a fight for G2.
I mean, really, really beautiful stuff. So, correct myself, 21 for Flacken. Had my memories wrong, but I mean, regardless, like, this is just really impressive, because to me, the history of G2, for those who are G2 fans more recently, the start of G2's international career was really bad. Their first MSI, G2 and 8 memes, if you remember those, like it was a rough start for G2. Worlds looked bad as well. They kept missing, and then just banger after banger. The last few years for G2 has been like, they're clearly the best team in Europe. They're one of the top teams internationally. They're so absurd, and their talent scouting's been so damn good as well, right? Like, Broken Blade, Flash off TSM, comes over. He's been outstanding. Flacken and Targamas were in the LEC for the last 3 years. I mean, Flacken's a full rookie. Targamas played one split 3 years ago, so straight out of the ERLs, basically, as far as I'm concerned. G2 scouted them out, grabs them, and this is the team that comes back to MSI, and going to be the only undefeated team at MSI.
And not being afraid to break apart a star-studded roster, right? Reckless, Wonder, like these types of players that are so good, that are so heralded. I mean, even just a hit in terms of like fan perception you would take. G2 said, no, we are aiming for a trophy. We're aiming for more titles. They were willing to do it. And at least so far, it's only best of ones, but it's paying off against the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and they have looked impressive. Nice kickback, though. Could be a kill, but Yanko's had his stopwatch. Wei will not yet die, but the charm lands. Xiaohu's there. Knocked into the air. Tries to get the spells off, and they will get one from Ben. Now Gala running for his life. There's been so many narrow margins, but RNG get the one for 0 and have time to reset.
That's the one thing you got to give RNG in this game so far. They've always looked for the angle to find the engage, to find the pick. Wei constantly waiting behind G2 to find these kicks into the rest of his team. I mean, Gala there somehow luckily able to get away, making it so they don't lose too much, but G2 still able to finish off that turret and get out scot-free.
Now, thank you, Glacial Shroud. I assume he took some physical damage at some point in that fight, and that armor did make the difference, obviously on Hex Drinker now as well, so that will help next time around when Caps wants him.
And we're going to see here Wei being very patient all game, looking for these opportunities. Yep, uses the E to reveal, waits for him to use that ult, show himself once again. I thought here the sword go down for RNG because they didn't find their way onto one of the key carries, but still Xiaohu able to hit the charm was the difference maker in being able to take that one away. And Flakked, it's just so sad not able to finish off Gala with that Q, making it so RNG are able to find the one kill on the Jankos.
I was told 6 HP was the count on Gala, so real low, but made it out in the end. And you know, anytime you say, hey, 2 armor nerfs don't matter, there you go. 2 armor would have been the difference maker there. So once in a while, you have those big deals. Now G2, of course, still feeling great. Once again, playing for Dragon Soul. Mountain Soul is going to be so much for them if it happens. Scuttle does belong to RNG, makes it a bit tougher to navigate. They can't play full Fog of War, but G2 should feel comfortable.
I mean, especially now, right? We see Flakked coming out the GA. Bin gonna look for a bit of engage.
Jumps right on in. A lot of damage. Target with just gets soloed, but he does. Beautiful start here. Will it be enough for the rest of it? Broken Blade trying to buy some time. Ming gonna jump right back out. Will stay alive, but Bin has to be careful. Going right back in. Wukong for the knockup on a 1. Stopwatch burn, and down goes Xiaohu. Will they trade it back? Yo, he's healing. He's staying alive. Two-shot barrage. Gala stays alive. Caps finds one way on the way out. Has a Guardian Angel, though. Flash in. It's going to be enough for Caps. Burns the Zhonya's Hourglass yet again. Gala playing to his limits, but ignited and falls. And G2 mop the floor with RNG.
What was essentially a 4v5. G2 were able to turn it around. Great play coming out from Jankos. Flakked, once again, is so damn fearless, just constantly going in. He had the GA. He knew he was fine, and they took RNG down.
Absolutely beautiful. If you want to see what the best team in the world plays like, you better take notes. It's MSI and G2 are back.
What an absolutely glorious day for Europe. I remember Jankos tweeting when he saw the schedule day 1, well, might as well just go home. They come in, they clap the region that just won Worlds. Heck, the last MSI champions to take down T1, who honestly looked like one of the scariest teams to ever exist. They weren't afraid in the face of these Titans. And heck, they came out as the bigger Titan themselves.
24 games in a row. G2 have killed the enemy Nexus. The best teams in Europe couldn't stop them. The best team in North America, the best team in Australia couldn't stop them. The best team in Korea, the best team in China cannot stop them. Who in the world can stop G2 at this point?
Yeah, that is a tough question. Maybe looking at some plucky underdogs, some Buffaloes, some PSG Talons.
We'll look tomorrow.
I was gonna say, at least for the rest of the day, G2 get to go home happy. No, they came out again against tougher competition. Sure, like they did lose early against T1, but I think things like that are even more impressive, knowing you can have games like this where you find a dominant early start and win. You can also have games where you fall behind and are able to find the fights, find the macro to come back through.
And it's beautiful to watch. I am excited. This is not just like, oh, well, here's T1, everyone fight for second. It is G2. People are fighting to keep up. It's beautiful to see incredible play by this team. So G2 have taken down T1, G2 have taken down RNG, and they extend their win streak farther. 22 games on the prompter, maybe misremembered, in a row. It's beautiful to see. Now, after the break, we will hear from the victorious Jankos and preview EG vs Buffaloes. Stay tuned.
He's lining it up. He's creating a front line. That is a huge moonfall now, as that's going to be one kill for BJ and pick one up here for Shogun. Saigon Buffalo move on to the Rumble stage.
This team is not afraid to scrap with anyone.
A swift one-sided affair will lock EG in the Rumble stage.
I think with every game we're improving a bit.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Hey, say something funny.
What are you doing?
All of our streaming subscriptions were starting to add up, so I decided to cut back, and now you're my guy, so play better.
Hold up. You don't have to sacrifice. State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Keep talking, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, everyone. Jake here.
Subscribe. Unsubscribe.
What? I thought I was your guy.
Not anymore. He's my guy.
Whatever. For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
I don't know, a sigh. It's not even a sigh of relief. It's just the screaming elation, probably, as they have finished the day 2-0 by taking this win over RNG. Wins against the two toughest opponents that we perceive in the group for them. And I think there's nowhere else to start but in the mid lane, where Caps just performed his ass off. The OP player of the game. He can do it on every kind of champion now. I don't know how you begin to develop a plan or strategy to take this guy down.
As we stated at the beginning of the day as well, G2 play through Caps, and it's worked so incredibly well for him. And both T1 and RNG are teams that generally try to have their mid laners enable the rest of the team. But G2 is showing, especially with the form that Caps is in right now, that you don't need to do that. And it has worked so incredibly well for them, and I'm really interested to see if other teams are going to try to mimic this, because you can't leave Caps unchecked this tournament. It's too good.
Yeah. But how do you, right? If he's going to go from a Yasuo in one game to a Zoe in the other, and we've already seen him play a number of other champions throughout the group stage as well, I just don't even begin to understand how you formulate a plan against a guy who seems to not miss.
And the Zoe is super interesting, right? Because we talked about that pick at the beginning of the day and how, like, typically you want to play with Fog and get pick-offs like that. Not only does Caps do that really well, but again, like, as the primary attacker on this team, just absolutely dumpstering so many of these fights. His damage is actually lower than I thought it would be. Like, I was expecting even more damage to come out of that. Probably because Flakked, and like, one thing to revisit moving slightly away from caps here is that I was really happy that Dylan called out how well Flakked and especially Targamas have been playing. Targamas impressed a lot of people prior to his debut on G2 when he was in ERLs. So it's really cool to see those two players specifically as well, really stepping up to, the levels that we already knew Caps and Jankos were capable of.
I'm willing to bet if the game ended 5 minutes sooner, his damage share would have been a lot higher. It's just a product of getting the late game team fight with a Vladimir and a Kai'Sa on your team, right? Who just start dumping damage out and good, on the rest of G2 in those late game team fights to be able to support all the work that Caps had done early in the game to develop such a lead. And I do love the call out to the rookie who does not appear to be playing like a rookie on the international stage against two of the best teams in the history of League of Legends.
It's really incredible. And it also makes me even more excited to see what is going to happen if we see the pivots from RNG and T1 in the second series when these two teams play against one another again. And what's going to happen, because I still think that, as expected, those three teams are all going to make it to the next stage. What happens in the best of fives?
And here I want to talk a little bit about RNG as we see some early highlights. One of the interesting and main differences with this RNG team, I know that Ox touched upon this in group stage, is that they do focus on Bin a lot. A lot of their struggles in season were trying to adjust to how aggressively Bin is always going to play topside, right? Which means that a lot of resources, and in this game we also saw it into the Gwen Vladimir matchup, they spent a lot of time trying to get him ahead. And when he was not able to contribute as well in team fights, when G2 played so cleanly around the Gwen, that really didn't end up paying off for RNG. So now I'm very curious to see if after this game they try to shift their playstyle, because to me it's less about Xiaohu and it's more about whether they think Bin's like incredibly aggressive laning phase can stand alone without help.
That's a good question, and only time will tell, right? Fell down today. We saw a number of times the Gwen almost being able to turn the table. There's an earlier Baron fight that we were looking at where Bin on the flank, given a couple more seconds to join the team before the engage actually happened. Perhaps that was RNG's way to find a winning position in the game, but it all kind of came down to this.
And what G2 has shown, in I think a little bit of different forms. The first comp that they played today was just straight up 100% team fight. But with dive comps, you're naturally also going to want to group up. You just play the fights themselves differently. And RNG now also, it was a bit more of a hybrid between like some pick with the Lee and the Ahri, and that pick didn't really work out. It's a comp that can team fight. But with G2 opting so heavily into like exclusively 5v5s, I would not be surprised to see G2 or to see RNG and T1 follow that example and opt more heavily into that.
Again, that's what international tournaments are all about, right? Some team begins to define the meta and everybody else either starts to play catch up or they have to find the answer somewhere else. For more, though, on G2's 2-0 start to the Rumble stage, Lore is joined by Jankos for the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to Busan. That's 2-0 for G2 so far in the Rumble stage, and I have Jankos with me to talk about this amazing day for Europe. Quick question though, what was the most challenging for you, beating RNG or facing Plumbing in the fist punching game?
Well, I did win against RNG, but I maybe didn't win in the punching game.
All right. Well, jokes aside, you had an amazing day, honestly, and I know you entered the Rumble stage saying that you didn't feel challenged. Could you reevaluate that statement maybe?
Well, I think in the group stage we faced against ORD and against Evil Geniuses, right? And both teams were not playing all that great, and we felt like the games didn't matter that much, because as much as you can make it to Rumble stage, then it doesn't matter if you make it first seed, second seed, or if you lose games, which basically means we don't have to show much and we don't have to play our tryhard drafts. But as you can see, our drafts are still quite similar against T1 and against RNG. But I think the pressure you get from playing in front of a big audience, and also the pressure you get from every game actually being relevant, is so much different. So I think today is so much more rewarding, and it feels so much happier than winning the 8 games in a group stage.
Let's talk about the audience actually. First, it feels so good to have so many people in an audience, but how was it for you on stage, hearing so many Korean fans cheering for you?
Very, very happy, I suppose. I mean, I think we had less support when we played against T1, but we had a lot of support when we played against RNG. So I'm, of course, very, very happy with the crowd. I think the crowd was loud today, and everyone, they were cheering for both teams, of course. And yeah, it was super, super fun. And I'm really glad that I can, after I think 3 years, I can actually play in front of a crowd again.
Yeah, really cool to see so many Korean fans wearing G2 jerseys. Actually, I was very impressed. Focusing more on the game, though, I think something we have to note is the impressive team fights you showed throughout the 2 games you played today. Anything special you can say about that? What made your team fight so good?
Well, I think that we have good meta understanding and good understanding of the team compositions that we play. So this is why we can team fight well. I think that I actually misplayed 2 fights that happened in the RNG game. I think at T1 game I didn't really, well, it was a long time ago and didn't watch it, so I'm not exactly certain. But I think there's, of course, many things we should improve on, and I still think that enemy team was better in some aspects, especially T1, RNG as well. So there's many things we still have to be better at.
All right, now 22 games winning streak, and that's really impressive. But how do we make sure that you guys don't get too cocky now?
I think we just did. It's over. Tomorrow we face Buffalo from Vietnam. So I'm not too worried about Evil Geniuses, but I am a little bit worried about Vietnam because, as we all know, I'm their brother, and I do tend to int a lot against Vietnamese teams. So as long as my team can win 6v4 tomorrow, we should be fine.
And especially with Binjay wanting to face you, he said something with an interview with Ashley recently. How does it feel to be the jungler at the tournament with the biggest target on his back?
It's fun. It's fun.
Let's see how long it lasts, Jankos. Thank you so much for the interview, and back to you guys in Berlin.
Thank you so much, Laure. I will never get sick of Jankos interviews. I always have a giant smile on my face.
As someone who's had to interview him too, he brings so much to the interview. It's great.
Absolutely. Well, 2-0 day for G2, but now we turn our attention to the next matchup of the day, which happens to sport a very interesting statistic, Emily. It's the battle of the Zoomers in EG versus Saigon Buffalo.
7, and once again, shout out to VCS English, who actually did a graphic in some of the prep docs they sent us. So 7 out of the 10 youngest players are in this matchup right now. Most of them, as you can see, are from Saigon Buffalo. 4 of their 5 total members. There's randomly Kisei just hanging out in the center, so he's holding it down for Osh. But yeah, when we've talked a lot about this EG team, we have talked about their young carries, going over them in NA and through their run, and how at their best it's when veterans like Impact and Inspired and Vulcan are helping set up their 2 young carries. With Buffalo, are they all on the same page in team fights, and they're going in and they're very mechanically competent.
I mean, they got lots of Zoomer energy, so as long as it's all channeled in the same direction, then you have to hope it's going to to net them some success. From here, though, it's time for us to take a look at our MasterCard fan predictions going into this matchup, and bit of a surprise, at least to me, that 61% of the vote here is going to Saigon Buffalo.
Every time that this is done, someone brings up the NA time. I don't know. I'm still half on Korean time, half on EU time, so I can't actually tell you.
I don't know either.
With what Buffalo showed earlier today, that's even more surprising, right? Because they did actually show a lot of weaknesses.
Well, so that's where my question lies. Do we feel like what Saigon showed us, those weaknesses that it showed us here today, is something that EG is, inherently able to exploit?
It depends. Like, I think the weaknesses we saw from Saigon Buffalo in the PSG game aren't necessarily things that we didn't see from them in the group stage, right? And then with EG for this team, it really is honestly about how much does this team learn from their losses going forward.
Well, both teams winless at the moment and looking to put one on the board. We're moving quick here at the opening day of the MSI Rumble stage, so we're back over to Freak and Lyric for the call.
Thank you very much. All right, this is going to be fun. So, Evil Geniuses versus Saigon Buffalo. I think coming in, the expectation was, okay, this is probably the battle for 4th, right? EG got clapped by G2, okay, sure, but like, hey, top 4 makes the semifinals, you go from there. And like, based on how the group stage went, we're like, I think we maybe favor Saigon Buffalo over.
Even the history of VCS.
Right, like they've actually been, kind of performing. And then, man, did they get kind of clapped. I mean, okay, to be fair, EG did too, right? Like, again, this is like, we expect this to be the battle for 4th right here. It's a battle for semifinals. Like, it's a very, very big deal. But the fact that, PSG Talon kind of handled Saigon Buffalo, it's like, all right, you really got to step up right now, right? Like, this is not the time to like claw your way into the wins. Obviously, get your rematch later, but like, I need to see more of the Vietnamese team.
I think Buffalo is probably the scariest team at the tournament, which is really weird because I think they've had some of the most questionable drafts. I think they've had some of the most questionable macro plays. But the thing is, they're just not afraid of anything. They definitely like follow through with the tradition that, heck, that they've brought before when they were known as Fangbu Buffalo or Evos or Gigabit Marines. That
they will just do crazy things. They will go for these crazy fights at level 2, level 3. We saw, obviously, the 2v2 kills up against Keria and Gumayushi, which still ring true in a lot of people's minds. So yeah, SGB, kind of the wild card that I'm most afraid of for everyone. But like you said, they really struggled today earlier in their match against PSG. So I think EG, maybe I'm feeling a bit better for them. I'm especially feeling better than the fan vote. That one really surprised me. But yeah, I think every team has to be on their toes against Buffalo, like Yanko said in his interview.
Yeah, for those who want to kind of know about this one, it's between like 5:15 or 8:15 in the morning if you're in like sort of continental 48 states in the U.S. So it is pretty early. By the way, just so you know, Chronicler. So, you know, there aren't a lot of people up. Also, it's just fun to do like the salty vote and just be like, yeah, he's going to lose other games. And, you know, then you're often wrong. So we'll see what happens here. It's going to be a fun battle. As Dash mentioned, both teams winless in the Rumble stage so far. And we'll see who can come in with this one. Gangplank off the table. Callista, Lucian, Tristana. Yeah, a lot of the aggro 80 carries, indeed, targeted at Shogun.
Yes, and you know, also just surprising how much Callista priority has risen from groups to Rumble. We've pretty much seen it as a staple all day long. Obviously able to do a ton in the bottom lane. No one going to let that one through. The two standout picks that still jump to my mind are the Ahri and the Wukong. Two picks you typically see banned on the red side. Right now, SGB just going to ban away the LeBlanc. So one of those is going to get left through for Saigon Buffalo to pick up.
All right. Core mid laners off the table here. We'll see what ends up being actually locked in. Saigon Buffalo are the overall youngest team at the tournament. Average age 18.8. There's none of their players played pro before 2019 summer.
Yeah.
They are all like fresh face. And by the time pretty much all of them came up, it was, you know, unfortunately, right, with COVID and everything, like most of these players never got to go to any national tournaments despite being, you know, largely top 2 for a while over in Vietnam. You know, we didn't get to see Vietnam at Worlds last couple of years. That really sucked. You know, sad that we missed them.
I mean,
but now they're here, and I want to see how well
they do have some international experience in the roster, which is they do have Big Koro behind Shogun, who you know has played on the international stage before. Again, when they were known as Fong Blue Buffalo. But we do see here this young squad of plucky players going to go with the Wukong like we expected, and the Ezreal Prio continues to rise to the happiness of Kobe. And now to see, do they go with the expected Gwen pick, right? Because I feel like we're finally getting to a point where it seems like the meta is stabilizing a little bit. You can know what to expect. Right. I feel like if you don't pick the Gwen, the only things you have to be afraid of, right, that we've seen are the Vladimir, which has had a huge impact, as well as if you are afraid of Hosmed maybe bringing out something like the Jax.
You know, what's weird about the Gwen Vlad, though, is like we've seen that matchup like swing so wildly, right? Like we've seen just the hard clap, but, you know, we saw Gwen just rock his world, right? Like, Bin just crushed that match on the other side. So it's like, well, maybe those counters aren't so good after all. Kai's gonna come through. Not the best early lane bully, but like, if you're gonna follow up on an engage, it is the 80 carry. I would say close with Ezreal because Shot Barrage to like accentuate a dive comp. Obviously, Wukong kind of does some of that. He's gonna, you know, stealth in, dive the backline, hit R, and you have everyone else follow through. Gwen's gonna join that one as well. Gwen, a pretty solid fighter for hitting backline as well, right? Ghost in, flank or not flank, and they just like go hit an 80 carry from backline. So, you know, Saigon Buffalo ready to go forward, and even the 80 carry can follow.
And it's really, this has actually been one of the like phases I've liked of Saigon Buffalo's draft the most. Just Kai'Sa, a champion that can follow up on the Ezreal. It feels like in the meta, not too many champions able to keep up with him, at least, you know, being able to outrange you. The Tristana's there, and you have the Kai'Sa being picked up, as well as Gwen. I mean, Danny not going to be able to find big impact, but speaking of impact, we hit on the only reason you wouldn't take the Gwen is if you're afraid of the Jax, or if you're willing to pick it yourself. Going to bring us back to, I mean, heck, even playoffs. Impact stepping up to be a big carry for EG. One of his Tryndamere games just comes to my mind of how much work this guy was able to do.
I feel like this year has been the best year I can remember of Impact in a very, very long time. He came over to the LCS in 2015, and like he's always been a very good player. But I mostly saw him just like he's a really good tank player. He's gonna play some Mordecai, some Gangplank, like, you know, solid like averages.
You are gonna crush Impact.
But that man's gonna play a lot of Ornn, a lot of tank top lane. Like that was kind of his style. Like this guy, and when he came over, it's like, oh, he's got a Jack skin. You know, he was playing carries up on SKT like way back in 2013. But like he was mostly playing tank style. Like that was his style, playing weak side. You know, and I just remember keep like referencing the Jack skin like in cast. But his Gwen has been great. His Trand, as you're mentioning, has been great. He's now back on something like Jax. Like this really has been to be Impact's year, and I want to see if he can take over here.
I think him and Inspired have been the best two performing players of EG at the tournament so far. You know, I think there's been some standout moments from pretty much everyone on the roster in different games, but those two have been the most consistent ones to follow through. And the thing I like about what EG are doing so far, especially following through the Twisted Fate after Silas, man, is they're setting up so well to be able to play through sides. You have Ezreal who can safely sit, contest mid-wave to just catch that one, as well as while Impact is pushing sides, Jojo Pyun shadowing him from behind and just looking to make Cosmed's life a living hell.
Well, we could see the, maybe Galio an option. Of course, we did see the Styles ban. Definitely a very standard option into TF. You can match the ulti. Could do it now with Galio instead. Need supports. We've got Rakan locked in alongside Kaisa. So a lot of engage. Rakan, Wukong, Gwen, all of them been started. Galio can follow up, and then Kaisa can jump in here as well. And as they need raw team fight engage, Vulcan likely onto a Leona. Gonna feel pretty good. Q is a fast enough stun. You can actually interrupt Rakan W. He will not knock him if you stun him before he gets to his target. So if you're really, really quick, you can actually interrupt Rakan W and just fully stymie that entire engage. Vulcan obviously going to be a tankier champion as well with lockdown. So as time ticks down, it will be the lock on the Leona. Engage is there. TF get around the map. I am very interested in how mid lane pressure is going to go because I think both those players can try to get side lanes, get stuff going on. So that's where I'm looking a lot.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because both having kind of similar play patterns, mid being able to follow up on sides. I definitely think for SGB, they're more indexed in team fighting, right? Having the Wukong able to go in, Froggy able to follow up, tons of AoE damage coming out from your Gwen, Shogun able to get onto Danny in the backline, to where EG, I think, having a bit harder to execute comp. They can definitely win out harder through sides with the Jax. You have TF more easily able to follow up. But again, if the AoE is able to hit, like we've seen from G2's comps all day, the 5v5 comps have pretty much been dominating gear at MSI so far.
Yeah, team fighting has always been good, and I think any team comp in the world, no matter how good you are, no matter how good your opponents are, you need some engage somewhere. Doesn't have to be raw team fight, though I agree. Currently, team fighting has been winning the day, but have a go button somewhere. We've got like 4 on the side of Saigon Buffalo. You've got pretty much just Vulcan as the primary engage here on the EG side. We'll see if he's on point with it. But yeah, I think we are going to see a bloodbath of a game. I want your over-under. At what point is the first kill in bot lane going to happen? I'm going to put it at 5 minutes over-under. There's a death in bot lane.
Yeah, I'm going to go under.
Under 5 minutes, a death in bot lane on one side or the other. We are going to see action in this battle for sure. One of the teams will pick up their first win of the Rumble stage, as there's seems to be a top 3, bottom 3 kind of going on the table, and we'll see who's going to have this sort of upper hand heading out of this game.
And who knows, right? As the days go on, as the tournament develops, as more teams kind of maybe pick up strats that G2 are doing or develop their style more, we might see one of these teams rise up towards that higher echelon of teams.
Of course, yeah. Lots of games to play. We've seen teams have a rough group stage. I think back to T1 in 2017, where it was a rough group stage, and then they won the whole thing, gosh darn it.
I think that's when they were losing to teams like Flash Wolves as well, and again, like Korean Killer coming out from a team like that, and like you said, stepping up and taking the whole thing.
And then they just beat RNG in the semifinal. It's like, oh, that sucks. You got first seed and fought T1. Unlucky there. We'll see if they get their revenge later on. Impact and Hosman are going to do battle. Be careful. Reinforcements coming on both sides. Hosman should be pretty safe. You can always use E to get away if he needs it. Ultimately, just a bit of damage back and forth doesn't mean a whole lot. No one's got, any gold earning. No one's on first strike, so doesn't mean much. And a quick pause.
I do gotta say though, I really love when teams go with level 1s like this. Even back in my time as a coach, like when you go to an international event and you're facing new teams, one of the most easily efficient uses of your time is just to plan out a level 1, right? It's something that can have a ton of impact, get you a huge lead in the game that really doesn't take a lot of time investment to look for. And heck, you saw, they don't find anything, they also lose nothing themselves.
Yep, sure. And sometimes you get a default ward out of it. Sometimes you actually sneak someone in, right? It's anything like that is just an expected value proposition where it's like, okay, 80% of the time, it's a 50-50. Like, nothing happens, we see each other, salute, bye. And then 1 out of 5 games, you're like, oh, we just, got to distract your jungler.
Yeah.
Cool, great, that's huge, right? Now we're not getting ganked ever. And, that, great, do that, right?
Oh, it starts opening up a huge gold lead. Maybe you start getting the enemy jungle, taking them down.
Yeah.
But sadly for EG, that's not what happened here so far. And also, just kind of talking about this matchup specifically, right? Because obviously just so much hype being given around JoJo and Danny coming into this event. I think it's going to be a very telling game for both of them. For JoJo, because Froggy is pretty much struggled so heavily, right? He was never meant to be the main carry for the team. He's very much an enabler to the other players. His most played champion is the Galio. He's on comfort. So we're going to see if JoJo can find a way to take advantage. He's on the TF himself, so you don't expect it to be in that pure 1v1. And then for Danny, it's going up against Shogun and Taki, who are absolute murderers.
Oh,
They're going to look for the all-in at level 2, level 3. They're going to look to kill you. And if Danny and Vulcan can get through that lane unscathed, I think it's a pretty great sign for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I actually really like Kaisa's mid to late game as well. I think, by the way, the best core build is one we saw just in the previous game from Flackid, where big fan of Kraken into Fan of Answer into IE, and then flex from there. PD is actually pretty cheap, so you actually get to IE relatively fast. She obviously loves attack speed overall, and just you kind of get whatever target you want. It all works out. If you're hitting backline, that's okay. They've already been weathered down, so you're getting plasma procs. That's going to work out. You're hitting someone squishy, great, high attack speed. We're just going to murder you with 3 efficient damage items. So Shogun, I kind of hope he's on the same build because I think that's just the best generic Kaisa build, unless you got some really extreme needs. So hope it goes there. And now we'll see what happens. EG take their reset. only Vulcan did the ward swap, put one down, and then recalled and switched to sweeper. So everyone else still has wards in inventory.
You still have to see it again. Getting that ward down for your top lane in that brush so he can more efficiently ward for himself from ganks, especially in a matchup like this where you know you should be looking to come out ahead. I do think Gwen has the tools to deal with Jax early and do quite well. It's later on when Jax really takes over the matchup. He did go for lethal tempo though, which is definitely the stronger rune level 1 in those first few levels as compared to the Conqueror on the other side.
Indeed, so we'll have to look for what that looks like, because Impact gonna take the first big Q and walk up for the dodge damage. Of course, it's pretty hard to trade further into bone plating, so stun into 1 auto, and then you just kind of walk away from that one. But we'll see how much damage Hausman can get in, because anytime you can go for an empowered like 5Q, that's actually just a lot of damage.
Yep.
The Gwens that I've seen, basically, they will try to last it with autos. They will only Q for harass, and they'll just like basically do it on cooldown, because you gotta last it at some point. You're Jax, you're melee, so just anytime you last hit, 5 snip Q, last hit, 5 snip Q.
Yeah, for Hazmed looking to win out that war of attrition. So far finding some good trades, even though Impact will be level 2 first. And junglers going to opposite sides of the map so far. I mean, going towards their priority lanes, right? We see Shogun and Taki having that pressure down to bot side. Impact winning out heavily in this top lane right now. Just going to look to trade scuttles. And my eyes are just on Saigon Buffalo to see if they're going to be the ones looking for the aggression.
Heal on there as well. Danny, of course, on level 1, takes 3. Only 2 autos, actually, out from Taki. A bit of damage there. Shogun putting some damage in it. But going to try again. Level 3 gets it first. Takes a pretty heavy trade. Both players pretty low. Inspired. Viego is on the way up. Impact's going to be careful. Hasman, keep in mind, has Ignite. You can always flash to safety, but that could be some decent damage. BJ going to realize he can maybe play for bot lane. A heal-less Danny is potentially killable, but the engagement of Taki! He's burning! Do they have the kill? And there's first blood in 3 minutes! Danny will trade his life back out. Will it be enough? Shogun, 1 hit from dead! Vulcan on the board with kill number 2.
And we were talking about Saigon Buffalo being the ones looking for blood, looking to take them down in the 2v2, but EG find their opportunity and pounce on them. Luckily, right before BJ is able to show up and coming out ahead in what was essentially a 2v3.
And Impact needs to try to bait this. He's trying to bait now. They should know Inspired path towards top. Normally, you would recall right about now to get your camps back up. 4 and change is when the respawn happens. So limited time here. Impact wants to bait him in, but can't dive in for the stun. Hausman holding onto the W, so ultimately no gank for Inspired.
And I think Hazmed has been one of the better performers on the Saigon Buffalo team. They actually do invest a lot of resources into him, especially in draft, making sure he's on comfortable matchups. We'll talk about later as we see here. Vulcan finds the angle onto Taki, setting up Danny to be able to go in, get this damage off. The Ignite comes out, and then Shogun, knowing that his jungler is coming from behind, looking for the assassination onto the EG AD carry, still ends up going down himself, and overall just setting up for EG quite well. Again, amazing play coming out from Vulcan to find that angle.
Definitely really smart. I mean, Taki had the double shield, but that's why they went for the Rakan instead of the, cleanse. Kai'Sa, who can get rid of the Ignite, get rid of the stun, can get 2 shields from the Rakan. So went for the correct squishy target. Rakan is not tanky. If Guardian's not up, you don't have a lot of health. And I think they were between cooldowns there, so burn him down. Really, really well done by EG. And we were so worried for the EG duo, but they're the ones coming away with first blood, coming away with the 2-1, even despite getting ganked. So that's very heartening for all the NA fans. East Coast probably should be awake by now. Again, it's 8:30 in the morning, so if you didn't wake up, shame on you. For those watching on VOD, you should have watched live.
I think especially, I love how you're known as the guy flaming other regions. You pivot to flaming your own region. I respect that.
East Coast, least coast, just, California for life, that's me.
Giving a bit of a life freak?
A little, I don't know. That's been tinged a bit.
I'll say we'll stay away from that one.
Yeah.
As, going back to the EG bottom lane, right? I think there's some fair criticism thinking back to even just this tournament, thinking back to things like the G2 game, them going down in the 2v2, things like the Pyke finding the engage. Nice to see them step up against the bot lane that has gotten some respect this tournament. I think especially Taki has really stood out as one of these defining players. Just an overall great tournament for support pool coming in here at MSI.
Yeah, there's some really, really outstanding players here for sure. Inspired, I believe, didn't see the Wukong walk up, didn't see him ward either. Gonna be a stun. Vulcan's gonna be here. Nice flash, going to the turret, a taunt as well, but he's very tanky. After plus W, you do not take tower damage there, so Froggy down a flash.
Yeah, going for the gank on Impact right now, though. They aren't able to find anything, so everything going to go the way of EG. And this play made possible by what we saw happen in the bot side. Did they find those kills? They're able to get a pretty big wave bounce back into the side of Saigon Buffalo, which opens up a window for Vulcan to roam mid and for them to find that flash.
Level 6 timing. Yeah, that's going to be decent damage. Impact can take extra turret shots with the R active. It adds about, I want to say, like 35 armor, which is going to probably give him 1 extra turret shot. But they don't go for the play just yet. I mean, Hobman's trading back. if you push it aggressively enough, right, he's not 6. Now he is. No way you died this way. He's to heal too much. But a slim margin there. But as we saw, BJ kind of recalling under the turret, was kind of covering that angle anyway. So no play to be had. Well done. Vulcan wants to walk up. Gets the root, gets the stun. But again, out he walks. TF down here as well. Cleanses down. And Taki could have been the target. But no, Jojo Pion, I believe they didn't even have a card ready.
No, and just overall really nice. Taki finds a CC to be able to get away. I think the timing by EG was really nice because you look at Froggy, no mana, very low in health, would not have been able to follow up with his ultimate on that play, but sadly for EG, just not able to find the execution to get a kill.
And they get the wave in instead. We'll see if it gets frozen or not, but ultimately Impact just kind of trading blows, is down CS. I would say neither jungler did a lot up here, mostly just kind of covering on each side, but it has been Hosmid doing a better job in the lane, so Jack's counterpick isn't winning yet. It does have lane pressure, but he's down CS and, you know, he's down health too.
And we've seen him not really able to crash the wave, right? Hosmid's been able to keep the wave just pretty much close to his turret for a very long period of time. EG have tried so many times to bait him in to a gank from Inspired, but Hosmid's been playing it very intelligently and hasn't fallen for it so far. Sadly for Saigon Buffalo, I mean, you've done well to make sure that the pressure topside hasn't got them anything, but you haven't been able to find an advantage anywhere on the map, and EG actually being the ones to come out ahead in the bot side so far. CS is even, but still those kills so far being the difference maker.
Yeah, solid 600 gold lead for EG. Kind of treading water right now in the early game. When you watch them in the LCS playoffs, it was their mid game that was a lot better. It was the team fighting. All of the aggressive instincts of Danny was what kind of took them over the edge. Inspired. Also just a very good late game jungler overall. Good at getting his farm up and then being a carry force in the team fights. So EG game is kind of going according to plan. Obviously, JJ Penn didn't get much out of his first ulti out, but probably we'll see that one again pretty soon. Actually, interestingly, had to go Merc Treads because of the matchup into a Galio. You normally would love to level 5, recall, cooldown boots.
Yep.
Then you make the ulti play with extra haste and feel good about it. But having to rush Merc Treads for the matchup, a lot fewer ults.
Still, though, going to be at least covering their bases. A lot of pressure coming out towards top side.
Yep, not going to quite find the double knockup. Impact running away for his life. Ulti on as well for the revive, and there's the resists. And Inspired, will he find his way back in? Wants to stun Hosmid. Ulti is a slow, getting away. Saigon Buffalo run a couple of ults, do not find a kill, but Impact down a flash.
Yeah, sadly for EG, no Destiny up since Jojo Pion did look for that play on bot side. If they had that, I feel like that could have been a very advantageous engage for them able to come out. SGB, though, going to look for a window to start this Herald. EG looking to contest. Inspired has his ulti up. Vulcan, sadly, still not level 6, though.
Not going to be in a ton just yet. Shelly down about half HP. You'd love to find the smite and get the kill. The eye on the back, not going to get it low enough just yet, but we're waiting for the play. Impact, very low, going to be hard to find his way into the fight. No flash, not a lot of tools to survive it, but going to stay in vision. Ezreal and Kai'Sa both still spotted on the bottom side. Kai'Sa moving up now. Here's the engage. Big damage. Taki almost down, and Inspired's going to look for the re-engage. 1 for 1 so far. Who's going to play the Rakan better? BJ, that's of course going to be a clone. Wants Hosmid, gets the knock up there. Immune for some of the damage, but ulti's going to land, and that's going to be the follow-through. Impact gets himself the 4th kill of the game. Going for a bit more. Froggy cannot get out, and it's going to be a slaughter now. The Gwen stolen away. That's going to be an awkward one as Shogun lives under the turret.
Inspired just coming out huge in these skirmishes so far. I can understand what SGB were going for there. I mean, they have the health advantage up in top side on the Gwen. You already are on objective first, but EG playing it patiently, waiting for SGB to over-aggress a little bit themselves, find the resets, are able to take the fight, and Danny able to just chill in this bot side, pushing the wave, deny CS from Shogun. EG just winning everywhere on the map in that play.
Really good at least catch up in CS, and they have cashed in 2 plates so far down there. So EG, feeling really good about the bot lane. Obviously, the team fight itself going well. Feels amazing to win on both sides.
And we see here Saigon Buffalo feeling good because they're able to take Impact out of the fight. They instantly go for the engage, find a really nice taunt, but Danny actually missed this, throwing out a beautiful ult that I assume just going to skate through the fight here, but Inspired really being the difference maker, finding a really beautiful ultimate, able to hit 3 with that ult, and then we see the Rakan able to keep following people up. Just so nice to be able to get that continuous CC, to buy time for Impact to come in with his own counter-strike, and then just CC after CC.
Bit more towards Hosmid. Ulti reveals everyone is top side. Gonna kite away for a little bit, but now the re-engage looks pretty good. Big CC chain coming across. Inspire gotta walk away. Down to half, taunted, and will get shut down. Big for BJ, gonna try now for a little bit more now. Vulcan, low on health. Gonna up to him, has to walk away. Gets away from the cards. Hosmid gonna be around. Danny has shown up. Will it be a trade? Support down top into the same. Impact just getting away. Triumphs as well. And now Danny and Jojo Pion on the way back in. Look for the stun. Big damage. Froggy just gets away. Taki, one out from dead, gets away there as well. Slinking away. Saigon Buffalo stay alive. 5, and EG again take control of the map out that fight.
Yeah, now teams kind of trading sides with the fact that Shogun was in bot side the whole time. Luckily for EG, having TP on Impact was going to be able to answer, and EG overall going to deny more CS than they lost and picking up some more kills. Gold Lead's still only about 1,000, but EG, I think this tempo of game feels very nice for them. It's not overwhelming like we thought maybe Saigon Buffalo would pull through. You were just hitting on how they've definitely been much more of a mid-game team, and they're able to get to the mid-game at this pace and kind of show their strengths.
Yeah, I'm still very curious about what the fighters end up doing. You've got obviously two very big junglers, B&J and Inspired, both already on Mythic. They are, one of only 2 players on each team that have theirs. So, I mean, they're off to the races. Jax and Gwen, very exciting as well. Both of them, they're conditional immunities in the middle of the team fight to allow them to kind of function. And hey, we've seen Gwen's, have a winning lane and be 2-5. Ben just did that, right? But we've seen them just hard carry a game. So it really depends on how well they can coordinate around that one and what those fights look like. Because the fighters, to me, are the thing to watch for in these team fights.
Yeah, I think especially if Saigon Buffalo can find the engage, can find the big Wampa with the Wukong into the Galio, they should be able to win out in these team fights, right? They just have more AoE damage. They have more lockdown like we saw in the previous skirmish. For EG, I definitely think you're playing more on a nice edge, but they're the ones on objective first. They still have tools to dissuade you and keep you from coming in. And if they can find that lockdown, we saw, if Inspired can get the possessions himself.
They do not get him for real, though. It's going to be Galio off, but it's all blocked. The shield blocks it all. Ezreal's not getting any damage across, though still. Herald is claimed, and EG get a little bit for it, and a pretty long cooldown burned off Froggy.
Nice patience coming out from EG. They throw out the Leona ultimate, dissuade anyone from being able to follow in, just instantly pivot back towards the Herald. They pick that one up, and they should be able to get this top lane turret now, start opening up the map. And heck, they're the ones that have that Jax on their side. He will be able to win in those extended trades, so EG gonna be feeling really good about this one. Time to see if Saigon Buffalo answer back with this Dragon, which it looks like B&J will.
That'll be nice. So, 1 Dragon finally on the board, but very, very late, right? We're 13 minutes in when the Dragon's finally getting started. First Herald itself is actually quite late as well, kept being contested for. 3 plates were shared to Inspired. Shelly will always give you the share of plates she charges. Turret, of course, local gold just all the way goes towards Danny. This is very common for EG. They always hard funnel the AD carry. Danny is always on someone who's getting solo turret gold whenever possible, so he's going to be almost certainly quite ahead of Shogun here. I'm going to guess almost 1,000 gold at this point. And they always rely on him as their sort of late game team fight win condition.
Yeah, it's actually been really interesting to me how much EG have put into Impact in this game, the topside matchup.
That's
For
true.
the draft, it definitely makes sense where you have an Ezreal bot, you have a Jax counter pickup in topside, but definitely going against the identity that I've thought EG have had all year long. But it's working out, and when you're hitting on that this has been the best split that Impact's had, I think it definitely makes a lot of sense to play with Impact and Inspired, especially when you're going up against B&J and Hosmed, where, again, when you think of Saigon Buffalo, you think of the bot lane, but B&J does put a lot of attention up towards topside. Shogun and Taki are just the explosive lane who look for the 2v2s, but a lot of their jungle attention does go up towards Hosmed, especially back in VCS. I think here at MSI, we've seen more attention put down towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, it is always interesting seeing just who changes, like who elevates to the level, right? When competition gets fierce, like who steps up to that? Be someone like Caps, clearly, right? Outstanding at that kind of stuff. But Danny,
were also right.
He's got to play apps. Hey, 1K, awesome, love to see it. And now Hasbro gonna take a little bit of damage. Gonna look for maybe a bit of a stun and no a TP under the tower because they are afraid of this dive. BJ takes 1 turret shot. JJ Quinn has to cover that one here, and yeah, seeing who steps up. It has been Impact who stepped up, I think, in playoffs in the LCS, and has really stepped up at MSI. I would say, singly the best player. I agree with you on Inspired for, second place in the team. And on the way down to the bottom lane, Jojipion, actually, they're just going to let him hit the turret instead, and Impact going to go for a ward.
Oh, both teams posturing TP.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4v2 for a second here. Inspired not going to be here as well. They're going to find the first engage. Talk about it, Jojo. Be careful, has a gold card, and able to land it. Gwen now going to get the Galio help as well. Impact out of range, and here's the flash engage, also number 2. They're going to find the rest from Rakan, and that's going to be a kill. Vulcan already down.
Matt Danny not here, having the numbers advantage for the side of SGB. It's looking a little bit dicey to me when Hosmed not able to use that W properly. Jojo Pune still in the circle, so able to get the stun off. Maybe that could have been a kill instantly, but still, you have so much CC on this side. They're able to slam the go button whenever they want like this.
Maybe looking at it under the turret right now. Taki down low, and he will fall 1 for 1. Out goes Impact, burning, but he should just barely survive. How about the re-engage? Stun's going to be immune.
Oh,
goes
Danny.
in, looks for Jojo. That's going to be a stopwatch. Will they have the damage, though? Wants it on round 2. Hosmed gets him. That's going to be traded back. That's going to be Inspired, ready to keep playing for the fight, as Danny wants to chase down, but no crowd control means he can't get anything else done.
I love what we're seeing from AD carries today. Flack in the last game, ulting in like a maniac, fighting the kills. Danny right here, he didn't fight anything, but still Eing aggressively over the wall, knowing his team can deal with the other members, looking to put themselves in a position where they can carry games. And I mean, for EG, right, you did lose some members, but still able to find return kills onto Hosmed on the other side. Taki going down much earlier on. And yeah, for EG, just get up into the enemy jungle, I think is what we're looking for now. Get some vision control down, enable Impact to push up in this top side lane. And once Jojopyun has that ultimate up again, you can start looking for these plays where we have the Twisted Fate shadowing the Jax. But we'll go straight into the replay here. Like you said, so far, Saigon Buffalo coming in with the numbers advantage because Danny not able to follow up. Sadly for Hosmed, does get stunned, buys a bit of time for EG, but still the amount of CC that the Saigon Buffaloes do have, able to find the lockup to keep this one going.
Yep.
And then this, maybe a little bit over aggression coming through.
Yeah, they get a turret, but they go down 2-1 on the team fight itself, so Jojopyun obviously a great flash, makes Taki just a freebie, and then the rest of it gets pretty exciting, the 1-for-1 afterwards.
Yeah, we see Jojopyun not able to find the stun this time around, so he does buy time Hosmed on the backline. But like I said, Danny going in aggressively. It's so fun to see. Isn't able to hit the abilities, but still able to trade 1-for-1 on the back end of the fight once TF comes out from that stasis.
And you can see the gold difference, only 1,300, because, hey, generally speaking, a turret's going to be a bit better than a kill, so not the worst dive ever, not the worst play. We'll see if Saigon Buffalo can catch their way back in this game. They are up a dragon. Next one's coming up in 1 minute. Will not be a Mountain Soul, just the Drake for the extra stats when it happens. Are indeed on the way towards Phantom Dancer. I'm curious when the second item spike comes in, because that's the one I really, really care about. You know, Manamune into, it's going to be basically instantly Romana versus PD. I think really, really relevant here. A stopwatch broken for Jojopyun, still up for Froggy. He can play really aggressive, is on the Predator, can really start things out, and then just kind of survive afterwards. So eyes definitely on him. Inspired towards top side, doesn't find anything to play.
Even Jojopyun making his way towards that rapid fire cannon. With the amount of engage that Saigon Buffaloes do have, if you're able to keep that distance even further, find the pick before they're able to find the engage, it feels like that could really be the difference maker for Evil Genius's comp.
And 3 Merc Treads are done, making it pretty tough to actually find those engages reliably. You do need the follow-through. It's, you know, they have 4, so, you know, it'll add up to enough CC, and Wukong's ult, I think you can't really immune at all anyway, but we are now on the second Dragon of the game. If you let Saigon Buffalo take this one, there is that chance of playing for the Dragon Soul, and EG kind of have to cover for it. So Sweeper is out, wards will drop. Now do they get to make this play as the recalls are in? Murmana is done, so second item, first of 2 items is going to be the Ezreal.
Saigon Buffalo actually going to look to give this one up, though, making their way towards mid. They should be able to push this one in, maybe get a bit of chip damage down, but EG should be able to force them off right now.
Yeah, 3 hits. I think they hit Froggy as well, so decent damage there, and it means, I mean, there's, yeah, I don't know if second Herald play is really going to be that likely. They can try. Not really on vision, so they can maybe try to burn it, but, you know, they knew they were up there already, and with some decent early poke, this is playable for EG, who's got a face check. Yeah, they don't know who's in the brush. Okay, Mystic Shot knows no one's there.
They can at least get Impact's TP out if, you know, EG did want to try and contest, but no, EG don't even go for it, so they do get a Herald, but EG now the ones that first turn on mid-wave. They are going to be able to get some chip damage out, or at least maybe poke them out, but BJ posturing for an engage. BJ is still huge, 4-1 and 2 on the Wukong.
Top laners both just like splitting up the map, though, as we're going to have Hasman knocking on the door of top lane outer. Someone's got to answer eventually. We've got really no one going yet. I don't know if they're going to burn the Jax TP or not, but he doesn't know this, but he can free hit that turret. No one's answering that wave, and that's the tough thing. Is like, okay, yeah, you're expecting the Jax TP, but he would have gotten a couple hundred damage there if he wanted it.
Yeah, still, though, going to play respectfully, which is kind of weird to say after the game we saw earlier in the day from Saigon Buffalo, but yeah, so I think so far this game has been bloody, right? There's been 16 kills so far in 19 minutes. Not exactly at LPL levels, but still pretty aggressive. But I feel like it's been a lot more... I feel like both teams have shown a lot more tact than I'd expect. Like, we have seen some cross-mapping come out. Again, neither team really over-aggressing. For the Dragon player, the Rift Herald, making the turns to mid-wave, making turns to cross-map on both sides. And I guess when this is being postured as, you know, maybe the battle for 4th, maybe the battle for a semi-final, I can understand why both teams are going to play this as respectfully as possible.
Yeah, meanwhile, PC Talon's like, hang on, bros, we're undefeated in this stage, so, you know, get ready for us here as well. Here comes the first dive in towards BJ. Revealed, though, doesn't have an easy way out. Second auto will kill him. He's going to get out just barely. The charms are across. 1-0. Jax is down. True Shot Barrage answers it. Flash forward, looking for the kill. Danny's got to be careful. Does walk away, goes back in, flashes out. Now Froggy in the front line. Great kill. Inspired knocks down Shogun, survives his 80 carry. Vulcan going to drop. How about the rest now? Hosman going to be stunned. Hosman taking 1 million damage now. Gaze tries to get in towards Jojopyun, cannot find it. And now Saigon Buffalo, I think, are out of damage. 3 dead on their side. 3 dead for EG, but the carries are up is the important thing. As Inspire going to, again, interrupt that knockup. Goes for the ulti, and Froggy will drop. +1 kill. kill for EG.
That fight was so crazy. And Viego, the type of champion who absolutely loves these chaotic skirmishes, to be able to get the resets on the ultimate. Again, to be able to possess all these champions that just have so much lockdown, to be able to go forward in the fight. And now for EG, going to be able to transition this into another objective in the mid lane.
This is actually a really, really fun game, but it has grown to almost 4,000, so EG, I mean, feeling better and better as time goes on, even though Impact got pretty much deleted. BJ knocked down early as well. Inspired just is running over this game.
Freak, I just said, you know, kills not at LPL level, but we're finally at more than one kill per minute.
There we go.
That's what we wanted. As we see here, the engage actually coming out from the side of EG, thinking they found a collapse onto BJ. Of course, they do have the TF ult to reveal him in that stealth. I'm actually surprised how quickly Impact goes down, but for SGB, they just have so many tools to pounce on him to take him down quickly that's what's able to turn it around. Here, I was very surprised that Shogun opted to jump in onto Danny. Nice awareness by Inspired to follow that one through. Taki able to find Danny on the opposite side, but this is just the Inspired show at this point in time. After he's able to find that first reset, just able to get so much damage off, and like you highlighted, able to block these knockups coming out from Froggy to make sure his mid laner doesn't go down.
And that was so close to working as well, right? Like, that was flashy. He had built the gap, but able to walk in range just in time to prevent it. That was a very, very big deal. However, top lane outer goes down. So turret score 3-3. The game a bit closer again. Only 3K difference. Certainly playable here for Saigon Buffalo. Taki revealed the rest of the squad is. It's Haas been in a dangerous spot, and looks like they're going to find the Everfrost route into the gold card stun, and now everyone is here, and there shouldn't be any way to make it happen. Just going to kite it away as Jojo Pion, who's going to grab the kill. He's going to claim it. Thank you for the 300 gold. Inspired gets the possession for a second, as now Froggy going to take a stun, and honestly, yeah, Impact, purely physical damage. You don't have any resistance against that one, Froggy, so Galio forced away.
No, so the big payoff from that play is going to be Impact allowed to do whatever he wants on the bottom side, because sadly for EG, they didn't have top lane pushed in. They don't have any vision control on topside river. If they did, maybe they could look for a riskier, but you know, maybe better play of like turning onto Baron, trying to force an engage or something along those lines. But still, one kill and just allowing Impact to get more gold, buy more time. Definitely a win for the side of EG. But Hazmed on the opposite side, picking up a second item, now having that Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Obviously, it's a squishier build. I think you can really consider Cosmic Drive second. The extra haste is actually a really big deal because usually haste is your limiter on big snip Qs. You have so much attack speed through the E, you don't have to Nashor's. It's good. Like, you have a lot of single target damage. Your auto attack's really strong, but you can really consider Cosmic, and it makes you a bit tankier. I think he's on 5 deaths.
I think it definitely feels better in team fights for sure, which is what this game has been all about so far.
Yeah, so maybe could have been an option here. BJ, though, hit with a true shot barrage. Good damage there out of Danny. They're trying for the Baron rush, but it's not really going to happen here. So Saigon Buffalo forced out. The vision was there. The health bar's not great. They wouldn't win the team fight almost certainly, so they disengage, and that means mid-priority, shoving it down mid-wave, and they're going to cut off the short rotation as well, so some free hits on the turret. Jujupin waiting. Is someone going to go that way? Are we going to find a stun? No, we're not. Okay, now looking for the turret. Only a few shots in for Impact. They played to cover the engage. Going to find a ton of stuns, and Galio forced to stopwatch. Actually, it's going to be the full Zonia, so we 2-minute cooldown on that one. Danny would love to auto the turret one more time, but there's no wave. Not going to happen. They have to wait a little bit for the next wave to come in. Inspired's going to go ahead and in with his face. He's got the teammates behind him, and this turret going to fall pretty fast. A cleanse, maybe not required, actually. Shogun, I think, was not going to be dove there. Turret will live.
I just love the amount of discipline that EG played out that last sequence with, knowing that SGB are looking for the engage because they popped the Shurelios, and then using their tools defensively just to zone them off, just to keep them from fighting the engage, right? Vulcan throwing out the ultimate, the Everfrost coming out from JoJo, realizing, hey, we can win these extended poke battles since we do have Danny coming out so strong right now. And then maybe, you know, if someone slips through, if one member over-aggresses, that's when EG can really shine with other members of Saigon Buffalo locked down.
And there we go, second Dragon for EG also going to happen, so SGP got the first, but EG have just controlled the map since then. Looking pretty good so far. 4,000 and a Dragon lead. EG poised to make it a 1-1 record. Danny on 3 items before anyone else is really on 2. I specifically talking about BJ here, the primary diver. Vulcan going to find a stun into a combo on a Froggy. Zonia's is down. Blast Plant not going to matter. EG going to find that kill for Danny. A escape from the Hex Gates. Taki on the way out, but Danny's still on the chase. Won't quite find the kill.
Oh, JoJo's going for it.
Will he find it? Scream's going to spot the wireframe. They should actually stop the one, no problem. Going for a bit more now. 2 versus 2. BJ forced out. This will be a kill. Down goes Kaisa. Shogun's going to drop. And that's EG just running over the game now. BJ is alive, but ultiless, and that's going to be a Baron play.
Man, I love seeing teams use the Hex Gates.
Yes.
We see Saigon Buffalo trying to get away. EG taking the aggression express, though. Able to
find the kill. They're going to be able to turn this one into a Baron. We see from the side of Saigon Buffalo, they're not even attempting to go for any kind of cheeky, maybe get BJ in the pit, he gets smite, dies.
Yeah.
Just going to look to live to fight another day, which, to be fair to Saigon Buffalo, they did almost come out with a win earlier from PSG throwing a game. So maybe you hope for the same thing from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, hey, it's always possible. It certainly is. We've seen incredible comebacks out of the LCS in the playoffs. Hausman gets tagged in time, cannot hex skate away. Ultimately not going to be chased though for Inspired, so takes the long route.
Still will be able to get away just fine. Now kind of taking a look at where we're at with items. I mean, Death Stance been on Impact for a little while now. Most people just making their way kind of that second and a half, third item mark. I think the key thing is Inspired having that stopwatch, actually just turning into a GA right now. So even if he gets focused and taken down a next fight, he should be able to guarantee he survives long enough to be able to capitalize on the damage his teammates do to find the resets he needs to take over.
Yeah, and he had rushed to tankier build, right? Deadman second is certainly not the common option. You so often see something like a Death Dance or you know, that towards GA or Hexdrinker if it's really AP focused, but building as tanky as possible, we can watch that engage. They see each other with wireframes and no way out.
Yeah, sadly for Froggy, I mean, the amount of follow-up able to come through from JoJo with that Destiny is huge. And then we're going to see here Shogun trying to get away. EG are going to follow on two fronts, try and cut off Taki and BJ on one side, while JoJo and I believe Inspired follows through as well. To look for this kill up here. And I think it's Gwen. Yeah, we can see Gwen on the minimap. Nowhere near. And yeah, Shogun goes down.
Yep. Yeah, you know, Blast Plate disadvantage, right? Used it, but I still found him in the end, and obviously Q stops the recall. So, you know, good heads-up play to chase that one and get an extra kill. 16-10 on the board. Sub 28 minutes right now. We'll see how long it takes EG if they're going to close this game out. Of course, they did claim the Baron. Rebel Baron power play now 3,300 gold. And obviously up now 5-3 in turrets. Looking to knock on the bottom inhibitor now itself. 1-1-3 right now as we've got TF and Jax playing far. They get the full reveal. Okay, we know who's covering what. Midland's gonna get pushed in. No one's flanking us on the bot side. Okay, great. We know you've got no obvious plays. Knocks down another tower.
Yeah, SGB trying to go with the tried and true. I mean, if a team is Baron and they're attacking on multiple fronts, pretty much what you have to do is give up one area, look for an engage.
Here comes the rest of it, a stopwatch. Danny's gonna go away from most of it, but how about the rest of it now? Frozen Heart gonna buy him some time, but not enough. One kill on the board now for Shogun. 5v4, is it gonna be enough is the question though. The backline, Gwen's not gonna get much done. Zonia's down, running away, does not get stunned. Jojo Pyong cannot find it. He's gonna try for a little bit more now. In the backline goes Inspire, but he is damageless. He can't get that kill. GA will drop, but they've knocked down Galio. 4v4 in for more. The flash stun, Impact finds two. Wants the third, gets it, a triple kill out for the top laner, and now it's gonna be BJ falling. One in for the mid as well. Jojo Pyong makes it a 4-2-1 team fight. Inhib will fall. Nexus coming up next.
And it looks like EG can just look to push for the victory off of one fight that just came from nowhere.
Beatable team fight. Danny dropped, and everyone else did all the heavy lifting. Impact, you are the one carrying the Zoomers. Beautiful job. 6, 2, and 5 on the Jax, wielding a Summoner's Cup as a weapon as they take down Buffalo.
Yeah, today, pretty good day for, well, pretty decent day. I don't like lumping the West in together, but EG picking up a win, G2 2-0.
Yeah.
RNG and T1 not looking so hot so far.
Yep.
But at least for EG, able to come out here and silence some doubts, right? Again, we saw the fan vote was heavily in favor of Buffalo. Again, I'm sure some of it, maybe a little bit of a meme, maybe a little bit of a joke.
Yeah.
But still, it was a question in a lot of people's minds of, hey, would Saigon Buffalo be able to take down Evil Geniuses? We got a pretty decisive answer from EG that, I mean, they just solidly looked like the better team this game. Yep. Impact was huge, Inspired looked good, and Danny, for the most part, was untouched.
I'm gonna throw some shade out real quick. So at dinner last night, you were there, you were a witness. I sort of, hey, how many deaths will Danny have pre-5 minutes across the Rumble stage? Max, Atlas, I think he said 11.
He said 11.
He said 11. To be fair, Danny did actually die early game in this game, but it was in double killing the bot lane. So, you know, who's really the winner in that one?
You know, I gotta take some bad credit myself. I believe being Chronicler said 7, so we were also pretty high up there.
Hey, to be fair, he is 1 death in 2 games. So, you know, he's on pace for 5. Right, to keep that one in mind. Hey, by the way, for those who didn't watch the LCS playoffs, he had a lot of really rough early games, much better late games. Solid late game in this one. Obviously, he had a win in the laning phase and a win in the game. So 1-1 for EG. Now, for this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think their team anthem could be, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. Team anthem you selected for PSG Talent was the Pokemon theme song. Beautiful choice, by the way.
Listen to all.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen to all the team anthems on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 we so tough let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. 난 멈추지 않아 Oh, oh, we go hard Oh, oh, we pop stars Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try, but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down We go hard till we get it, we go hard
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it climb.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk as EG puts one on the board with this victory over Mr. Buffalo. I'm going to come to you first, Chronicler, on this one because Freak kind of tipped his cap towards it. A bit of a conversation started between the casters yesterday around the bot lane and the fact that they've appeared a bit weak. For lack of a better phrase throughout this tournament. And he cheekily asked the question, how many times would they die pre 5 minutes throughout the Rumble stage? Different people put in their various bets. That's neither here nor there. We did see one of those pre 5 minute deaths here today, but it actually, in essence, played the other way.
I thought you were going to call me out. I went a little bit high on my bet. Emily was a lot more conservative.
I was going to say, I'm the most lenient one.
You are very friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, I said 3 for the record.
Yeah.
Over 10 games.
I think I went with 7, which is definitely too much.
That's disrespectful.
Because, as you were saying, And what's really cool is bringing this back to what we talked about at the beginning of the day and a lot of our expectations coming in. And I would not be surprised at the beginning of the day to find out that EG has won, but the fact that they win this early 2v2 is actually really big, because on one hand, it ties into their big weakness, which has been Denny and or Vulcan just dying randomly in lane, both internationally and domestically. But secondly, it also plays with the expectations of the Buffaloes and them getting killed like this, getting beaten in 2v2 when that was one of their big selling points of groups, is definitely not a great sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the big thing. It's not just like, oh, we've seen this out of Danny and Vulcan, but also because of how insanely aggressive Shogun and Taki have been throughout their entire showing at this event, and also obviously domestically. But it was a pleasant surprise to see that trade end up going in their favor early. And when we looked at how these two teams would match up, we were kind of concerned for EG. We were like, are you going to get caught off guard by how insanely aggressive they are? But they handled it pretty well.
Right. If we expected a win, or if we saw a win coming out of Saigon Buffalo, it was going to come from that bot lane. So for EG to be able to kind of put you know, a stamp on that so early on, it was definitely a boon to them in this game. But while the 2v2 in the bot lane did go the way of EG, or at least they survived it, it really was the story of the top side of the map for EG. Yes, Impact by the end of the game would have tremendous value and plenty of kills in his pocket. Really, it was inspired through the early, mid, and into the late game on that Viego, where he kind of gave us a little bit of what we have seen of him all throughout the LCS split.
And it is really interesting because when I was looking at Saigon Buffalo's games domestically, I think they did play a little bit more through Hazmid than we've seen thus far at this tournament. Here we saw Inspired and Impact, you know, taking the lead, setting up. This kind of composition with the Twisted Fate is something that we've seen this specific EG team use to help get JoJo involved with the Global Ultimate since their appearance in the lock-in tournament, which is essentially a preseason tournament for the LCS, for those that don't know. So this is something that they are very comfortable with playing. I think they were able to deal with a lot of the Galio coming in. Maybe the engaged Galio wasn't always the best call when you have their I know Chronicler's gonna take this point.
Don't set him off.
Honestly, I was a little bit frustrated in the previous game as well. Mid laners, if you have a Rakan, maybe don't be the one engaging. And it's especially egregious if your Galio, whose secondary engage is as good as it is, and you have a Rakan.
Yeah.
Just
let him go
slower.
first.
All right, I'll bring it back to our boy Inspired, who's up here, because while I agree with you, I think one thing to call out about Inspired is that he's played really well, even in some of EG's losses. The important thing for Inspired and for this EG team to succeed for me is how well is he communicating with the rest of the team in both team fighting and also communicating with his lanes early. And I think we saw that in this game to great success.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I think, big in terms of momentum for EG. It's the first win they take in this tournament over a team other than Order, right? I mean, that's a part of a product of being in a 3-team group, right? Is you have less teams to play, but therefore you're going to get exposed to fewer styles very early on. So right out the gate here today, sure, you take one loss, you follow that up with a win, and over a team that, again, as we continue that conversation of a 4th place bid to make it to the knockout stage, this is a big one because Saigon Buffalo was the team that a lot of people called at. I think it was Atlas earlier who said that, or no, it's Lyric actually, who said Saigon Buffalo, he feels like is the scariest team in the tournament. Not necessarily the best, but the scariest because of their kind of commitment to the play.
And it's something that, especially for EG, I thought they might have difficulty with. The kind of adaptation that was somewhat lacking as well in groups, we're now actually seeing here. And if EG can continue that, might be able to clinch that 4th spot. At least that's looking good for now.
EG now 1-1. The Buffaloes, though, unfortunately dropped to 0-2. For more on the EG first win, though, in the Rumble stage, Lore is standing by with Vulcan. Take it away.
And welcome back to Busan after EG bounced back after the first game they played against RNG here against Saigon Buffalo. Vulcan, thank you so much for joining me. This game was important, I think, in defining a top 4, which is going to be between you guys, Saigon, and maybe PSG afterwards. How were you feeling before going into this game?
Yeah, I mean, we know how important this game is. Like you said, they're our main competitors if we're going to make it to the knockout stage. Not that it's been all decided. You're like maybe going a bit too fast here. It's only been 2 games, so maybe we'll beat T1. You never know. So yeah, but anyway, Saigon Buffalo is like definitely a team that we need to win against, and same for PSG, I think. So we're definitely looking at those games as like the most important matches, right? And our main competitors. And they're definitely a good team, and we saw in this game they were able to make like a lot of plays, and they definitely made us work for the win. And overall, it was a very fun game, and I'm glad that we were able to pull through.
Yeah, and as you say, maybe getting a bit ahead of myself here, defining top 4 already, but in the sense that I think it's important to pick up wins on the first day, especially bouncing back against one of the top teams, predicted top teams, such as RNG. How did you mentally reset after this one?
Well, for myself, personally, I've been in this kind of situation a lot, where you have to play a lot of games in a very short amount of time, like even in best of 5s or international events. This happens a lot where you have to play 2 games a day. So I've been there before. And overall, I feel like the game against RNG, even though we lost, there were some positives and definitely some things that we had to look at because there were clear negatives. But overall, it was like a great game to learn from and not hurt too much on confidence, because it wasn't like we were completely blown out of the game. We had a pretty close chance at winning, I would say. So I think it was a pretty good warm-up game, and I don't think that RNGs are unbeatable, so I'm looking forward to our rematch against them next time too.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, and especially, if I may ask about the positives, takeaways from that game, if you can maybe give me a bit more on that.
Well, we were fighting with them. We weren't like kind of, because we did fall behind. We were still looking for plays and like being like, okay, we can't do that, but let's do this instead. We run here, look for any fight. That's our advantage. For example, I'm trying like not to go into specifics. Because
don't spill it.
Exactly.
Yeah, facing other opponents.
But it was nice to see that we were able to fight back and we weren't just trying not to lose, right? And
Fantastic.
I think that was good.
You mentioned something earlier that I found quite interesting, the fact that you've been used to this situation. I mean, you're one of the veterans here at an international tournament with really young players. When you think about Jojo, Danny also on the bot lane, any guidance that you've been able to provide them to set them up the best way possible here?
Yeah, I mean, I try to like give them kind of guidance on depending on who we play, because I'm kind of used to playing different regions and I know their tendencies and the things they like to do, so I'm able to like be like, oh, this region likes to do this, oh, they're bad at reacting to this, and then it can kind of help during the match, I hope. And also just I have a lot of experience being at boot camps and playing out of a practice room a lot of the time, and sometimes you'll have teams or players who spend their entire day for like a month straight in the room, and that can be quite bad over a long period of time, especially since it's in between the splits. I think it's easier to go hard when it's Worlds, but for MSI it's a bit harder because you have to gauge how worth it is to like play that extra solo queue game and go to bed at 2 a.m. when you have to play summer split right after the event is over. So I'm also taking that into consideration and helping my team with, sure, we want to win and you need to practice, but pros and cons, right? So.
Yeah, I need to be in the best conditions to do so. They're lucky to have you, honestly, Volkan. Last question, I was talking to Jankos earlier. You're going to have the rematch against G2 tomorrow in the opening game. They beat T1, they beat RNG also today. Any expectations that we can set for this matchup?
Well, I'm glad that they beat everyone, because then we look a bit better after losing to them, and we had those games that we should have won against them, so that's nice. But it's always fun to versus G2. I think, like I said, we had like back and forth games, and I don't think I played at my best, so I'm looking forward to having a rematch and showing up better against them.
Better when you take them down, then maybe. Well, thank you, Volkan, for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats on winning the game today, and back to you guys in Berlin.
Let it be known that nobody beats EG 5 times in a row, or we'll find out if that's true tomorrow when they get that rematch against G2. Either way, thank you so much, Laura, for that interview, and congrats to EG for picking up the win. We got one game left to go here on our first day of the Rumble stage, and it's Sports T1, who took a loss at the top of the day to that very G2 team up against PSG, who counterintuitively, I think, surprised some people with their win over Saigon Buffalo.
Isn't really going to change anything.
I don't know.
For me, personally, as much as I liked the PCS win, I think they really made it a lot harder for Saigon Buffalo as well, which is quite cool. But T1 is very mad, and T1 has historically been a unpleasant team to play against. And if losing against Hanwha Live domestically doesn't tilt them, then losing to G2 definitely isn't going to do it.
Yeah, Emily, this team historically doesn't drop many games in the group stages to begin with, but usually when they do, they don't drop one immediately following it. They usually bring it back.
And additionally, another thing that I know we've brought up is in matching against PCS/LMS teams. Previously, we had Flash Wolves who were able to take single games off, and you saw Hanabi flashing the Flash Wolves thing in their game. But since 2020, they're 1-8 against LCK teams. So
all right, well, we'll see if they can add one to that win column or if it will be T1 picking up their first win of the Rumble stage. I'm being told the teams are ready to load in champion select, so we're back over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Now, early today, there was a 1-8 stat, and that was Caps against Xiaohu. So, as far as I can tell, if you're 1-8, you're winning it next time around. So, it's time.
I feel like everyone's against PSG in this one. T1 the obvious favorites. PSG playing against the hometown crowd. As someone who, used to represent the LMS back in the days of coach, I'll be behind you, PSG.
Great. And hey, the record's better. They're 1 against 0-1.
That's true.
You can't explain that one away. I don't want to hear it. So, who can say what's going to happen here? PSG Talent, maybe they are going to be the surprise team here. They did, drop their games to RNG in the group stage. They'll get rematches again later this week. But, maybe they really can take down T1, who, honestly, despite being 0-1, they were crushing G2 for the first 20 minutes. G2, hey, they earned their comeback. I'm not going to sell them short, but, first 20 minutes, they were stomping, right? So we'll see if they can kind of play to that level here against PSG and just close out.
I mean, right, the thing about T1 losing is, not to discredit G2, but best of ones, I feel like the exciting part's when we get the best of fives between G2, RNG, T1. Sadly, we can't have a three-way best of five to see how that one would pan out.
I don't know how that one would work.
Getting into draft so far, though, I think so far in this patch, it's a bit sad when you're a team on blue side and you have to ban one of the three of Lucian, Wukong, or Ahri, unless you have some sort of strat or first pick you're really aiming for. Yeah. So far, though, being very afraid of Gumayushi down to that bottom side.
Yeah, of course. I'm always of the opinion, if you're willing to ban 3 champions, they're not in the same role, just pick 2 yourself, right? You got Wukong, that's nice. We got Ahri and Lucian. I like our draft, right? So I'm always why can't you just do it that way? That's kind of how I feel in a lot of these cases. Or you trade back and forth because, hey, Lucian and TF are high tier bans. Okay, well, we're also doing high tier bans. I think if you're ever in a spot where you're red side banning 3 S tier champions, they're target banning you, I think you're drafting wrong.
And I guess there are 4 S tier champions. I was wrong because Gwen also kind of being that equation because that looks like the trade so far, right? One team going to get the Ahri is going to be PSG. You would expect for T1 to go towards that Gwen.
I mean, the Gwen idea is really interesting. I want to spend some time on it because at the very start of the Rumble stage, I think if you're G2, if you're T1, if you're RNG, you're we're getting through, right? You're so sure you're getting through. So, let's practice the matchups now. Do we have a Gwen counter, right? Sure. What's Vlad look like? What's Jax look like? What's that look like? Because if you're oh, we have counters, we're ready for days. You can leave a ban up, right? We've seen, for example, Vex and Ahri. Well, of course, we saw the Vex ban earlier, but
Vanguard, you have. Do you know? Are you willing to pull up maybe something like a Syndra or early in the day with the Zoe?
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of taking the early tournament to say, how good are our counters? Yes, you're showing your hand, but if they learn your Vex craps in their Ahri, they just stop picking Ahri against you.
Yes.
Right? And it's well, cool.
And at the same time, you're right. If the gamble pays off, they now aren't going to blind pick the champion against
you. Right. Instead of well, I hope it's good in the semifinals, and you're wrong, you just lose the game for it.
Yeah,
right?
You're right.
You kind of want to test it out now, and yeah, you give some stuff up, but
Freak, you're clearly someone who's been thinking about League of Legends
I love me some
for a very long time.
I have been. Faker, been playing on the same team. This is 10th year on T1. My 10th year casting professional League of Legends as a full-time shoutcaster. So we're contemporaries.
So what you're saying is
Faker and I are
you're the
contemporaries.
same as Faker.
I'm about as smart as Faker. That's clearly what I mean by this. Yes. Okay. Draft is fun though. Graves is back. I was curious if Graves was going to go away because a lot of teams got away from him by the end of the group stage, but Owner is back on this one. Got a Callista, so a lot of early, marksman damage here. A lot, quite physical heavy, so we are going to need, some magic damage in this roster. And so I want to know where the draft goes.
The thing I really like about at least teams when to pick Graves, especially them pairing with the Callista, right, is I feel with the buff to Umbral Glaive, it is the most feast or famine playstyle ever, because if you get that lead, you control vision so heavily, you spike so early on in the game, you can just shut a team out so easily. Yeah. PSG on the opposite side, though, going to elect more for some skirmishes, some team fighting, going to go towards this Kennen, have a lot of magic damage, and Champion very good against both Callista and Graves, right? Graves getting the armor from his passive to be able to do well against AD champions, and Callista, I mean, if you can lock her down, she is just so easily able to be blown up.
Well, you want to exhaust somewhere. It's going to be Carrier running it. I mean, maybe Guma. I think Guma's going to run Cleanse most likely, but someone's got to exhaust Hanabi up there in the top side. You know, it's not reckless. We're not going to see it down in the bot lane for Unified. So we'll wait to see what the bot lane picks are actually going to be here. Support and top lane still to grab for T1. Second time we're going to see this Zoe into Ahri. Obviously, Caps did very well. Beat Xiaohu into RNG with it. So figured to play. Go for the same thing here. James at the table, looking at the matchups they think are good into Kennen. Okay, what else are you afraid of, Hanabi? And an AD carry going to be needed on that side. And even though support is necessary, yeah, okay, so gonna ban 2 supports even though AD carry was an uncontested role.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what T1 go with here. Obviously, liking to pair more Engage alongside the Kalista. We still have things like the Alistar up. We still have Rel, which we've been seeing more of today than I feel like we've seen presence earlier on in the group stage. And Hanabi, I mean, I don't know if it matters how much you ban out through the top side. I'd be very scared. I feel like Zeus has been having a phenomenal tournament so far. Even when he gets no attention from Owner, he's just able to dominate in those 1v1s. We've seen some crazy 1v2 outplays come out from him so far this tournament. That's just really been T1 all tournament long, right? The fact that you have 5 members you need to be terrified of. Anyone can take over a game, and that would be a champion that could completely take over a game.
And you want to play to it. Anytime you got melee versus range where your win condition is getting the all-in to work, you have to play to that side.
Yes.
If she dives in and it's Viego 2v1, you just give away a kill and it looks like crap, so Owner gonna have to play to that side.
I think especially the way it really plays, right? Because a lot of it comes from stacking up your passive. You're continuously looking for trades, you're continuously looking for all-ins. So even if you don't like invest a ton of jungle pressure into it or things along those lines, I at least want to see it give it heavy vision so we can look for those all-ins, so we can win out through the trades. And now for the side of PSG gonna go towards that Tristana. Could be pretty nice having that ultimate to try and keep Irelia out from the backline later on in these team fights. But so far, I feel like you have pretty good like peel and zone control from that. Irelia having the Tristana with the ultimate. Kennen's very interesting to me because you can always play 2 different ways, right? Looking for flanks or just looking to put ult next to your big carries and making it so, hey, you cannot jump into us or you will die. Of course, the Everfrost and Charm coming out from Bay.
I wouldn't actually mind something like a Nami and really just playing Marksman down here and playing counter-engage Kennen. I think the comp would just barely work. You can go for the flanks if you really have to, because honestly, any movement speed slow really, really hurts Kalista in lane.
Yes.
Her hop distance is based on her rank of boots, the move speed of her boots, basically, and how long the hop takes is based on her move speed. So if you move speed slower, whether it's by Nami E or Rocket Jump, if you're hopping, you're just like losing half your DPS. So she's like standing there throwing spears and hoping it's enough damage to beat Tristana. And by the way, it's not. Tristana wins every one of those trades. So could have been an option to just play for the hard all-in. Gragas is kind of nice. You can, on reflex, easily break a rocket jump.
Yes.
You break the 80 damage land. You break the slow. You get a stun. It's really telegraphed. And so it really stymies a lot of the engage tools that PSG might have down there. Kaiwang gets telegraphed enough. If you're really paying attention, you can stop the crash down as well. So I think this as a lane counter pick, it really prevents a lot of the all-ins that PSG could try down there.
Not even just a lane, right? I think great champion up against the Viego and the Kennen as well. Just being able to keep them from being able to jump in, get on top of your own back line. So for T1, I think pretty interesting when we have, once again, Sidelines kind of set up to play very aggressively, to be carries. Faker, I think you're going to play this Zoe more to roam, to assist your side lanes, like Faker is kind of known to do, you know, in this iteration of T1, but still having enough agency yourself to be able to look for the 1v1. If you can find a bubble onto Bay, Owner shows up, pretty much just need to throw out his Q and ultimate, and the Ahri will just be dead.
It will be. I'm excited to see what the engages look like here. I want to know if PSG can step up and our power rankings are wrong and it's G1 number 1, RNG number 2, PSG number 3, and they're just, well, you know, we lost to RNG, but, you know, the rest is going to look good. I want to see if they can step up to this level, right? If they can, you know, come back that Flash with Legacy, the emote that we already know Hanabi's rocking, his old team, if that's going to happen, it's a tough road ahead. Obviously, we are all expecting T1 to be the top team, but hey, they did look mortal, so can they step up?
Even for PSG, going beyond like the players that we've seen so far, they had a huge pickup in the offseason that went a little bit under the radar. One of their coaches actually their head coach coming from EDG that just won Worlds, so getting a plethora of experience there, working under people like Kenju, who are also on RNG now and doing extremely well. I feel like we've seen a lot of PSG's drafts be incredibly good. It's just the execution hasn't really been there for the squad.
Yep, so can they step up and make it happen? Let's see on the Rift. Obviously a home crowd for T1. We haven't had Korea win in a home crowd since 2014 with Samsung White in Korea. Though there have been plenty of Korean champions since then, it's never been on home soil.
I do miss that team. I just got to say.
Yeah, not
watching
good 8 years.
Samsung White was something special as PSG looking for something special themselves, but Carry and Gumi usually not going to walk in. Just going to get a bit of some vision down to spot out where Juhan is going to play towards. I would expect it to be towards bot lane. I think these bot lane matchups look very volatile. I think especially for PSG, where you have this Kennen who could be fine on his own. But, I mean, looking at T1, both their side lanes are volatile and would like some jungle attention.
Yeah, the nice thing at the very least is that the engages are telegraphed enough that you can often play around them. Like, it's hard to really get the great engages Gragas. You can often rocket jump some of it. And we mentioned in champs, like, the Gragas can really stymie either Tristana or Rel's start. So I could see bot lane being a farm off just because it's so hard to actually get in. Like, yes, they'd love to engage, but it's kind of hard to do it. Top lane, again, like, Irelia really wants that fight.
I also feel like, so T1 have been one of the teams, I feel like, alongside G2, that are very good at making plays on two sides of the map. They're not afraid to do it. They'll send someone like Owner or Carry it to mid first, help push out the wave, and then you'll see Owner maybe go towards top, Carry and Faker go towards bot, and look for these two plays at once. And it can be, it's obviously very like risk versus reward because one can go so poorly, but you're kind of hedging your bet. You could just come out ahead so much because enemy teams don't expect that because of how greedy it can seem.
Yeah, Gumishi, I think, playing the fight pretty well there. I think he gets not press the attack. Halo Blades off of Tristana, only takes one auto off the E. And then, all right, cool, I'm out, but I got the Ren damage, so gets the wave pressure. T1 gonna pretty comfortably hit level 2 here. There's really no fight for that one. Wants the last hit, has to also respect Gragas' all-in damage. Faker level 2 first, gets the damage ignite on a Bay. Really good trade, Bay. I mean, stepped up to just lose almost all of his life.
Yeah, really nice by Faker to see the window there to look for that. And I mean, if T1 can keep up pressure mid in this game, I feel like it's going to be so hard for PSG because T1 just have so many aggressive tools and so much early game damage. I even remember in one of T1's earlier games where they played the Kalista Rumble, getting the early serrated Dirk on Kalista, getting early Source Shoes on Rumble, and then it's like, my god, you just have so much damage, so much early pen, you can't itemize against it, what do you do?
Yep, Ignite, oh my word. Gets it off the minion, that is just really convenient. Obviously, that's a bit lucky for Faker there, but gets another 90 or so damage, takes that one, cool, great. Takes down the cannon, 16 CS, only drops 3 on the push, and there's not a lot left for Bay to get. He'll do his very best. Ultimately, Yuhan just gonna keep that push going.
Yeah, for T1 now. Again, you're just gonna have so many options on where you could look towards the map. We see though, PSG, with Juhan playing up towards that top side to where Owner now on the bottom side of the map doesn't really look like there's too many opportunities. Zeus.
He's gonna actually, if he had Ignite, this was a kill right now, but obviously he has to run TP. Goes still for the flash follow. Second Q, solo kills him anyway. Great. Zeus on the board.
Great play coming out from the Irelia. We talked about this in draft though, that he's the type of player who constantly looks for these 1v1s. I feel like he's had a spectacular tournament so far, and T1 still posturing to make that play on the bottom side of the map, but in the end just going to cover for Owner getting the Scuttle Crab. And I'm just really curious to see where PSG look to attack, where PSG look to answer. Would Zeus making that recall on top side, does have TP to catch the wave. I don't really feel like there's too many opportunities available. Bay shouldn't have much of a roam timer. Does get the wave pushed in because Faker did just hover down towards bot side, but if you look at the map, he has a bit of a ward there to spot if already did start moving up towards top side.
It's pretty nice. So, kind of amazing. T1, I mean, pretty much almost their entire team. It's only Keria, who their career didn't start on T1. For Guma, Owner, and Zeus, all of them started on the trainee program and then just got pulled into the main team, you know, a year-ish ago in kind of each of their cases. So T1 scouting, outstanding, obviously. They already dunked on the LCK, and now off to a very good start in their second game of the Rumble stage with a solo kill from the 18-year-old top laner.
I think that's one thing that LCK has always done phenomenally in terms of like scouting and just taking young players. I remember back in the day, Zeus finds a stun.
Level 5 to level 4, and he's got a Vamp Scepter, so any of these trades are like very safe. It takes him one wave to go back to full, and just kind of beautiful. And you know, what I love about it is, you know, surprise, I went and killed you.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Get it off your Prime Gaming emote.
And we see here, gets Conqueror stacked up, has the passive there as well, finds the flash, and instantly able to get another Q off after landing that stun, going towards a minion as well.
Yep.
Just beautiful for him to recognize these angles and opportunities to be able to go in. And Owner now going to follow up. You have a little bit of a wave.
And now here comes the dive. Hanabi going to be stunned at the flash and the Q in the wall, and they've got another kill on the board. Turret is going to kill him back, but you know that's worth it. He's losing the wave.
Yeah, going to be huge lead for the Aurelian top side now. Juhan at least going to pick up the wave himself, get the experience, get the gold, so it's not going to waste. But still, this top lane matchup, it's only going to become harder and harder for Hanabi. You're going to become more diveable. Zeus going to get more damage under his belt and able to continuously look for it. And we're kind of seeing a bit of what you speculated, right? Bot side so far, a bit of a farm fest, but T1 also kind kind of clapping in this lane so far with the plate that they got from the amount of time Owners spent so far. And T1 have kind of just opted to playing both sides of the map, just with where Owners clearance up. We see here, though, stun comes out. I love the flash to guarantee they can find the burst instantly. So hopefully, I think they were thinking maybe R really doesn't have to tank too many turret shots and get away scot-free, but they still deny the wave, like you said.
At least Juhan was there to grab the wave himself, so there's nothing lost to the team overall, but obviously wasn't there in time to stop the play. They couldn't make it a look for anything on their own side, so still denying some gold, right? The wave was pushed in, yeah, 6-5, Stun's gonna land again, keep trying. Doesn't go for the ult play, was too close to the tower. If he was 200 units farther up, I think you ult and you try for even more on that one, but just
two
abusing
Teemos
him.
for anyone out there who, you know, needs to visualize the 200 units.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it could be 2 cannons, right? I think Turtles are almost all about the same size, so, you know, 2 cannons away from that being an all-in and probably his 3rd kill of the game.
On T1, still posturing so aggressively on this bottom side. PSG, though, no slouches. I mean, the desk is done all day long. How long the spot lane has played together? About 5 years. 2017 summer, and they came together on Hong Kong Esports.
Owners already here. Owners already here. So the flash stun, that's really beautifully done. They're going to get a lot down on Guma, but be careful because you've already got a Graves, and not much more can be done. So flash is burned. Guma out to Summoners. Ignite in as well. That's almost a kill. It's very, very close to Juhan dying. It might be in the last tick. No, he's going to make it out.
Oh, Bay needs to be careful. Does have his flash up now, and, you know, it did have to be burned earlier, but Faker putting on a ton of pressure, and T1 just going to be able to keep this one up. We do have Rift Herald coming up in a minute, though, so I expect teams to start posturing up towards that top side, get this wave pushed out. Maybe they can get another play off this play, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Faker start making his way back to mid soon, pushing that wave, and
good damage.
PSG!
What a follow through! Beautifully done, but traded back. Faker burns Summoners for a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I guess T1 don't care about going and starting to get the setup for Rift Herald. Going for the over-aggressive play, they still do find 1 kill. They've been solidly in the lead in this game with about a 1.4 thousand gold lead. And now, freak, the resets come out. The stun comes through!
Yes!
Nothing happened. I thought something would happen.
Nah, unfortunately, with Cannon ult being up, it's hard to make that dive again. Anytime he's stunned within about 800 units of the tower, you just can't really follow through much. But anytime you take that trade, right, like, okay, even if you lose more health than he does, right? You deal 200 damage, he does 400 to you. Heal off the wave, you try again, and
you have passive, you have Vampiric Scepter, you just have so much. And I mean, this is even with, you know, the amount of sustain in the game being nerfed. I realize still being one of the champions having an incredible amount of sustain, even if, you know, items and runes kind of being taken out of the equation.
Right, yeah. He drops on a little bit, but doesn't, you know, matter too much. He's going to feel pretty good. Rune King on the way. Should feel pretty solid if that's indeed going to be the build. Good side set there, Hanabi. Normally, right, you can just kind of save your E and with the move speed on reflex, kind of dodge that, but Xavier's done a really, really good job of landing those anyway. Faker doesn't go for much. That's a move speed, though.
Yeah, having the Shirelias now as well. Going to be able to get this wave in pretty quickly and start making their way up towards that Rift Herald. Not rotating any 80 carries up just yet, so if a fight happens, it will be a 4v4. I don't expect PSG to opt into this one with how strong their Irelia is, so they're just going to back off. And sadly for them, though, Juhan being on the top side of the map, you aren't able to look for any, you know, hard vision control bot side or try and pivot it into a dragon. This will be a free objective for the side of T1.
Yep, earned by their incredible lane dominance.
Yes.
The top lane's been pushing forever. Mid lane, Faker's obviously looked really, really good here as well. So, and T1 in the bot lane, yeah, okay, it's a very small farm lead, but, you know, not a ton of kills other than, you know, the roams coming down. So, you know, just a small lead there. But yeah, top mid, that side of the map's been just T1 taking, you know, just kind of complete control.
Also, Gumayushi, I'll pause on that point, his owner.
He's got to jump too.
Yeah.
That back caster is a reset. Gonna try right now with a slow. Not gonna get in range though. Yeah, Hanabi immediately ease backwards. No stun to be found. Nice try.
I mean, luckily for him, right? He's been ganked so much. He knows the game plan now. He knows to play back. He knows to show the respect. And it opens up a window for PSG to get that dragon that it looked like maybe they wouldn't have been able to get with how far behind they were on the cross-map play coming through. Also able to answer out with a blue buff. Won't be the end of the world for the side of T1, but still, you know, any small advantage you can find as PSG, you will take.
Absolutely the case. So, gonna see what happens once we get to the actual team fights here. Nice to see, you know, something cross-map. That's good. Again, bot lane's been close enough that you're kind of allowed to play that side of the map somewhat. We are seeing lethality come through for Gumayushi. Obviously, the standard crit build here out of Tristana. There's not really any lethality Tristana builds out there, so not a surprise.
I also really like what Gumayushi does. At least in his last game, right? He buys a Serrated Dirk, then goes towards the normal Callisto build with the Immortal Shield Bow. Of course, Serrated Dirk just being such a strong early game item. I think it's like 126% gold efficient or something like that. Just wonderful, especially for T1's bot lane, who are willing to look for the early game aggression and willing to kind of try and snowball a lead forward. I mean, that's just where T1 specializes, that early game. The laning phase is able to come out. Heck, we even saw it in their loss today, right? They might have lost, but still able to dominate in the early game up against G2.
Absolutely the case. So maybe we get that PSG comeback the way the G2 did. They do have some explosive team fighting. Obviously, Rel and Kennen can do some nice wombo comboing, and you know, everyone else can kind of try to follow up afterwards. I'm always a fan of seeing the Tristana bowling ball engage, where you get 3 autos off and then ult them. I will take credit as I'm the one who suggested that your R should wait to apply the stack until after the knockback, so you can bowling ball someone into a reset. So they accepted that one, and that's in the game because of me. And it's fun.
So that's why you equated yourself to Faker.
It's so fun though, because I mean E triple auto because you have Halo Blades and ult, and just like someone just shows up, it's like 800 damage to 80 carry.
Yeah,
it's so fun.
It's insane actually. The health bar goes from 100 to 0 pretty much instantly.
So you can just kick the Gragas in, right? And now you're helping the dive comp, right? Like, he just explodes alongside the Kennen engage. So, you know, Unify can try. You can try to deliver someone to the back line with the present.
T1, though, having such beautiful vision control in this game so far. You just look at the minimap. Both sides of the river are completely lit up. PSG not able to get any information what's going on. It's just Faker roaming right now. You can see the question mark pings coming through. And Hanabi, your life is about to be extremely hard once again. Whether you die or not, you are going to lose a lot of gold and experience, my dude.
And they got the Herald in the inventory. If they want to hit the entire tower, they actually could here. Faker had already moved on the way up. And now, okay, Juhan's in, and Faker's on the way out, so we can fight for it yet again. 2 plates off the tower. If they summoned it, wouldn't quite finish the tower, but it would get it down to under 1k health. Ultimately, T1 going to say, well, but what if we can fake the recall from Owner and then try again and kill the entire turret?
Yeah, and, you know, Faker should be able to get pressure in mid once again. Obviously, see Roam first, pulled Bay after him. He returns to lane first, gets the push.
Oh, that was a good flash. And that was blind, by the way. He was hit by the smoke screen. He's like, I'm getting stunned. Flashed away, stays alive, but it might still not be enough. Here comes the Herald Summon. Juhan's going to be back, and they're going to get a little bit of damage done. So they will keep the tower alive for this wave, but it will still be a very nice crash. A lot of damage. 2 plates shared. Juhan's going to be a little bit careful, but they can knock down Herald afterwards. And with about 700 health left on the tower, I'm not sure if T1's really going to stick around. It's a pretty heavy commitment to try to play for the last plate. So at least good defense by Juhan. Nice flash engage. Explosive was there, but the re-engage looks good. Jumping got a good Yoshi, and they're gonna blow the man up. And now Carrier's gotta run away with no summoner, with no cooldowns whatsoever. A great body slam stuffs it.
Still once again, T1's bot lane losing in the 2v2. Unified and Kaiwing finding the angle. It's actually Carrier, the one who started off the play.
Yeah.
T1's looking to be the ones to be the aggressors themselves, but nice by PSG to flip it on its head.
It's why we weren't seeing fights. The re-engage, the counter-engage is better than the primary stun because Kaiwing gets a perfect double hit there, and Tristana's like, when I can land on my skill shots now, it's great. Nothing's ready for me anymore, and really, really beautifully done.
Oh, we might get a bit of action up on this top side. I was going to say it's actually pretty nice for Zeus that the tower didn't go down, because now you get the extended laning phase as Faker not going to be able to fight anything.
Yeah, predicts the juke, Bay doesn't juke it, so he's going to be okay here, and just a wave, you're going to walk away.
Should be fine, and now T1, I mean, with the amount of help that they've given up towards the top side already, seems like they're finally starting to pivot down towards the bottom half of the map. Dragon going to come up in 40 seconds as Irelia gets stunned.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say for Hanabi, right? Obviously very far behind, struggled early on, but I mean, he's done very well to start respecting this matchup and, you know, playing correctly, not letting anything come through. As we see Carrier finds a beautiful engage, but Kaiwing, like you said, able to get past lock 2 members down, and then Unified able to follow through with all the damage. Carrier is gonna be able to get out on the exit, like you said, beautiful body slam to come out from him to make sure nothing else goes through. Just really nice window from Kaiwing to find the opportunity to land on the enemy AD carry.
In retrospect, maybe could have waited a little bit longer, and he ended up getting double stun out of the body slam, right? Which is like the most value you could have gotten. If you're like, oh, maybe we wait out for, you know, Kaiwing to hit his W and have to body slam that one, then like that's a really, really like minute thing.
That's a very small window.
Yeah, that's so tough to like, figure that one out. So ultimately, a good play by Carrier to get away, and we go back into this one where second Dragon is up. PSG Talent got the first one. They're within 1,800 gold, so a playable game for sure.
I mean, they have 3 mythics on the board already. Obviously, Zeus and Owner didn't go towards the mythic, right? Later, the Rune King and Uncle Glaive coming out for them for some more early dueling power, but PSG definitely not too far behind at all. 1,000 gold. Yeah. I think the expectation of this match was come to 15 minutes, T1 would be 5K gold up.
Right, but holding on so far is PSG Talent. Dragon going to be equalized, though. So 1-1 there. Get the cheers from Busan as tied in Drake's 1.5k lead. We are moving towards team fights. We've got Lethality in. All right, Owner has his Umbral Glaive, so now we get to see him get rid of all the vision. Rune King long since done for the Irelia to make that one fun. Rocket Belt is in for Hanabi, but he's TP-less, so has to walk his way in, carry a good body slam away, and Kaiwing, dangerous now, going to be asleep, going to take a barrel. A shot just barely lives. They will not find that one yet.
still, T1 able to push him off the objective. They're going to be able to take that Rift Herald for themselves. Very happy with that one. Like you said, Keria able to escape from the engage coming through, puts Skywing in a position he doesn't want to be in. Faker and Owner getting all the damage off, and this Rift Herald should be able to keep that snowball going. I mean, top lane turret super low. We know bot lane turret I think is about half. Wouldn't be surprised just to see T1 utilize this Rift Herald to take mid tier 1.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think second Herald often you want to put it mid, just knock that one down, get math control, but Owner just blitzing towards top side will kill it with auto attacks here. If they wanted to go all the way for top tier 2, probably possible. An invisible, yeah, Viego takes quite a bit of damage there, jumps in for the ignite, will not quite kill. Should be about 100 HP left onto him and he'll walk away. But nice try by Faker, burns his ignite, does not find a kill, but will get the recall out.
Yeah, beautiful to see Faker just making these plays, right? Even if it's not always about just moving the sides, looking to enable your side laners, having a champion like this who can put the damage down himself, show off, again, still the mechanical prowess and the ability he has after all these years. And yeah, for T1, still having that Herald. I like that Owner didn't opt into using the top side because they saw PSG move off waves very quickly, so I think they anticipated them to match top side. So you can now look, have the Graves hover around bot side, allow him to get this turret, then you can start looking to make that 5-man play around mid to drop that Rift Herald.
No one's answering Faker. He's been soloing this turret for a while now at this point. Only just now is Ahri finally walking. And like you saw, Faker's in the turret. Keria was already there covering the play, and PSG's like, oh, we should walk bottom now. Like, Keria's rotating faster than the lane assignment of Faker. Like, they're so far ahead here, T1. They see the map, making really great plays. 1.5k becomes 3k now. It's actually growing beyond that. We still have Herald in inventory, so mid lane's gonna die. It's gonna be 4k in a second.
And I mean, it just goes to show, right, with the lead T1 built, you can make that roam towards top side like we saw Owner do before. It makes it so PSG, I mean, you're behind, right? You can't just commit 2 people up to cover a play like that. You need to commit more numbers in the enemy. You do that, it allows Keria to go bot. It's just such a beautiful like push and pull of pressure coming out from T1 to keep this lead up. And yeah, I mean, going forward for T1, we know mid lane turret's going to go down. They've done a beautiful job at taking away all the jungle camps as well. We look at Owner 152 CS to Juhan's 110. They're just completely shutting PSG out in terms of map control.
We're going to see the push now towards mid turret. If you want to summon it, you can. Look for the poke. Faker lands it! And Owner is ready to knock it down. A nice pullback. Bragus builds a bunch of space. Comes back to safety. Gas comes in. There's 2 already. T1 just toying with their food. Re-engage comes across. There's the double stun. They're going to get 1. Look for a second. Keria comes right back in. Ignite on the Gumayushi. They get kill number 2. Look at number 3. Not quite yet, though. And now we're going to try again. Faker diving in for a bunch more. And Kaiwing going to fall. T1 just wipe the map. PSG Talon are gone. Mid lane turret falls as well. And T1 go for even more.
And T1 just going to keep stacking this gold lead up. They should be able to guarantee this turret as well. Sadly, we're not in a position where they can look to take a bear. And it's only 18 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and even another charge coming through for Shelly.
We had the exhaust saved. It was Guma himself actually wearing the exhaust. He didn't even go cleanse, but he was the one who made sure he marked the cannon.
On T1, we knew this play was coming for so long now, them looking to group mid to make this play. Faker from Fog of War Owner as well, just able to completely one-shot Unified. And they keep going with Gumayushi, throwing Keria in. Beautiful cast to make sure that one goes down. I do want to give credit to PSG here because this play, I think there's no way it would work out with the numbers disadvantage you're at, but at least the coordination from Hanabi and Kaiwing was beautiful, a ton of damage out. If 2 members hadn't already gone down, maybe a setup like that, you can win a fight. But sadly for PSG, T1 had already found the setup, they'd already found the pick again from Fog of War. Like, PSG couldn't even anticipate the damage coming from that range. Maybe they could, because Zoe the Graves, but yeah, that is absolutely absurd coming out from Faker.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice play. Coordination, Owner was there, right, through in the ult, help the dive. I love champions like Graves and Ezreal because they have that long-range skill shot to, like, help that one burst come across, so love to see that one
especially now that we're playing lethality Graves, right, as compared to back when it was all about, like, a Mortal Shield bow and going more crit-oriented, is that your ultimate just does a ton.
It's really, really good. So now Zeus gonna be dove. He is in a 1 versus 4. They're going to get the wave in as well. Who's going to pull aggro? Not a really good way to live. They are pulling the team across. Going to find that stun. Merc treads now down, and they're going to look for the rest of it. Ults comes across, wants to jump around, but charmed and dies. 5v1 was enough to kill Zeus. Ult these. They have burned 2. T1 want to take the fight.
Boy, look at the mini-map. Faker just slamming away at the turret down in the bottom half of the map. Actually just takes it outright. We do have both Dragon and Baron up at this point in time, but T1 more concerned about their top lane turret.
And they save it, right? They throw the kill shots down, Owner ults, Keria ults.
Gumayushi's just taking Dragon himself.
Yeah, and that's great, right? So PSG, they get a champion kill. 450 gold, good job as assisted, well done. Maybe with a shot a bit more. Oh, goodbye.
Faker is
insane! Woo! Well, it's gonna be Bay. Exploding one back at the very least. You know, turns him into gold.
I don't care. The kill was exciting. He found the angle. He found the CC.
Beautiful, beautiful. AK Goldly, T1 are clapping this game. Faker is a man possessed. He is incredible. These snipes have been outstanding. Setups have been, you know, beautiful. Really, really good play. T1 as a team, though, I got to celebrate them because, hey, PSG get a kill. They can't even knock a tower out of it. Faker kills bot tier 2, starts sieging the inhibitor, gets another solo kill as well, and it's like, I did what 5 people did.
And, you know, seeing the G2 game earlier, seeing a game like this, goes back to what we were talking about in draft. Might open up a pick like Zoe to see more playing to Ahri, because the Vex hadn't been working. The Veigar hasn't really been working, but this so far doing quite well as Faker finding the bubble, forcing the rocket belt to come out from Hanabi. Just needs to hit one paddle star. Does go down in the end because Bay was making his way over, but still, Faker got more than what he wanted.
Really, really well done, right? Does what it took 5 people at PSG to do. So now we get to see even more out of T1. Moving, again, 7,000 right now to lead. Dragons 2-1, moving towards that Mountain Soul eventually, 10 minutes away from that one. We'll see if Baron ends up being a problem here, but T1 rushing towards a 1-1 record.
I mean, even when we look at items, right, the only person even close to their counterpart is actually Hanabi up in the top lane, having 2 items himself. Everyone else, you look at mid lane, Faker a whole item up over Bay. Bottom lane as well, Gumayushi a whole item up over Unified. T1 just stacking the damage at this point. Heck, even Owner having the Eclipse now on top of that Umbral Glaive. I mean, PSG, it's rough. I mean, you have to look for the contest here, right? I mean, you can't just kind of roll over and die, but you're kind of hoping T1 over-aggress, group up too close. Kaiwing finds a huge engage, it sets up for Hanabi, but this level of vision control, I just don't think it can happen.
Well, Carry able to sit right on the wall, knows he is safe with Gumayushi around. Anyone, honestly, at that level of skill can always ult him away and keep him safe, so he can play really, really on the edge and just frontline everything. Not going to find the poke just yet as Faker, but now Rocket Jump down for a solid 20 seconds. Not going to matter too much, though, but the zone control looks pretty good between the barrels and the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. It's PSG Talon not really able to push in. They might have to try, though. Again, Baron on the docket here. Sub 23 minutes into the game. T1, just play the vision. You got like 7 T1 wards on your screen right now.
Yeah, and I mean, right, this position, you just hit the nail on the head. This is where Zoe thrives. Just being able to control a space over terrain, throw out the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. I mean, you find one paddle start into someone, they're chunked out enough to where they can't look to contest. They have to recall. You are now the team who can just outright go into Baron. But T1 still being very respectful. You know, huge gold lead. They aren't just overforcing going on to Baron. They're playing this one stock and standard. There's Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Yeah, he can't go all the way in. He would get some damage on Kaiwing, but there's a chance to take 1,000 damage back from everyone re-engaging on him. So he's like, that's not worth going for that play, never mind.
And there's the respect we were just hitting on.
Yeah, once in a while, respectful. Finds on the sleep. That's going to be decent shots, though. You're running out of health over on Kaiwing now.
Looking for the flank.
Damage onto Bay. Both these snipes, explosive cast forces the ult.
Absolutely huge coming out from T1. Just, I mean, the amount of distance they can cover with the damage coming through. Go for the Baron, like you said. Hanabi, though, posturing for the flank. Does have his ultimate as well as a flash to get to the pit. Might even just go with the blast plant.
Can't even go for the snipe. Hanabi, zone farther away. They know Ahri's nowhere around. Juhan not even going to try. We're going to have Carrier mark the cannon flank. Not going to happen. Baron claimed. And T1 are just running over this game.
Yeah, PSG, I mean, right, you had 2 options there. You go for some sort of crazy Hail Mary. Juhan just tries to flash ult into the pit. You just hope that T1 make a mistake. You find a smite. Or you back off, Unified. Ult saves away, but it doesn't look like it'll matter too much. Oh no, actually, with the walkout scot-free. Does have his flash still, so.
Yeah, looks like Zeus was without a dash available. A red buff, careful, snipe. Yep, gets away from the stun, but the re-engage can be good enough. Lots of CC gonna be there. The snipe, the ult's not gonna land on the 80 carry. Q4, there's the kill. Thanks for the leash on red. Unified gets one on the board.
Well, the respect not staying consistent. I get what he was looking for, though. I mean, Unified so low. Gumayushi flashes forward.
Slow, but Juhan runs faster, like by a lot in this shroud, so it's ultimately going to mean pretty much nothing. Oh yeah, Owner can't CC main thrower, so, you know, nice try, right? Gets the first slow on, but not going to matter.
But now for T1, just going to keep up this pressure, play out through a 2-lane setup, completely ignoring bot wave, but you've already pushed in mid, already taken that one down. Faker now can play with this terrain, throw out the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles and the Paddle Stars, and it should open up for T1 to get this turret pretty much uncontested. Not much PSG can do in this position. I mean, PSG are just buying time to get more items. At this point, I guess hoping to get Unified towards the 3rd item, and then that's when you're going to look for the big Hail Mary. You're going to look for the engage, try and set up Kaiwing and Hanabi on the flank, and just hope maybe T1 keep looking for these aggressive plays with how far ahead they are.
Well, maybe an overstep, but Dragon number 3 about to happen. 5 minutes away now from Mountain Soul. I assume T1 will get this Dragon pretty much without contest. I don't know why you'd walk up for just the 3rd Dragon at a 10k deficit. You look for a cross map, get objective banning at the top lane. But we are seeing Trist and Rel head to that side now, so this is good. They're trying to make sure they can get that gold onto either Hanabi or Unified. Get them towards that, but Wave's getting pushed pretty slowly, and it's a recall out of the cannon. I really would have liked to see them like just push to gain that 500 plus the bounty. Like you have, right? Like the best odds play you have is like, hey, this is a 4v1 for a tower. Like let's go kill a tower, right? Let's get some gold back because you're losing Dragon anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like even you know T1's gonna push bot lane. Even then, I feel like recall should be able to come off soon enough to where the same posture contest trying to stop T1 would happen regardless. And T1 might even just be able to brute force his tower down at bot side.
And the wave stacks up towards the top turret. Not going to mean much. Hanabi, of course, has teleport, but right now he's clearing the mid wave. Now looks to head down. They're going to see Aurelia. This could be the time to go for broke. Aurelia spotted in mid, but that is a poke shot towards Hanabi down to half HP, and he's not there anymore. So I think there was a slim margin for PSG to go for absolute broke. They had 4 flashes up. They could have maybe tried. Ultimately, not going to happen. T1, I think, marking most of the engaged tools.
And I mean, sadly, just with the amount of vision domination that T1 has for Hanabi, I mean, you're not even going to be able to find like a great TP or anything along those lines. You pretty much have to run straight forward in. You're hoping Kaiwing can find the angle if someone walks too far forward. You're able to follow through with the flash or a rocket belt yourself. But T1 have been pretty respectful so far. At least when they're grouped up, right? We've seen moments of fakers going too far, typically finding kills even when they do go down, but Owner as well. I just gotta say, they've choked out PSG from their jungle so well. Just look how far behind the Viegos in terms of CS. T1 completely dismantling PSG in every way since we've gotten to the mid game.
Yeah, the proof that their macro is so much better is it's 8-9 in kills, and the rest of the scoreboard is not close. Like, hey, the team fights when PSG find them are pretty good, but right, T1 never give them the team fight in a good spot. When T1 gets a kill, they kill a turn and a half for it, right? Or, Faker solos you, under your inhibitor or whatever, right? And it's like, it's a 1-for-1, but it's 1-for-1 after we killed bot lane tier 2. PSG get a 1-for-0 top side, and the wave is covered. Like, that's just like, that like 30 seconds is emblematic of how, like, the macro skill difference is between these teams.
I was going to say, because even, like, looking at just kills and assists across the board, right? Coming into this event, pretty much everyone, it was almost unanimous. Keria, best player in the world. At least probably top of the debate that I was hearing. In this game, he's at 2 assists, hasn't had to do much. T1 still dominating. A player that a lot of people consider the best player in this roster, not having to do much just because of how good they are as a unit.
Hey, look, his kills and assists are very low. The number of zombie wards he has is like 700.
Yes.
Like, there's 5 on the screen at some points in time. Like, I mean, he is crushing the vision
even just the amount of engages he's dissuaded so far has actually been pretty stellar.
I should correct myself. Owner's on a zombie ward. He doesn't even have domination. But, I mean, the point is he is still helping with the vision game. The two of them are doing a lot to just shut the game out. You mentioned that, the shutout in vision. It's the two of them really just doing so much there.
PSG, though, I mean, at least getting a bit of breathing room, right? Getting to chill, kick their feet back, have a margarita or something, wait for Dragon in 2 minutes. Seems like T1 might give them that rest and relaxation time.
The zombie ward. Good job, Owner. Yeah, the first out of Mumble Glaive does a lot for that. Definitely crushed the vision game. There you go, another one. Obviously, it's the free AD from stacking it. That's going to always be faster than anything else you could do, so it makes that rune really good for AD. It's about 18 out of the entire rune, I believe.
T1, I mean, I feel like just waiting for a neutral objective to come up, which makes sense with your composition, right? I feel like your comp is completely based on trying to bait PSG into you, utilize the Zoe, utilize the CC that you have. You have such good control over neutrals, and I mean, there you go.
Yep. He's going to survive it, barely. Barely, though, right? 3-item Graves. I love that he's going for the Dark Harvest as well. Right? It fits the playstyle of the champion. I ult to finish the kill. It's going to be in low health targets that Faker already sets up. Like the rune, build, and champion all synergize. I love when it comes together like that. And has just really missed those kills a couple of times now, but still a very good pick.
I mean, that's another reason across the board why we don't have like a lot of kills or assists going down towards things like Keria, right? Because a lot of the action we've seen has actually just been from one screen away. It's all Faker finds the setup, Owner throws out his ultimate, maybe Keria tries to throw out an ultimate as well, or Gumayushi tries to throw out a Q, but I mean, T1 don't have to think or worry about any kinds of engages because they always find the pick before PSG's even close.
All right, well, Hanabi Rocket Belt's in, takes 1 million damage, burns the Zonias. They will get the kill on his Zeus, but by the way, Baron's being attacked with 3. So once again, PSG 1-for-0 somewhere on the map, and T1 get 1 million gold more somewhere else.
Still though, I mean, the fact that this game has kind of settled down a little bit, PSG are at least getting time. like, sure, it doesn't necessarily get easier because T1 are still expanding these leads, but it gives more time for T1 to make a mistake. Not saying that they will, but I feel like for PSG, that's kind of the best you can hope for. It's like, okay, we're getting time. Time gives us more items. We're going to be stronger too. If you overextend somewhere, we can burst you out faster and capitalize. And yeah.
I see your point, but T1 happy to win the game at 33 minutes by waiting for Mountain Soul here. They're going to get a big snipe. Faker knows he is safe. The rocket ship out for Unify will keep him safe. And now the Dragon is up, and it's going to be, I mean, Juhan against the world to try to steal it away, but it's going to be out of vision, and against 2 smites, Faker's holding 1. Owen are going to jump in. Flash Q gets stunned, finds the kill. Will he get out is the question. Zonia's, I believe, immune some damage, and now we've got a Gragas. Explosive cast for the safety. Dives in 1 for nothing. Dragon Soul claimed as well. T1 own everything.
Look, I did my best to paint the silver linings for PSG. They're not really there, especially now that we have Soul on the side for T1. T1 going to be able to push this through and join us. Join us in the 1-1 club. That is EG and RNG. Great company to be in.
Absolutely. 4 teams at 1-on-1. G 2-0, sitting alone at the top at the end of day 1 of the Rumble stage. And T1 now just to finish the game out. They're going to knock down the bottom inhibitor lining and go for that last little bit. Kaiwing going to respawn right about now. No flash, no ult. Not an easy way to dive or start the fight out. T1 actually may take the reset. 3K in the Red Bull Baron power play. Dragon Soul as part of that one. And they're going to go for the engage now. 5-on-5. Bay pushed out. Not going to find the damage yet is Faker. Top wave can be collected, can be pushed in. Take a moment to do so. Still a full minute of Baron. They could just about hit the Nexus during that time.
Look, Freak, we've been far past the game of any sort of like analysis or anything along those lines. So I want to be biased and say, T1, go for it. Pull the trigger, gamble the game on a crazy engage, go for the blood of the Nexus, think to yourself, what would top esports in the LPL do? Because they would absolutely do it.
They would not win anything or even make MSI.
They would not win anything.
T1 are going to happily take their push forward here as they win their second game of the day. It's going to be pretty hard to lose this one as they have mid lane inhibitor respawn. Baron timing out in 37 seconds, but there's the flash engage, there's the play. Onabi just deleted, beautiful to carry the last innocent man of all, and he finds that kill, and now that's 1 fewer tool for PSG. Baron up for 25 seconds on the inhibitor, and now Nexus turrets they go, a charm's gonna land, no engage at all for Kaiwing. Burns a stopwatch for a second, but they're gonna find that kill all the same. Faker on the board yet again, dive in for Zeus, kills 4, 5, everything's down, the Nexus will fall, and T1 take their 33-minute victory over PSG Talent.
Complete masterclass.
Yes.
Coming out from T1, fans are electric. T1 picking up their first win in the Rumble stage. Feels incredibly weird to say, but still showing us what they're capable of. Zeus popping off, Owner, I mean, completely choking PSG out from their own jungle. We saw bottom lane doing completely fine. And I mean, Faker having a phenomenal early game.
Oh, it's been incredible. Zoe has been, I guess, the stand-up pick now of the Rumble stage. Like, she's looked so good in the games we've seen her now, you know, on today. We'll see what tomorrow looks like and from then on, but
And I'm so happy about it because I haven't been sold on the Vex, and I love Vex. I think Vex is a great champion. We have it a ton over in the LPL, but against Ari, I feel like you don't do too well to match what she's able to do. It feels like she has more tools. So I like this kind of iteration of pick the Zoe, look more for aggression in the mid lane. I'm curious to see if we'll see like more iterations of that. Again, I highlighted this earlier, like maybe like things like the Syndra or other aggressive mid lane picks, and just look to opt into the 1v1 because yeah, it's pretty cool. Teams testing out, like you said in draft, of what can I leave open? What can be an answer to a strong meta pick? And at least a Zoe kind of coming forward in spades.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see, right? Like, if the S tier is not the S tier because there are counters out there and you know, maybe the pool is actually 3-4 champions deep, you then move around. It's like, okay, well, actually, if we're in a Zoe meta, what does that mean for the game? How, you know, how does that synergize? And you can see the meta move forward. I think we're going to, right? Because Ari no longer seems like the premier mid lane pick, and that's going to change things if that ends up being true. So now that is all for us for day 1 of the Rumble stage, but stay tuned for more content during MSI cooldown after the break. We'll see you there.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못 찾아나. 애가 찾아나. You like roll, 할리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you loud real real wild Here to light it up set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts in two what the baddest do. I never going back. Nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to MSI Cooldown. After the first day of the Rumble stage, still here alongside Chronicler and Emily Rand to wrap up the day. T1 in the sixth and final game of the day. They get one on the board, a little bit of a rebound from taking that loss to G2 at the top of the day. So it's good to see them do that. I just wanted to take a look at one team fight from this game before we do a kind of our holistic recap. And Chronicler, I'll hand it to you because there's actually things on both sides of this team fight that we wanted to talk about.
And for me, what I saw here was the T1 that, and I don't want to take credit away from G2 because they were very much the better team. They were the deserved winner tonight. But there was also a lot of uncharacteristic disjointedness that we saw from T1 earlier in the day. And that was... There were some individual snafus here on left and right in this game, but overall they looked a lot more cohesive, and that is something that within the LCK we've given them a lot of credit for, so seeing that come back in this final game is quite nice.
And then by contrast, there you saw a really great engage from Kaiwing, who had a couple in this game. Just a player that I wanted to highlight because he has been around for so long in that bot lane with Unified. And I think he is a really, really good support player, and I also think if the wallet diff isn't so large there, maybe that team fight goes a different way. So like kind of a minor thing
Absolutely.
for PSG in a game where they got absolutely smashed. Let's just be real.
Right, but that's all. But honestly, expected as well, right? And so that's the thing. So you're going to look at kind of those small positive takeaways for that squad in a game that they expected to lose. They still come out the day sharing the same record of 1-1, and so already a solid start to the Rumble stage for PSG. As we talk about how those two teams finished out, we should take a look at the schedule, or rather the standings for the rest of the day. It's G2 who sits alone atop the table at 2-0. A whole bunch of teams, 4 of them right there: PSG, RNG, EG, and T1, all at 1-1 before the Saigon Buffaloes round things out at 0-2.
RNG and T1 suck, clearly. The only appropriate response. And, no, I'm not going to take credit away from G2 because they have showcased that, one, which was kind of expected, they are able to match both RNG and T1 in terms of kind of like raw mechanical level. But then secondly, they seem to have by far the best read on the current meta. And we already saw some adaptations. We saw EG do like a kind of light version of the draft that G2 used to beat T1. And I'm expecting that to continue as we go further and further into the Rumble stage. And it makes everything much more exciting because in a lot of people's mind included, I was like, T1 coasts the first, RNG coasts the second, and then maybe we see some skirmishing, but now everything's up in the air.
Yeah, and I think the thing I really want to shout out for G2 are 2 things. The first is that when I expected to see them beat T1, it was going to be through like super heavy mid-jungle prio, but early, right? Like, so basically tracking what T1 want to do on the timers that I previously mentioned that they like to play around. But instead they came out with this Diana Yasuo, and they got set back early several times before their comp came online, and they were able to out team fight, which I thought was really, really impressive. And then in both of their wins, again, piggybacking on what Dylan, their coach, said, shout out to both Flackid and Targamas, who have really, really stepped up in their playoff run, but then now on the international stage are, you know, proving their worth against the best players in the world. I think that's absolutely great.
Yeah, that first game of the day, coming back from a 5K deficit at 15 minutes, yes, their composition was oriented towards the late game. You got to survive to that point, and they did just that. That's something to be lauded. The second game as well against RNG, very different style, very different approach to still come away with the win. And ultimately, if I'm going to play the game of overreactions to a degree, it is like not only are they 2-0, but they are 2-0 against the toughest schedule you could possibly have had on day one, and so that's where you start to go crazy, you know, as an EU fan, and just say, you know, lock it up undefeated through the groups.
Because there would have been possible scenarios where we saw G2 go 0-2 and EU fans still be happy, right? Like say that they got beaten by both G2 and or by T1 and by RNG, but they looked really competitive and it was really close back and forth matches. Then it would still have been a good day, but instead they smashed both teams. And what is even more interesting to me is that I'd still say that T1, when it comes to like early game, looks the strongest. Yeah. But then we have all three top teams look very different in how they play.
And that's the thing, right? Is we could talk about the 2-0 all day. We also have to talk about those 1-1s, and that's where, similarly, when I look at the fact that okay, T1 and RNG took losses today, again, they're against G2. So that's where I'm going to afford you, you know, the most space. You know, to take that loss and still come out the group in 1, 2, or 3 position.
Yeah, and then for the rest of the group, you mentioned those 1-1 teams, but like we were also looking at, okay, if we say G2, T1, RNG are definitely like the top 3 teams, then we're looking at who's going to make that 4th spot. And, you know, we talked about Saigon Buffalo coming in being like, okay, single games, they have a lot of surprise potential. Jordan mentioned on cast, he thought they were the most dangerous team because of how aggressively they play, because they're so willing to take these fights. But they're down 0-2 now, which is really, really important for PSG and EG looking at that spot and being like, okay, this is where our window is.
Absolutely, but if we still take Lyric at his word, right? The 2 teams that have to be concerned tomorrow then are T1 and G2 going up against Saigon Buffalo. You don't want to drop a game in a trap game situation, right?
I think that tomorrow, the first half, is a lot of rematches that we've seen, and I don't expect those matchups to
really go
change.
any differently.
I don't see T1 now suddenly drop against Buffalo when they clearly shown that they know how to deal
Their
with them.
mental's destroyed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're completely boomed. But that second half of the day is looking incredible, especially with what we've seen today.
Yeah, PSG versus Evil Geniuses, maybe one that people wouldn't have called out initially, but particularly because of that PSG win today, and again, just that conversation about the the race for the knockout stage, that one's going to be incredibly impactful. And then game number 5.
Ooh.
Again, 2 of the tournament favorites coming into this entire endeavor, both sitting at 1-1. Expecting wins earlier in the day. We'll see which one of them can create separation between them in just tomorrow's game. So we're actually, all 3 of us aren't on the show tomorrow. Do you guys want to make any predictions?
Yeah.
Since it'll be a different crew up here?
No.
No, Emily does not. Emily wants to do more VOD review.
Come on, Emily.
Come on, give me something wild.
Okay, everyone.
Well, okay, how about this? How about this? What will be the surprise?
is actually honestly
All of them.
giant question mark to me.
No, come on.
Giant question mark?
No.
No?
No. Okay. I think I agree with you. All 3 games go to chalk tomorrow at the beginning of the day. So it's G2 over EG, it's RNG over PSG, it's T1 over Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah.
I do think that EG will beat PSG tomorrow. I think that T1 will beat RNG. Oh, man, that's not
hard.
fun. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I think T1 will beat RNG, and then obviously I believe that G2 will beat Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah.
That 5th game I think is obviously the toughest one to call.
My expectation for RNG and T1 would be the 1-1. So I'd expect whichever team to win tomorrow to lose the next one. So, it's just if you get it tomorrow, don't get overexcited.
All right, so you're making the point that it's irrelevant who wins
Doesn't
tomorrow
matter,
because they'll just trade it back the next time they meet. Okay.
Very
bets
brave.
here.
Brave answer.
On
You're
day 1 of the
stuck
Rumble
with
stage.
us. The 2 analysts that are just no. We'll talk about the games after.
Right, okay, fair enough. Well, then we'll be back.